Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the chief host of College Genesis, guiding you through the next couple of hours of some interesting conversation, heated discussions, and debate. Now, when you have titles like Ibrahim Traore is the next Messiah, you know things are going to get hot tonight. You know it's going to get heated because it's a very heated topic tonight. So stop what you're doing, like, share, subscribe. You're listening to Dynasty Media Show right now, which is talking about a topic. Tell people who are leaving the Dynasty Show to come over here. We're going to continue this topic with a colonization spin on it. And I'll tell you my opinion. Now, I'll say on the outset, I have to, as a black nationalist and an African, I support the idea of Ibrahim Traore. I do. I would not be a real black nationalist or Pan African if I said no. He like this. Look, I support the young brother who's doing what he's trying to do and all he seems like he wants to do is build his nation. I would be a hypocrite if I said I was against that. You would stop listening to me. You would say call us a sellout, and rightfully so. But I will add this, right? Like I'll say on Dice Show, let's not basically fall into the Messiah trap just yet. Because we've seen this movie before, Let me tell you something, a long line of messiahs, right? We had Marcus Garvey, how see I ended up. We had Elijah Muhammad, greetings, Frenchie. We had Elijah Muhammad, right? We had Malcolm X. We had Martin Luther King. We had Medgar Evers. All these messiahs have come and gone. We had Farrakhan. Remember the Million Man March and whatnot? Everyone did. We had Gaddafi. Oh, yes, he's the next thing coming and whatnot. All these things. We had Nelson Mandela. Oh, Nelson Mandela is getting out, man. Apartheid's ending. We got a black president of South Africa. Ooh, we had Barack Hussein Obama. And all these people came and gone, and the situation we find ourselves are the same or not worse. That right there, my friends, is the truth. You can't refute that. So what's different about Ibrahim Traore that we won't be let down again? For example, I still know there's a pattern, and this is no swipe at my African brothers and sisters, right? It's like when their backs against the wall, suddenly they include us when they need us into the black. Oh yeah, black to the black power. We black must stick together. But just a few years ago, they were telling us we shouldn't be doing Black Panther because we ain't African or we have no say. We're appropriating African culture. But now, when they need our numbers, suddenly we're part of the liberation. You got black people like, yeah, Ibahim Traore and whatnot. Like, do they really care about us? Like that, I never said African babies were ugly. I don't know. You got me mixed up with somebody else, bro. I never said that. Can anybody show me where I said African babies are ugly? I never said that. Never said that. That didn't never come out of my mouth. You didn't hear that from me. I think African babies are cute. I think they're beautiful. I love beautiful African children. I could be around African children all day because they're so well respectful and everything like that. They act like children. They're innocent. They're just adorable, I love African babies and African children. I don't know where are you getting that, bro? You say, yeah, I did say Black Americans have. Of course, if I'm Black American, of course I'm going to think my people are more. That's it. Look, if you're from Senegal, you're going to think your people are the most beautiful. You're from South Africa, you're going to think your people are the most beautiful. Of course, every group of people will say their women or their children are the cutest. I never said African babies were ugly. I don't know. I don't drink on the show. You must have heard what you wanted to hear. I never said that. I never stated that. But the whole thing is that everybody thinks their kids or whatever like that, they're prejudiced towards their own children. You ought to be. That's natural. I expect you, if you basically are from Cameroon, I expect you to have the love of your people and exalt. I don't want to see a Cameroonian say, oh, I love Black American children because it's so. No, I don't like that. I like people being proud of who they are, and I'm no different. I believe Black America should be proud of who they are, who they are. There's nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong with being, Yeah, so yeah, I said, yeah, thank you, Dave. People lying on my name, man. I tell you, like I said, this is why I say I deal with this stuff like that. People lying on my name and whatnot. Yeah, look, I have enough things you could criticize me about. Trust me, I'll give you plenty of material to criticize me about. I do a lot of wrong and a lot of bad things. I admit it, but please don't make shit up because I'm gonna give you plenty of shit to be pissed off about. You haven't seen anything yet. I'm gonna give you shit to be pissed off about. I'm gonna say things that's offensive. Trust me. Stick around for a little while. You'll see what I'm talking about. But tonight we're talking about my good brother Ibahim Traore, young revolutionary leader. But like I said, is it the man or the myth? Things we need to talk about tonight. I listened to Dynasty Show. I listened to Brandon. That was a slugfest. That was a real rumble. So we got collar rumble tonight because I'm ready to debate. When I'm in the rumble mode, that means I'm in debate mode, And so I'll listen to the show, and people have strong feelings about this thing, Yeah. So another thing is this: why is there so much division among black people? I said I'd never seen anything like this in my life. People all say that, oh, we have to be unified. We're Pan Africans. But dang, if you get some of these black men from all over the world in the same room, they kill each other. Can we all just agree to disagree and have different perspectives? When are we going to get to that point where black people are civilized enough to have a civilized discussion? We should have a civilized discussion discussing African politics, black politics in general, without acting like we hate each other. What is that? Calling each other out, threatening people. There's one guy that was on Dynasty Show, a Jamaican guy, threatening Brandon. Brandon threatened the guy, talking about kick your ass and all. What the hell is going on? Dude, it's serious, but it's not that serious, We don't have to go down to the lowest common denominator when we think people feel strongly about this situation with Ibahim Traore, And for Black America, there's many different ramifications of this, We're in the United States. We're U.S. citizens, right? And the bottom line, if there's conflict, we would have this discussion for a generation, And I think now the time is here, This has been confronting Black nationals and Black people in general, Black conscious people in general. What happened? I never forget, right? Oh, I was going to this Black Power meeting. This was what year was this? 92. God damn, it's a long time ago, man. I was a young buck in the Black Power movement, man. I look at these dudes the older dudes that was there one night, they were all freaking. I look at them now, they're all clowns one night, There's one dude, I forgot his name, man. I can swear the guy's all CIA, all like that. But they would go around to these study groups and I think they're just spies. So anyway, this one dude comes in and was like, yeah, talking all stuff 1 week, right? Then a week later, the United States invaded Somalia. I never seen so many bug-eyed coons. I thought I was like, man, we're going to have this rally. We're going to talk about, man, down with the white man. These niggas like, yeah, man. See, they just invaded Somalia and whatnot, all soft toned and whatnot, with their bug eyes sticking out, whatnot, all scared and whatnot. They didn't say nothing. They were like, yeah, man, that's messed up for Somalia. We messed up for Somalia. The white man just invaded Somalia. They're like, yeah. There's something about we Americans. We have to, we're hunting some dictator, whatever. I was like, we Americans all of a sudden. So like I said, I take what Negroes say with a grain of salt, That just tells me is when it comes down to it, the white man does not give a damn about what we think because he knows when it really comes down to it, we're not going to be out in the streets if he does something to Traore. We're not going to do it. We'll do it for a little while and we'll make a couple of statements online, but that's about it. They ain't going to go any further than that. As soon as the football season kicks off, it's that, Black people angry about Traore. What do we do when let's bring NFL. Let's start football 2 months earlier. So they got like about a window of opportunity. When's preseason starting? August? You got to August before Black people's minds are completely distracted with the football season, Between the end of basketball season and football season, yeah, Black people's mind can linger and stuff like that on politics and everything like that. But soon football season's here, your mind is going to be back to your team in the game. You're going to be talking about, with Saturday night, you're going to be getting pizza, hot dogs, and popcorn and beer and watching a football game and whatnot. That's the only thing that's going to consume your mind for the next 7 months. The white man knows what he's doing. If you think I got a PhD in Negroology, the white man got a doctorate, a science poet laureate. He got everything when it comes down to dealing with the Negro. I just have a PhD in Negroology. The white man really got the real education on the science of controlling Negroes, and understanding Negroes, All you have to do is give them a basketball, give them a football, come out with a new movie or a rap song, and you will be distracted, and everything while he can do his work. He's been doing this for 400 years, get black people distracted on something and whatnot, whether it's jazz, the blues, hip hop, rock and roll, or whatever like that. He knows you're going to be distracted. He knows you're not going to do anything, He has all these ways of controlling you or not. He controls your celebrities, his other stuff like that. He'll come up with celebrities and say stupid statements and everything. You'll forget about this right here. You're banged up now, but you ain't going to do anything, So it is what it is. Early sir said, that's American culture. Yeah, I know. American culture is it. That's why I'm the culture critic. That's why I'm the geopolitical pundit. I criticize culture, I want us on a cultural, a black conscious cultural trajectory at all times. So we know how to respond to situations. We can hold it because no sense of me going out there talking about, yes, we need to back Ibahim Traore when the time comes, most black people are like, Ibahim who? Traore, don't you remember him? The Burkina Faso dictator, that took over when that's going black. Oh, him, I forgot all about him. Of course you did. It's football season, Like I said, folks, I have a PhD in Negroology. I am the master when it comes to understanding the American Negro, But right now, Ibahim Traore is the Messiah. We've seen many messiahs before. Whether it's Garvey, Farrakhan, and then Barack Obama, we had Mandela. We have always had these messiahs that we elevate in our mind that this is going to liberate us and this is what's going to be. And we don't ask hard friggin' questions, right? For example, what do we get out of supporting a foreign entity? What do we get out of it? It has to be something in it for us. And Mandela, he rightfully said, yes, he wanted to make opportunity available for black businessmen in South Africa. That was a real big thing, because there were a lot of multi-million-dollar black companies that did well in South Africa post-apartheid, There was a lot of opportunity for black Americans in rebuilding South Africa's industrial base and economic base and everything like that. It didn't go far enough, but it was a lot, better than what anybody else offered. In the 1970s, there was a man named Mobutu Sese Seko who basically put on the event of the century, the Ali Foreman fight, right? We forgot about all the oppression and that he was a freaking puppet of the Belgium and the French and the United States and everything like that. But we just knew we was in the motherland. And we got this guy that's, he's an African leader and all stuff like this. Now we look at it now. What the hell are we doing with this clown? He was a freaking brutal dictator that killed Patrice Lumumba. We forgot all about that, So, yeah, Ibahim Traore is the latest messiah, and he's not going to be the last. In a long line, they come every few years and whatnot. We get hyped up, and then next thing you know, we get the letdown, because I see it starting off already. Black people are all freaking hyped up, but they haven't said how we are going to actually benefit from what he's doing in Burkina Faso. It's not enough to be like, oh, I support him or not. But the bottom line, we're not getting anything out of it. That's why we support these countries. We got to say, look, if we support you, whatever like that, we're going to put ourselves in danger in America, like we did with South Africa. It was Black America led the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa, and we benefited handsomely with that, with contracts and some of everything, business, everything, even to this day. Black America is remembered for what it did as far as South Africa. A lot of South African young don't remember that. They talk shit about us online. South Africans coming at us online, but they forget that it was the Black America that basically pulled the anti-apartheid and got Mandela released, because South African sanctions crippled it. But South Africans don't remember that. They have amnesia, you know? And the same thing will happen in Burkina Faso. We'll fall out with white America and we guys live here, you know? That's the only thing I'm worried about, you know? And then, like I said, you may forget about this stuff like that, but white America won't forgive, you know, if they basically come to a situation and we feel like we're going against the United States. They're not going to forget that, you know, trust me. So there's a lot of stake here, you know. So we have to be clear about, okay, we're going to support you. You're the Messiah. But what do we get out of this deal? It has to be clear about how we benefit. You know, he could say, well, geez, you know, we want to build a new stock exchange. You know, we want black businesses in America and investment groups and MBAs to come here, and we're going to share the wealth of this region right here. And so that's a game changer right there. That's something to say, yes, with that, we can walk away from America clean. But I haven't heard that talk yet, you know. I hear everything else. I hear people out in the streets. I hear people like this. That don't do shit to me. This is a revolution, call it, blah, blah, blah. But I haven't heard the things, the magic words for that would get me interested, you know. Although I do support people's love for Traore, you know, make a mistake like that, but I can't get excited about it because I haven't heard anything yet, you know, for this, you know. Until we create a new Liberian content, I'm rock with decision U.S. makes. I'm 100%, 1,000% Black American first. I have allegiance to America first. Yeah, that's what 99% of Black America is right now. We've heard all this before, you know. We've heard all this before. We put ourselves out there and we get nothing out of it in return. Africans walk away when they get what they want. They walk away and they forget about us, you know. So I don't know if this is going to be any different, whatever like that. People tell me, oh, yeah, man, Burkina Faso, they're reaching out to Black America. I have not seen that yet, you know. At least I don't know about it. I hear us doing things over there to help them, but how do we help ourselves? We're the ones putting ourselves in danger living in a white country, you know. That's what you have to realize. You know, as long as we sit in America, we're still vulnerable to these people over here, you know. I remember after the apartheid, people don't remember this, right? But I do. After the sanctions against South Africa, right? The world white power structure, there was a thing that met in Manhattan about 1986 called the Trilateral Commission, right? What this group does is these are foreign interests, powerful interests that meet in Manhattan every few years, right? And they decide things like they really just run the world. They basically, the powers that be in the world that control banking, war, finance, everything. They meet every year. So they call it look it up, Trilateral Commission. Right after that Trilateral Commission met in 1986, I noticed something, right? There was a lot. That's when all the anti-Black American propaganda started, right? They saw what we did with South Africa with the sanctions and everything. And they said, well, then we got this group of people in America that's causing us problems. And the reason why the Black America was able to get away with this is because they had assimilated way too well in America, in America, and they have too much influence. And Black America was able to get enough white support, right? Because white people were like, yes, we got to do something about the white guilt and white regret about slavery and civil rights and Jim Crow. White people went along with the anti-apartheid movement, right? They said, we have to stop that from happening. They had to stop white people from liking Black people. And right away, all these things are popping up. Suddenly, people start talking about Black crime. I saw the big article in I forgot what newspaper it was. It was a Wall Street Journal. It was one of those newspapers in New York that was really big. It was a thing, but it wasn't like it was a major newspaper. But I can't remember. It wasn't New York Times. I can't remember. But the big glaring article was Black crime. And I was literally shocked. They had obviously an actor, a big Black guy, right? Putting a gun to the head of a white guy on the subway, right? And then right there, that's when the news started talking about Black crime. And then we had in 1988, 2 years later, you had the Willie Horton ads, and this guy named Lee Atwater, used that Black crime angle to basically undermine the Democratic Party, who was winning in the polls. And a lot of white people, because of this thing of Black crime, they went to the Republican Party called Reagan Democrats. These are white people who basically are working class and everything like that, but they supported the Bush administration right after Reagan because they basically were made to believe that black people were the problem. Now, why did this happen? It happened because black people were making too much political power and progress in America. And then by the late 80s, black America was just basically punch drunk about America. It was very disillusioned about America because we blamed it on the Reagan era, but it wasn't more than about Reagan. It was basically the fact that black America, when we did that thing with apartheid in South Africa, there was people that said they have to rein us in. And then also at the same time, they basically, the anti-black propaganda spread to countries like Japan, where people will notice that Japan were using Sambo dolls and stuff like that. And they were basically, there was incidents in Japan where the Japanese were making statements about black America being the problem in America, being a minority group, and they contribute to the crime and the welfare. And also, so this anti-black propaganda has been around for a good generation now, you know? And what I fear is that it's going to happen again if some incident happens internationally where white people feel like they got to friggin' put us in our place, you know? The stakes are high, folks. Now, the only way I knew this was going to happen. You know, I knew this day was coming. And this is why when I say it's time for us to think about seriously building a nation of our own and parting ways with America, you guys think I'm playing games. You think this is just a joke, whatever like that. No, this is serious. You know, this is really serious. America's fighting for its life. You know, there's forces around the world that want to bring this country down. You know, if you got a group of people in this country that basically it appears like it's basically an internal mole inside of America, all of black America is in peril. With that, you have to have an exit strategy. What if America does not work? No one ever thinks about that. What if it does fall apart? What if this country breaks down to a race war? What do you do? You know, do we get on our knees and beg like we did in the 80s? Please, white America, let's back in. What saved the day was Bill Clinton in the 90s. You know, had it not been for Bill Clinton, this country would have been into a race war nationwide. This country was headed for a race war. Bill Clinton was able to come in and and sort of soothe black America. He was kind of white, but he was like, he knew how to talk to redneck, talk to white people, but he also knew how to play the saxophone and act cool with black people, right? So the Bill Clinton era basically brought black people and white people together that's what saved the day. Had Bill Clinton not won in 1992, this country would have fell into a serious race war. That's what it was headed towards, a race war, you know, in this country, nationwide, north, south, east, and west. Remember in 1992, you had the LA riot. That was going to spread throughout the United States. That LA riots was a race war, you know, it was part of a race war. But it was contained because people like Bill Clinton made statements and whatnot that we're all Americans. We got to come together, and we bought into that. But now those same attitudes, you know, of anti-blackness is starting to surface again. And this couldn't have come at a wrong time where black people align themselves with a foreign government and everything. Ibahim Traore, you know, it's not good. You know, it's not good. And I'm not saying we got to bow down, but if we're going to go this Traore route, you understand that we got to go all the way this time. You know, we have to go all the way this time. Because we don't have a Bill Clinton around anymore. You have a man in office that's not playing with us, you know? You got a man in office who won't think nothing of doing what he has to do. He loves America and wants to see white America succeed. He has no problem doing what he has to do to anybody. You see what they're doing to the illegal aliens. What makes you think they won't turn this shit on us? You know? Then what do? Now, what the hell are we going to do? Chukwu says Nigeria has seen many juntas militant strongly is not utopia they pointed out to be. Well, we understand that, you know, but it is what it is. People are feeling good about this junta and they're feeling good about Traore. So I'm not gonna be the one to step in and say no or whatever like that. That's what people feel and everything like that. That's what the people want, you know. He's the Messiah right now, you know. Regular height of the crack. That was just a thing of the crack epidemic. But I think the crack epidemic was overblown. It destroyed certain inner city areas, but didn't really affect the majority of Black America. It affected the holistic of Black America. That means it disconnected Black America. What the crack era did was it destroyed the cohesion of Black America. Black America was split in almost in half. You had Black people who were middle class who moved into the mainstream, and Black people who were left behind, disconnected from other Black people. So you have people that were basically completely isolated from each other. That's what the crack era did. And it's like that to this day. That's what the cracker. And then there was Black America on the whole. It was split in half. There was Black America that thrived during the Reagan era. My family was one of them. And then there was Black people who just fell off, and we were always splintered ever since then. That's what crack and crime and all stuff like that, high crime rate and stuff like that. Some communities when that tore the community apart. People stopped seeing each other. Families were torn apart over the crack thing and whatnot. That's what it did, so. But that's what we're talking about tonight. Is Ibahim Traore the next Messiah? And then if he is, what do you expect to get out of the Messiah? What do we expect to do? How are we going to benefit? Now I know I look at the people in Africa; they're really feeling him. The children in Africa, he's definitely an inspiration, a role model to a lot of African youth and some disaffected youth around the world, Black youth around the world. That I give him. Yeah. America goes against Burkina Faso. Yeah, if it comes down to America goes to war with Burkina Faso, that means what you say online, be careful, and everything like that. So it's like you public demonstrations, whatever. It's going to be interesting. To say the least. You get labeled American traitor. You can forget jobs. You get labeled that label on you that you're a traitor. If the American media has a way of making people out to be dictators and stuff like that, if that becomes true in the American mind that we on the whole sided with a dictator, now it'd be different. Like Brandon made a point. If he basically had elections, even if he rigged it and just had the legitimacy of election, even though I don't believe in these things, right? But that would basically give him some sort of buy him some time and some legitimacy to basically so people go like, oh, he's a Democratic elected president, But when you just don't have even though he has all the intentions, but they always say the road to hell is often paved with good intentions, The road to hell is often paved with good intentions. Ibahim Traore has good intentions, but the road to hell is often paved with good intentions, So, like I said, it's going to be interesting. I like to hear what people have to say tonight. I know it's going to be a heated topic. Where's your opinion? I'm gonna start the chat room early tonight. I saw this one video today on that. It's like this Black woman was dating this Chad, this white guy. I guess he broke up with her and went with a white girl. And she was a lawyer too. And she drove and tried to kill him and a new girlfriend, where I guess a white girl and thing. And she tried to plead insanity. This girl threw her whole life away for some white guy. What is wrong with these Black women? They hate themselves so much or not. You get with a racist ass white guy, That's another video I saw. I see these videos. I don't know who sent it to me, and it was a Black lady. She said she has two kids with this guy, one guy with another white guy of him. He goes, he's a racist and he's gay. So she married a gay, racist white man, and had a kid with him. I mean, where is these women coming from? A lot of these women are coming from, and I can see, look, one thing you never see is you never see racial ambiguous or light-skinned Black girls with white guys. There's always these women that look like they grew up poor, darker skin from the ghetto or not. What the hell is that all about? You never see any Black woman that basically look like she knows she's fine. She knows she knows she got the pick of Black men, But these Black women that go around there, it's like, dude, what do you have in common with this blonde, blue-eyed girl, person? You grew up in the hood, obviously. You grew up poor, you're in the hood, He obviously grew up middle class. What the hell do you have in common with him? You go out there trying to date Harry Potter and shit. What the fuck is going with these sisters? Langley is a fucking race trader, you moron. He's a freaking problem. Yeah, it could be a slave fetish. There was a thing going around a couple of years ago where black girls on TikTok were saying, "I love you, massa," to their white boyfriends, whatever. It's sick, Like I say, everything you see in Black America nowadays is sick, Interracial marriage is for the most part. Now, two people love each other and everything like that. You can tell they really meant for each other. That's one thing, right? But this nonsense I'm seeing right now where people are just going out there fetishizing other races and whatnot is sick, Langley is going down. He actually apologized to Ibahim Traore for lying on him. He apologized. Somewhere along the line, Langley got to be a black man. I'm like this. I don't think any black man should be in this fight. He should recuse himself from the situation because that's not a good look. A black man doing the bidding of white America and colonial powers in Africa. About he's abusing his people. Man, come on. Why they always got to use a black face, Can you be pro-black and pro-American at the same time? Look, this is what I'm saying, Black people, it depends on what you mean by American, right? Now, there's, you could say Booker T. Washington was a quintessential American, right? You could say Frederick Douglass was an American. Are you a Frederick Douglass type of American? Are you a Martin Luther King type of American, Or are you are you a Donald Trump type of American? Depends on what type of American you're talking about. America is a multifaceted country. In other words, multifaceted means many faces, Are you a Barack Obama type of American? Are you a Bill Clinton type of American? You understand? Are you a Jimmy Carter type of American? Are you a Ronald Reagan type of American? All these men basically symbolize America because they rose to the top, So yeah, you got to say what type of America you're talking about. You got to ask me what type of America you're talking about. If you say American, if you define American true quote by the true blue, white male, red, white, and blue types, I'm not that type of American. I'm more of a type of American that I don't know. I'm pro-black, but I don't know what type of American I could call myself. I don't know what. Maybe I'm a Malcolm X type of American now. Malcolm X is quintessentially American. Yeah, he's a good. Yeah, that's what I said. He has a career, and he's a decorated man. Langley, why would he throw himself away for this? He's obviously has to know he's being used. They use his black skin to give a legitimacy of what they're trying to do. That's all it is. I would say, look, you're not going to use me. I think because I would say he could claim to be a conscientious objector, just like the way Muhammad Ali. Let me give you an example, Chukwu. Another one is Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali vehemently said, "I'm an American." George Foreman said also, "I'm an American." Right? Those are American guys. It depends on Chukwu. What do you mean by American? Now, if you believe you define America as right-wing MAGA people, then no, you can't be pro-black and be MAGA like that. But you could be American like Muhammad Ali or maybe even Tupac Shakur. That's Americana, So it all depends on what type of American you're talking about. America is a very multifaceted country. No, I'm not saying he could have recused himself. That means he could have been reassigned. He said, "I would like to take another assignment." He could have did that. He could have said, "I recused myself." He didn't have to, but that's what I would have done. I would have just basically recused myself. Say, "Look, my conscience, because of conflict of interest and whatever, it could have been a conflict of interest. I'm black. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I'm a black nationalist. That is my ancestral homeland. I don't feel like this. I don't agree with the politics." Because remember something, generals could do that if they basically don't feel what they're doing is moral. They're not basically forced to abide by moral. Now they can make a step. Now if you don't do that and you do that, you're disobeying a command from the government, from the president, whatever like that. Yeah, you could be in a lot of trouble. But if you can recuse yourself, say I'd like to step down, step down from this and say, look, I would like for somebody else to succeed me and everything like that. That's what he should have done. But if he could have done, but if you don't want to do it, that's fine. If you want to go ahead, but he's going to be looked at in a certain way to the black race, that you're selling out. Why haven't they arrested every gang neighborhood in Chicago yet? I don't know. Maybe they don't want to. Look, bottom line is the white man does not have no intention of getting rid of crime in certain areas of the black community. That's how they keep the black community docile, weak, and under control, living in fear. So only people that as long as the black gangs and crime don't affect the white community, they're always going to be there. Because that's how you keep them in line, keep them living in fear, keep them under control. The black leaders and the white politicians, they're all in it together. Letting criminals run the streets, give them no cash bail, put them out in the street. That's how you control the population, the fear. Because the bottom line is, without that control, the government really has no legitimacy and no power. The only power they have is the fact that you got to keep calling 911 and they got to protect you because you can't protect yourself. That's it. That's all. That's all you need to know. That's why ultimately, if you want to live safe, we need a nation of our own. That's going to put you first before the criminal. We have no, and in Afghanistan, we have no reason to let fucking criminals rule because we don't want to keep people in fear. No other group of people. The Jews would not basically. Let's say it was Israel and the guy in the United States government was doing a Israel whatever like that, and it was trying to go against Israel. You think you would have a Jewish general doing that? Hell no. You think you have an Arab general basically trying to invade Iran? No. They would accuse themselves, say, look, man, I think this is a conflict of interest, whatever like that. Same thing with Asians, Ain't no Asian general or whatever like that going to go against China and everything. And they know that, Yeah, I recuse myself on religious grounds, Simple as that. But they know the black man is going to do what he got to do because you want that paycheck and that pension, It is what it is. That's the world we live in. As long as we live inside of America, that's the way it's always going to be. So I put the link in the chat room. You can call in and comment on this topic, the new Messiah. Everybody's getting in locked, but I give it another month or so, and this is going to fade away. I give it to Labor Day, and Ibahim Traore is going to be completely forgotten. I just know Black America, right? Because bottom line is there's nothing. The main thing I've not heard is we have land for the Black American to develop, and they're going to share in the wealth of this country. That's one thing Gaddafi did say. Farrakhan basically threw that down thing. Gaddafi said, "I was going to give you the wealth, put the wealth of my." When he saw the Main Man March, he said, "I'm going to put the wealth of my nation behind your movement." Farrakhan, he wanted to give Farrakhan land and help him develop or not. Farrakhan basically bluffed because that's what happens when you got a weak leader. That was me. If you offer me $1 billion, say, "Look, Kala, you got $1 billion for your Afghanistan movement. You think I'll give a two shits about what the United States government say?" No. That's the difference between me and the Honorable Minister Farrakhan. He's not built for this. He was never built for this nationalist life. And so it is what it is. People don't like when I say stuff like that, but it's the truth. The only person in this country that's basically ready for this black nationalist life, this. Well, the Burkina Faso could be called an Afghanistan, right? But like I said, it could be called an Afghanistan, So yeah, I mean, it could happen, Why wouldn't Langley attack us, So that's why I said I want to stop this stuff now, I never took an oath. I was born in the United States, right? But Elvis, everybody knows, right? Although I am in the United States, I am still a black man in America, right? So they already know that black nationalist movements exist in this country. And so they know, they understand that when I do stuff or whatnot, there's a possibility that the black nation could secede from America. You can't look. You cannot force a group of people forever, right? I think Black America is to the point where we've outgrown America. I think immigrants and everybody else can make it better in America because they're new coming to the first world. Black America's already been here for 400 years, right? There's nothing America could teach us. We're ready for nationhood. I believe that point. We reached a point where we don't see eye to eye. Like I said, I don't see eye to eye. I don't see what America's doing in the Sahel region, stuff like that. Why should we have to go along with this? That's why an African is so important. It's time for us to do our own thing. If America wants to do what they do in Sahel, they should not do it with us and not resent them putting somebody like Langley up there and whatnot, make it seem like we're behind this shit, I don't have no primary loyalty to the United States. I my loyalty to the United States, but that don't mean I am loyal to every policy. Is the Democratic Party in lockstep with Donald Trump? No, I'm not in lockstep with Donald Trump. I wasn't in lockstep with Joe Biden. That's what being living in a free country, Elvis, is all about. I don't have to be like that. That's what this Constitution guarantees me the right to have opposition. We're not living in a dictatorship. This is a constitutional republic. I have the right to dissent. We have the right to dissent. When we start getting to the point where you have your allegiance to America, no, that does not right. That's fascism, and I don't agree with fascism. Especially the fact that when we really look at it, we never asked to be brought here. Well, we know the Democrats and the Republicans policy same thing, but the bottom line is this: if it wasn't, even if Kamala would have won, it'd be the same thing. It'd go in Traore. American policy when it comes to Africa, let's say not foreign policy is the same. When it comes to black countries, the same. For example, Bill Clinton was the one who invaded Haiti. He was the one who sent troops in Haiti, not George W. Bush. Not H.W. Bush, not George W. Bush. The man that invaded Haiti was Bill Clinton in 1992. He invaded Haiti to topple a military government. So when it comes to black countries, yeah, Democrats and Republicans are the same thing. You better stay in line. Well, I'm saying that, yeah, America is right now just a homeland. But like I said, do you think it's fair that I have no say-so over something that happens to my ancestral homeland? I don't agree with what the United States is doing to Traore. But I got to sit back and take it because the trade-off is I'm a U.S. citizen. That gives America the right to do it. Do you think, look, my ancestors come from the Congo. My anger is so thing. I can't even sleep at night of the anger and seething I have thinking about the United States of all places is going to have access to my ancestral homeland. My ancestors come from the Congo, So what the hell does the United States, our worst enemy to Africa and black people, the country that exists solely because of the death of Africans, millions of Africans are going to have access to my ancestral homeland? And I'm sitting here in America with an American flag in my hand telling me, no, I'm sorry. It don't work like that. Let me get Elvis on. He's calling to annoy me. So let me get this over with. Is that Ahmed in the chat room? Ahmed, man, what the hell you be talking about lately? I didn't understand a damn thing you were saying in that thing, on Dynasty show. All right, Elvis, what's on your mind?
What's up, Colin? Contrary to your belief, I didn't call to annoy you. I called to make a point. So, military people, right? They take an oath to uphold the United States Constitution.
I'm not a military person.
But I'm saying, not you personally. I'm talking about the Langley guy, right? Yeah. So he has a fiduciary responsibility to, to accept the commands and from the chief of staff of the United States Army. And when they put him on duty or on any kind of a mission, so to speak, he must do it, regardless of if it's against black people, white people, Asian people. He is there to serve the United States military. So to say that because he has black skin, he can't do anything that goes
No,
against quote unquote
what
African
I
people.
do say is this: there
Mm.
are cases where generals or whatever like that will recruit themselves on moral grounds.
Really? I mean, yeah, if it's an unethical, like the military code of conduct, if somebody gives you an unlawful order, yes, you're not supposed to do
Yeah,
it.
but
But
what if
these
he
are not
says?
unlawful orders.
What if he came to a conclusion? I was thinking when statement, so he had to give a statement towards Congress. He basically said Traore, and he lied. He said Traore was taking gold and funding his lifestyle, stuff like that.
I mean, how
That
can
was
you
a
say
lie.
he lied? Do you
And
know
he
you,
and,
you know
and he
the kind of
apologized for
intel
it.
that the military has? Or are you just saying this because
Do you think? Do you really think Traore? Let me ask you a question, a personal question. I don't like I said I don't agree with everything Traore says, but does he strike you as somebody that's out for personal gain, or is somebody that really is serious about the naively? Maybe he's naive about the way the world works, right? But don't you think he's absolutely serious about seeing his people living in perpetual poverty forever?
of course on
Don't
face value you think he's a good guy, he's benevolent, he loves his people, he wants the
No, but
best
I'm
for them.
saying, but hold on, I actually believe that. I believe
Fine,
that.
that's what I'm saying. The US military knows things that people even living in their own country, in their
But
own family
hold on.
don't
The
know.
U.S. military also said Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Remember that?
Yeah,
They lied. They lied. General Powell
gas,
got up.
what do you call nerve agents can
General
can cause
Powell.
can
General,
cause
hold on.
mass destruction, Carla. You know that.
General Powell, who I admire and love. I love Colin Powell. I think he was a great man, but he dishonored himself when he got in front of the UN and testified that we have. If come to find out that was all computer graphics and it was made up about weapons of mass destruction and kill. He lied, and caused. That's what basically greenlighted Kofi Annan and all these people to just turn their back and let George Bush invade Iraq.
That was Saddam Hussein's own doing, Carla. He's
No,
supposed
but he
to
didn't
let the
have the
United Nations
weapons.
inspectors go in there and
He
make sure
didn't
he
have
didn't
he
have it,
didn't have the
and he
weapons
didn't
of
allow
mass.
them to go in there.
He didn't have weapons. Yeah, but the bottom line is this: he was letting them in there, whatnot, but they kept saying we want this. And no sovereign country is going to let you just keep going
Okay, all
everywhere and
right.
say they every time they would find something, they say no, he keeps moving around. He hit him. Then they made up this myth that he's
Yeah,
moving.
if you got nothing to hide,
Weapons.
show them everything. They can't they
Yeah, he
can't
showed them
pin
everything,
they
but the
can't pin
bottom
the
line,
tail on your behind.
George W. Bush insisted that the weapons were there, and the bottom line is this.
Because he
And
he had a history of using nerve agents
yeah,
against
wait,
his own
hold on.
against
So
the
and
you know
I know you love George W. because he gave you the green card. But the bottom line,
what
and I know that they were fucking lying. There was no damn weapons of
Collar
mass
did he
destruction.
use nerve agent against what do you
Yeah,
call those
but
people? What are the
that
people
was
called?
before the first Iraq war. But the
I'm
bottom line is this.
saying he had
Yeah,
those
but hold on,
weapons
but
and he
that
used
does
it
not
against his
mean
own
hold on.
people,
When they
and a
say
lot of
weapons of
them
mass
died.
destruction, they're talking about nuclear weapons
Nuclear
and
weapon
stuff
is
like
not the
that.
only weapon of mass
Yeah, but
destruction,
no, but
Collar.
we talking about nuclear warheads, stuff like that was capable of long
You
range
you you
destruction. He
conclude
didn't have
that,
that.
but nerve agents can cause mass
Yeah, but
destruction.
that's not a weapon of mass destruction.
What is mass destruction?
Mass destruction
Keyword is
means you
mass.
could basically, what mass destruction means? That
What does it
means
mean?
that if you use nerve agents on somebody in combat, whatever like that, the
And
United
you
States
kill tens of
basically,
thousands of people. That's not mass
hold on. Let
destruction.
me ask you a question. Do you think the United States ever used that type of war? That weapon?
Say that again.
The United States used Agent Orange and all stuff in
Yeah,
Vietnam?
that was a weapon of mass destruction, and a lot of
Right.
people
So
criticize
what
the
I'm
U.S.
saying, if
for
the
it.
United States could use it, why couldn't other countries use it in war? It's
Ah,
war.
okay. If that's your point, fine. But the point is,
No,
he
what I'm
did
saying
have
that
weapons of mass destruction,
it
so it's
wasn't
not a
about the
lie.
weapons of mass destruction. George W. simply wanted to take out Saddam Hussein.
All right, fine. But I'm telling you, nerve agent can be used as a weapon of mass destruction, Colin. That's
Yeah,
a fact.
but that was and I know that wasn't the thing. They wanted war. They wanted Iraq. They wanted
They
oil. They
already
wanted all this
defeated
stuff.
Iraq and Kuwait. They beat him and put his tail between
Yeah,
his
I know,
legs,
but the bottom line is
and they
George
decided
W.
not to
Bush
kill him and let him go back to Iraq because he was a proxy for them against Iran.
basically accused Saddam Hussein of trying to take out his father, right? And then basically he tried to tie Saddam Hussein to 9/11, which was unproven, and he simply wanted to go to war and take him out. He hated him. He wanted to take him out. So
that's what I'm saying, Colin. If you know that somebody's trying to pin a tail on you, you show them everything they're looking for, so they have no reason to come and fight you.
The bottom line is this, and the thing with Traore is, no matter what he says and whatnot, they're always going to find some reason. When they want to go to war, it's always a done deal. All they have to do is need some way to finalize their justification, because they're going to go to war anyway.
Colin, when the United States government sanctioned people from Liberia for corruption and other things like that, do you believe those things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. United
Why?
States
Because you think they have the intelligence to gather secretive information about these people.
The United States is not always wrong, but in this case, I think they are.
Because you're being selective. Again, I don't know Traore. I'm not saying he's corrupt, but what his facade is may not be the real person that he is.
America basically is right a lot of times, right? But in this case, they're wrong, and I gotta call it like this.
Why? What makes you think they're wrong?
Because I don't think this man is a bad
guy.
So
this is based on what you think. It's not based on the facts
they make it out this
that they have.
Dictator. They make it out to be some dictator out for his own personal gain and stuff.
That's what I'm saying, Kyle. How do you know this? Do you have the tools that the United States government have to track these people and know what they're doing in their personal lives?
I can look at somebody, the way he speaks and the way he presents and what he's passionate about tells that this man's serious.
Okay, all right.
Now that's what I believe. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong and whatnot, and I'm a pretty good judge of character.
You thought Sani Abacha was a good leader, right?
I think he was. I think Abacha was.
So it's been confirmed that he stashed billions of dollars of the Nigerian people money in places like Georgia, Switzerland, and other places.
That was a lie.
How can you say it was a lie when Nigerians recover those monies, Kyla? How can you say that?
I remember at the time, right, what was really going on was the West was basically Sani Abacha was kicking the IMF, World Bank, and the structural justice.
That two things could be true. You could be doing that and be stealing your country's money.
He was trying to recover billions of dollars from Ibahim Babangida. He was trying to recover billions of dollars from the Swiss banks and stuff like that. He didn't stash it. He was trying to recover.
It's been proven over a decade now. They went and got these monies back from places like Georgia,
I don't believe that.
Islands, the Switzerland, Germany.
They don't want.
England.
They wanted Abacha gone and whatnot, and they got it. He killed him. He found dead in his sleep and whatnot. They killed him because
it wasn't found dead in his sleep.
If it wasn't for Abacha, there would be Aliko Dangote right now, because the programs he put in place created the first Nigerian commodities brokers. And
Kala, two things could be true. A president could do a lot of good things for his people, and at the same time be robbing them blind.
I don't trust everything the West says.
The West said it. Susan Rice went in there when what is his name? MKO Abiola was in prison trying to negotiate his release.
Trump administration just took her clearance away because she's corrupt.
Fine, whatever the case is, but I'm telling you, even God forbid, I hate to mention it, Hitler, right? Hitler did the Autobahn in Germany, but he was a dictator and was killing a lot of people. Yeah, so a bad person could be doing some good things domestically and be corrupt.
Right here,
so it's not exclusive.
Hypocrisy was the fact that the British killed more people around the world and enslaved more people than Germany did. But Hitler was the bad guy only because they went against.
You're talking about centuries of British rule. You're talking about no. Hitler, who was in power for like 5 years, and you had almost 100 million people killed in World War II.
3 million Indians to starve.
Yeah, I mean, so what are you saying? You're saying that we should have let Hitler win because of all the atrocities that the British did before?
The bottom line is this: if you can't basically, we thought
America had slavery, Kyle. They killed millions of black people in this country. But did you want the Germans to win against the Americans?
America is in no position to be judging anybody.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. America is in no position to judge anybody. All this blood that America has on its hands has no position to be judging anybody. So when I say like Ibahim Traore, I don't see no African American blood on his hand. I don't see no Burkina Faso blood on his hand. What blood?
Like I said, I don't know. I'm not saying he's bad. On the face of it, as we can see just by the facade,
he's not doing anything.
He seemed like a good guy. But we're not the CIA. We don't have covert information. We don't have agents and assets in Burkina Faso to know what's really going on.
So I guess that covert information on Martin Luther King, they spied on Martin Luther King.
It's been confirmed that Martin Luther King was what do you call it? A whoremonger. He was paying prostitutes.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Oh, you don't believe it's true?
You only know what the government tells you.
Ah, okay. I guess you don't believe your government then.
No, I don't. No,
All
I
right,
don't. I
that's
don't believe
fine.
anything this government says for the most part.
All right.
Sometimes they're right, but for the most part, I know America. I know white America.
When you get in trouble in Liberia, you run to the U.S. embassy.
Well, bottom line, that's the least they could do.
Okay, Colin.
That's the least they could do. You can't do that. It's really over. I'm like this. Yeah, the least you could do is fucking. If I carry this U.S. passport, you're gonna do what the fuck you say do or not. So that's
Okay.
that's the way I see it. But other than that, I know America, right? I look at what America does around. America is a slave making country. Like you look at you, Elvis, to turn you into a fucking slave.
I mean, Colin, I don't get this attack on me. I'm living my life in America. Everybody wants to come to this
But
country
they turn you into a slave
and
man.
be a part of this economic boom. I'm happy I'm here, Colin. God bless America,
little
man.
7 pieces of silver, man. You sold your soul.
Colin, you got to remember, I came here as a kid, brother. I came here before I became conscious. I'm American in most ways.
No, ain't no excuse, bro.
What do you mean?
Bottom line is, hold on. America is a slave-making country. You know why? Because everywhere it goes, right? America brings people to their lowest level. You go to the Philippines and whatnot, where they have super naval base, they increase prostitution tenfold. Anywhere they go, they set up industries and whatnot. They bring poverty, they bring neglect, they bring pollution, they bring all stuff like this, corruption. Everywhere they go, you look at what you see right now with all these people coming from Guatemala, Honduras, is because American companies, fruit companies, have been in those areas freaking robbing and exploiting the people for generations. That's your America, And now when these people have enough, they can't have no way of life down there and everything like that. They want to come up here for a better life and everything. We want to take and throw them out there instead of saying, you know something, why are we going through this in this area? Well, we let the United States in there. And basically, the United States brought up probably, the Chiquita Banana, all those American companies, United Fruit Company, and all the stuff like this. The bottom line is this. And so now when these people have nothing, Honduras has absolutely nothing. People are starving. Now, next thing you know, they're making a trek up to America. Now we close the border and don't let people in and whatnot. That's cruel. You cause a poverty in these areas, and stuff like that. So the bottom line, now these people get angry. Let's take with Haiti. America messed up Haiti, and now these people are coming over here, and when now you want to send them back to a war zone. That's literally cruel. That's why I'm disagreeing with the Trump administration. You can't send people back to that shit. You cannot that's cruel. That's like a death sentence. You sending people back to Haiti. So when I look at the United States, excuse me if I don't give a fuck what the America says about Traore. I don't give a damn what they say about Traore. Well, he's not perfect or not, but I side with him over the United States in this case. Now, I understand I'm an American or not, but this is where being American is real. Like if you could stand up to your government, and if somebody's walking lockstep and doing nothing because they gave you a few pieces of silver, I was born here. I don't owe it. This country owes me. I don't owe it. So it is. It is a death sentence, FB, you moron, you can't send somebody to a war zone. That's cruel.
Who sent who to a war zone?
The Trump administration.
Send who to a war zone?
The Haitians.
Back to Haiti? But that's what you supported, Colin. You wanted Trump. You wanted him to deport the Africans and the Haitians.
I did not support them sending people to a war zone. That's cruel.
You knew Trump was cruel. You thought he was a humanitarian.
No. I said that he had a right. Look what I say, Elvis. I said, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. Since he's a white American and America's a pretty white country, I give it to them that they can do whatever they want to do inside of America, Constitution, everything like that. They're the majority, whatever like that. Now I draw the thing where it's when this motherfucker is coming over to my ancestral homeland. Now that's what I draw the freaking line. You have everything right. He has every right to do what the hell he wants to do in America. America's sovereignty. He has no sovereignty and no legitimacy in Africa. And I resent them trying to friggin' bring Africa to Liberia, country my ancestors.
No, it's only a conference, Colin. They're not doing any kind of infrastructure.
I don't want no.
It's just a yearly conference.
American troops. I want no American troops in Liberian soil. That's an abomination.
Oh man.
Traore got. So I was speaking. salute. Well, I support Traore and everything. I'm not one of his sycophants, but I do believe, given the fact that I look who's prosecuting him, the United States, the last country in the world that should be telling somebody about right and wrong is the United States. The last country on the planet. Truco says that's not what your country you call Africa. No, I don't believe in that bullshit. So the bottom line is this: until America has never made slavery and all that shit right with us. We're not. So I don't owe it any allegiance or whatever, blind allegiance. I have a right. As a taxpaying person in this country, I have allegiance. I have no right to, like, let's say, disobey America or cause its downfall inside. I would never do that. If somebody tries to invade America, I'll be the first one fighting for America, right? Because it's right. But that does not mean when America's the aggressor that I got to go along with that too. Two different things could be things. If you try to come, like I said, America has a right to protect its borders. It has a right to kick out people who don't like it, like people burning the American flag. I get that. At the same time, right? America is sovereignty is its borders in its 50 states and its hemisphere that it controls. It's a superpower. But the bottom line, when you talk about Africa, leave that the fuck alone. That's the only way Africa gonna be is only Black America should be dealing through Africa with Black America, not puppets like Langley, but through Black nationalist groups, who know the continent, who got connections and everything like that, Colin's not a patriot. I don't give a fuck what people think I am, like Cuddy said, leave America and Elvis, I look, the bottom line is I don't have to leave the country. I will leave the country when I'm ready to leave the country, But I can't go there like Cuddy because Cuddy don't have a stake in America. I have a stake in America, I can't talk to you. All right, Ahmed, what's on your mind?
Oh, nah, nothing. Just a typical topic.
What?
I said, man, nothing that much, man. Just a typical topic.
So what do you have to say?
Oh, I support the guy. I'm with him. I support him all the way.
Yeah, I support what anybody's doing. I think is good. Now, I don't know firsthand. I'm only going by what people say. I'm just taking their word for it. You got people, Cuddy say he's doing this, he's doing that. So all I can say, I have nobody tell me anything different, so I support it. Now, if I hear reports that he's killing people and stuff like that, my opinion will definitely change.
I mean, I've been following him for over 2 years now. Like seriously, no joke, over 2 years. What people got to understand, right? Everything comes back to the money. It comes back to the resource in Africa. Just like how I was trying to say earlier, right? If you look at, let's say, the Bank of England, right? You got the BIS, which is the Bank of International, Settlement, right? Which is in Sweden. You understand? Then you have the Federal Reserve, the America, right? So, like in Africa, we don't have our own central banks. Everything is dictated by the outsider, which is America or Europe. Like everything, economy-wise, is dictate and everything, and then our money is linked up to them as well. So the CFA franc is linked up to the euro. So, man, you get what I'm trying to say. So, end of the day, if these guys wants to get away from the CFA franc and then create their own currency,
well, the West Africa, Traore and all these other people, although people are, he kicked out the French. No, he hasn't. France is still there.
No, he did. He kicked them out.
No,
France is still making money.
Don't believe that. That's going to take. Okay. What's going to take to uproot centuries of colonization. It ain't gonna be just that easy. Not without bloodshed, it won't.
Now you think about mental wise. Of course, mental is.
Yeah, I know. Even mental, probably. Hold on. Let me give you an example. The most of the logistics you see in West Africa is still controlled by French companies and stuff like that, and foreign companies.
Yeah, of course.
It doesn't even have to be French. You got anybody in the French Union got interest in West Africa, from Quebec to Vietnam, whatever like that. That's all part of this big entity called France Incorporated globally.
Yeah, France Global. You look up the bank. The bank I just named. the BIC. A lot of people don't know about that bank. Let me see. Let me make sure it's the right one that I'm calling, because a lot of people don't like. They're not in tune, with a bank like that. It's called the BIS, the Bank of International, you know what I'm saying, on settlements, right? And then after you got the Bank of England. So these banks are the ones responsible of siphon, you know, Africa resource, and then you know what I'm trying to say, and then you have all these companies as well. So then if you slowly weaken these banks and everything, they lose their power, and then eventually the you know what I'm saying, like the wealth goes back to Africa where it belongs, and then Europe becomes poor the way it should. But then Europe is not going to allow that. A couple of days ago, right, you got the EU president said a speech about how Europeans should invade the, what I'm saying, like these three countries and stuff
Well,
like that. People think these people are joking. They serious about it.
the bottom line is this: it's not over yet. People
They
celebrate.
serious about it. Like,
People
Europe
are
is not joking around.
celebrating. But my only problem I have with all this is the black. I have no problem with Africans being proud of Traore right now, but black people in America, basically, we've seen this before. A Messiah comes and everything like that, and next thing you know, it fizzles out, and next thing you know, you're left basically dealing with the fallout of white people saw you supporting an enemy of America. So that's the problem I have. Like that. Me personally, I'm ready for that because I'm a black nationalist. I don't care. But you got black people who want to think they're going to go back to being American and stuff like that after this. It's not going to happen. You got to understand something. Black people have to start listening to understand everything's have consequences. So if you basically
True.
go down this road, yeah, you better be prepared for the consequences, the fallout.
The best thing, the best thing for if you're a black American, right, is just really know what's really happening, like the right proper news.
Well, let me ask you
Really
a
know
question,
what's really.
right? Let me ask you a question, right? So I'm only saying this because there's a lot of black people in America who's feeling this story, like that, and I agree with that, right? In many ways, but the whole thing, if it ever comes push to shove, whatever like that, and this really does happen, like a war between the United States and Burkina Faso or whatever like that, that's when it gets really serious. Right now, it's just like America.
No,
Back during the Vietnam War, you had Vietnam protests and whatnot. They know, okay, people are going to protest. That's America. People are going to protest, whatever like that. But when it comes down to it, America, that's not going to sway American opinion and the military one bit. People were protesting the Iraq War. Remember that?
yeah, of course, of course.
Like that. What I'm saying is black people, basically, we're jumping the gun. I'm saying like this. I support Shahori, but I support him for himself, and I think for the most part, I think we should stay out of this. That's the Langleys and stuff like that. We shouldn't take sides. We just basically stay neutral. I want to see Black America stay neutral. I mean, I support Traore standing up for himself when not against the United States, but I think us as a people ought to be neutral. I never said we should, as a group, support Traore. That would be treacherous on my part. But I do say Traore has a right to exist, and I do not support the United States trying to take him out. That's what I'd say.
Okay, I agree with you as well. The thing is this, right? You can support people or somebody without not being involved in it, especially nowadays.
That's what I'm saying. I believe we can support them without getting involved. You got black people talk about getting involved with this shit, and I'm saying, well, wait a minute here. What are we as a group of people going to get out of it?
No.
Nothing.
Nah, man, support them with like proper news, knowing exactly what's really going on. Not like propaganda.
No, but you got a lot of
whatever.
black people online and all that talk about they got to be out there protesting and so in the streets and whatnot. I don't believe we should get to that point. But I say we should basically say, okay, we hope the best is Traore, but I believe we should just stand down this, because like I said, we don't know exactly where this is going to come. And I don't want to see Black America, and put themselves in harm. And we always do this. We do get out there, say stuff, do stuff or not. And then our situation in America gets worse. You got black people talking about like I was telling last night with this guy Ben Yusuf. He really thinks white America is going to have a change of heart and give black people reparations. You know,
Oh, that Ben guy and
Ben.
man, he was on the show today talking reckless. I
Yeah.
was like, what
So,
the hell on this guy? He was
so
talking reckless.
bottom line is this: black people, black America, I know are just emotional. You know, on one hand, they want reparations. On one hand, the FBA, the Foundation of Black Americans, and they're Americans. Tariq, I'm an American, and blah blah blah. And it's like the next minute they're supporting Traore and whatnot. I mean, they're all over the friggin' place. That's why I said I can't take anything Black America says seriously. All I'm saying is I support the man Traore to exist because I don't want to see another African leader. I think
man, he did a great show. I think a couple days ago, he had an elder, like somebody that knew exactly what he was talking about.
Who? Mr.
Rosenthal? He had somebody that was probably much older, like he traveled around the world. Like he knew exactly. Yeah, exactly. So he was nailing exactly what I was saying about British. People don't realize how the British are so well attached in so many things that a lot of people don't mention the British as much as possible. He said that the Commonwealth Bank. He mentioned the British Petroleum, which has Nigeria messed up. A lot of people don't realize the problem of Nigeria. They think Nigeria is just no. Nigeria, that's just a sideshow. But Nigeria is really messed up because of the oil they have. And then he mentioned about the gold. I always wonder. I said, like 2 weeks ago, right? Man, I was talking to a friend of mine. I said, I always wonder, why the fuck the British pound is so high? I mean, the British don't make nothing.
British basically monetize all the economic activity.
Yeah, they
everything
freaking London money nowadays.
Everything, so they don't have to do it. It backs up the pound's backed up by all the goods and services, goods produced, services, and everything like that happens all over.
Yeah, like the insurance. You know what I'm saying, like the cargo insurance and stuff like that, right? And stuff like that. So basically, they just people that launder money. That's all they are, for the past 30 to 50 years now. So then I was wondering, I said, you look at, what I'm saying, like in your house right now, there's nothing made in British or like anything that you use constantly made in British. You look at any like company nowadays, let's just say Google, Apple, Microsoft, this and that, Tesla, some of the,
all these British have subterranean vaults full of gold, and they don't inflate their currency. They don't print trillions or billions of pounds to stimulate their economy.
Okay,
that's why the currency stays strong.
No, Elvis, look right now in your house, right, or anything that you use daily or monthly, right? Is there anything that said made in British?
The British has a service-based economy. They're bankers. They're the bankers of the world. That's what their economy is run on.
Okay,
not about manufacturing.
Manufacturing manufacturing is a lagging. That means the value. We're living in a post-industrial world. That
now
means
look
the
at
value of manufactured goods is less than the finance, distribution, and basically the service sector. The British
now look at
does things like airline stuff, banking, mortgages, real estate.
They have oil companies like BP.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And big conglomerates around the world. Unilever. Come on, man.
Okay.
No, they don't need manufacturing.
Okay.
Africa should be in its manufacturing stage right now.
Now look at like all these Fortune companies, right? You look at all these important companies nowadays, right? You go to tech, you come to social media, you come to like chips making and stuff like that, right? You come to like car making and stuff like that. You come to like EV cars and stuff like that. You come to like, what I'm saying, like regular cars and stuff like that. None of these companies are under British, like the top 10. You understand? None of them are British. What I'm trying to say is, British is hiding behind closed door why people don't really focus on them, especially in Africa. That's the point I'm trying to say. You understand? people don't really focus on that country. They think, this and that.
I
But
mean,
at the
are
end of
you
the day,
saying that the British has made themselves incognito? The reality is, people know who the British are. They're a dying empire, but they're still very powerful
no, but people
economically.
still think of some like people still think of them as this highly thing. What I'm trying to say is, I'm saying they just are laundering money behind closed doors. That's all
What do
they
you mean
do.
laundering money? I mean, yeah, the money laundering going on against. I
No,
know that
I'm
the bank HSBC has a money laundering scandal with the Sinaloa cartel a few years ago. It happened,
yes,
but the point is, you can't say an entire country's economy is based on money laundering. That's not true.
of course, 100%.
No, how can you make that statement, bro? Tyler, man, I'm going to be in the back. You guys can have this conversation. I don't know. We've already
Don't
talked
worry.
today,
Like I
Ahmed,
said,
and
I
I will
like to
leave you with Tyler.
be truthful and everything like that. I can't make that statement, because I know for a fact of the matter is American Express is owned by the British. Is that money laundering? No,
No,
it's
no, 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 no,
legitimate
no, no,
business
no,
based
no,
on
no,
the
no, no. I'm not
laws
saying
of
money
England
laundering
and
and
United States.
like everything illegal. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying like,
When you say
like
money
criminal
laundering,
wise.
you're implying that the British basically they don't need to launder. You know, launder money means that means you're basically taking dirty money and making it clean.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
you get the point.
so hold up. Everything they make is legal. Oil is legal. They wouldn't have to. They don't have to launder oil money. They don't have to do that. What you
Okay,
saying is,
okay, exactly,
why would
right.
they need to launder oil money? Oil's legal. You
Let's
launder
focus on that,
money.
right?
People in the countries that launder money are the countries that produce things like cocaine, heroin, poppy for heroin. They have to wash the money clean. That's what laundering money is.
Understand,
I have to
understand,
take an
understand,
anti-money
understand.
laundering. Matter of fact, I have to take an anti-money laundering course this week. Money laundering is when you do illicit, illegal things. Legal business is not laundering, bro. That's what I
No,
like.
no, 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 no.
You basically put business, right? That's legal business in the same category as that. You may say it's not fair, it's corrupt, whatever like that, but it's not laundering, bro. That's a serious charge, bro. Laundering money.
Yeah, but the reason why I use that word, I'm saying is as if
Yeah,
in
but you got to choose
Africa.
your words differently.
Okay, okay,
That's
okay,
not the
okay,
definition of money laundering.
okay. No, 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 no. I mean, of course, I knew that. It was just how just trying to imply as if what I'm saying, like they are what they are behind closed door.
Well, we
People like people.
are what they are, man. See, like I said, I don't. What black people and Africans hate to do is figure out a way how to learn proper banking, how to learn proper savings, proper insurance, and stuff like that. And distribution. There's a lot of problems Africa have that's self-inflicted. Self-inflicted. And one thing I do like about Chahori is the fact that when I look at people like Amara, who's from Sierra Leone and whatnot. And the bottom line is, I told him, I said, why don't you guys do this about this shit? Oh, no, but see, the people who control the shipping port, when they got to get that cut, at least when you got somebody like Chahore, you don't have to worry about people hiding behind elections to steal money, and that's what happens. All these countries that are democratically elected in Africa, they steal with impunity and whatnot, because they know they got 4 years to get all their money and whatnot. And then if they want to do another 4 years, they'll rig an election and do all that stuff like this. It's a corrupt, and never ending. That's why people lose faith in the democratic process, because it doesn't work. If people are determined to steal, people determined to get in office. Like, look, the way you get rich in Africa is by public office, because they know that there's going to be money being handled out and whatnot, and all they do is graft, steal a little bit here, steal a little there, still a lot here, a lot there, and that's how they get it, because they got the monies in their hands, and so that's what having somebody like Traore in power prevents, because if he's an absolute authority over every dime that comes in and out of the country and whatnot, it's less likely going to be theft, but democratic institutions are corrupted, because of human nature. People, you get that money, you say you're the inspector of such and such. Your job is to manage the money of this agency right here, but Africans gonna steal a lot of that. That's why people get into office. They don't get an office to serve and to help the people. Only they might help the people second, but the main thing is they're trying to secure a future for themselves and their children while they got the chance, called guap. Africa is the definition of guap, getting what opportunity presents. And opportunity presents is when you get elected to public office. That's the
Okay.
opportunity. Until
Like
you
for
do something
instance,
about that, you can't talk about the British. You can't talk
oh,
like that. That's the only thing I want to hear from Africans is how do you stop that? I never hear that conversation. You
that's what
know,
we get into. Man, that's what we
no,
get into.
but everything you're saying is the British. The British got their shit
No,
together.
no, 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 no. You misunderstand it. I'm getting to the backstory that we come to the forward story. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
but
trying
it
to
has
say?
nothing to do with the British. So if the British
No, it does.
disappear,
Hold on,
you're still
Carla.
gonna
You
hold. If
see?
the British disappear, you're still gonna have the same problems.
Okay, okay. Like for instance, if you if you are a corrupt, you know what I'm saying, like president in Sierra Leone, right? Or you're a minister, this and that, right? You stealing millions of dollars, right? The money that you stealing, right? It's not physically with you. It's in the offshore account. It's in the overseas
But
account.
they see your Interpol seizes money Swiss
That's
banks all the time.
that's what I'm trying to say. So then
They
what they
seize
do,
money and turn it back to the people all the time.
Yeah,
who?
I mean the British are not going to come to a country and tell you your minister of
No.
finance put $2 million in his account and yeah, we're going to give it back to you. Most of these banks
That's
are not owned by the British government. Most of these banks are privately owned entities. So are you saying there are some unethical things that's going on in the banks? Sure, but it's not usually done by the British government. There are regulatory bodies that can
okay,
regulate
okay,
these
okay,
banks, and sometimes they get cut and they get fined heavily. Like HSBC got fined like a couple $1 billion for what they did with the Mexican cartels. So it
okay,
happens, and they get
okay.
penalized for it.
Now check this out, right? If you y'all missing the main thing, what I'm trying to say. You understand? All I'm trying to say is in in Sierra Leone, right? If I'm stealing money, right? I'm stealing millions of dollars. I'm not gonna put it physically underneath the ground. No, it's somewhere in offshore accounts. These offshore accounts are being monitored by the Western countries.
Yeah, the Western country, they
You
find
understand?
that.
The
You know how
Western
many times
countries
they
knows how
seize
much
bank
I have.
accounts and whatnot all the time. The country of Equatorial Guinea, they seized billions of dollars from the president. I think his son had billions of dollars, had Lamborghinis and everything throughout the world. They freaking seized all that, stuff like that. Trust me, the Interpol and
That
the
was
FBI
see,
does it all the time. So, bottom line, you guys can't use that excuse. Because the
no, no,
West
no, no,
basically,
no. You see, Carla, that was a small script. That wasn't something legit. I'm trying to tell you, just like how it's
what
saying,
are you talking about?
white
There was
folks are
more money.
sneaky.
That was more money than any place else in Africa. You're talking about billions of dollars was stolen
Do
from
you
the
know how
country.
rich Equatorial
It
Guinea
wasn't
is?
even stolen. It was misused, and they still
Do you
seized it.
know
For corruption.
Equatorial Guinea is stupid rich? You know where the money is going through?
Yeah, but hold on, but the
The money
people
going
are
through
poor. People are dirt
them,
poor. The
them,
lowest standard of living
that's
in Africa. But the bottom line, the
don't
people that run the
stop.
country are super uber rich.
Man, Elvis, I mean, man, sorry, Carla. You got to look at where the main bulk of the money is going. In Africa, it's not how the people look. Forget how the people look. Yes, the people look poor. I get that. I'm saying
People
is
are poor.
the people focus on the resource. Don't focus on why people are poor. I already know why people are poor. I get that. People are poor because the resource is not being used where it's supposed to be used.
Well,
You
that's
look
up to
at
y'all. That's up to Africans, man. You know
you
what you
look at
guys ought to do?
Equatorial Guinea,
What
right?
you guys ought to do? You believe
Let
what
me
I'm
say
saying?
something.
Africa,
Equatorial
if
Guinea
Africa
has
can't get together, hold up. If you can't get together, what you need to do is go to the British, French, whatever like that, and say, "Why don't you guys come in and we could be a protector again, and
oh
y'all can
God.
run things and whatnot." That's the only solution I got. Dave, go
Okay.
ahead, bro.
Yeah, good
Oh,
evening, Carla. Good evening,
what's going
Carla.
on? What's going
Good
on,
evening,
brother? What's on your
panel.
mind?
Good evening to you
I'm
too,
worried about
David.
I'm worried about Captain Tahore. I'm worried
Yeah.
about this guy, man.
Yeah, they
This
got look.
guy,
You see, Dave, that AFRICOM is already trying to build a relationship with Liberia.
I see, and it's trouble. It's troubling, Carla. It's troubling because I don't want anything to happen to Captain Tahore. If I was Captain Tahore right now, what I would do is try to make a deal with America. I will try to back away from the Chinese and back away from the
What I
Russians.
would, this is the
Oh,
only
please,
problem with
man,
that is
David,
this.
stop
No,
it, man.
listen. Let me explain. Let me explain.
You see, man, this is
I
man.
will
Come on.
listen. I mean, and I will try to get some Black Americans into the deal. You know,
Well, the bottom line is the Africans don't. Look.
and then,
The whole thing.
Come
The
on,
whole
man.
thing is this.
you
The
know,
whole
no,
thing
no.
is this. What I
The
have not
reason why
seen.
the
Good.
reason why I will say Cap should make a deal with America, because if you make a deal with China, there's no Black people in China that if the deal goes bad,
Man,
they're
what do
gonna
you mean?
be an
Like, if
uproar.
you make a deal
Hold
with
on,
China,
listen. Hold up, listen, bro, listen. If he makes a deal with Russia, there's not enough Black people over there that could help him in numbers. So if you make a
okay,
deal with
hold on,
America,
David.
listen. If he makes a deal with America, he goes back on it. You still got Black America who
What do
can
you
back
mean? If
him
he
up,
makes a deal with the
or you
Chinese,
still
there's no
even
Black
got
people.
people from Burkina Faso. Look, I bet it's more people from Burkina Faso in
Hear
America
yourself,
than Russia.
yeah, man.
Come on, let's be honest.
David,
Gotta be honest, bro.
David.
I know I'm yeah.
Hear
Well,
yourself
he
exactly
should
what
make
you
a
just said.
deal with America. He should bust a
Be very,
deal with
very
America.
careful. Hold on. Hear yourself what you just said, right? Make a deal with America, right?
Yeah.
It would be better for the man, right? That's what
Yeah,
you're saying.
I think he should have an election in
Hold
July.
on. Hold on.
Elections in July.
You looking at
Win
a
the
country,
election
right? Let me tell you something. You looking at a
and
country.
present his plan to the Americans. Call
Take what plan
Langley
to
up.
America?
If
What?
I was Tahore, listen, if I was Tahore right now, I'm calling Langley. I'm calling him direct. Look, man, I don't like how you talking about me. Look, this is my plan. This is what I want to do. At least he could go back to Washington and say, okay, hey, hey, he called me. He said this and that. We talked, and try to bust a deal, because
To avoid conflict.
yeah, because
David,
right
man.
now, okay,
I
listen,
laugh at what you
God
just said.
forbid, God forbid if Tahore, if something happens to Tahore, do you
Come
know
on, man.
this diaspora get ugly? We already
Come
in a
on, man.
little diaspora.
So yeah, I know it would get really
Still
ugly
diaspora.
in this country when that
Yeah.
get really ugly. And
Come
it gets
on.
good, Dave,
And
is
then
this.
and then Kyla, you too. We gotta ring the alarm. We gotta tell everybody to come back
Man.
home.
Yeah,
We gotta
so
tell
I'm
everybody to
saying
come
like
back
this.
home.
My only point I'm saying like this, Dave,
It's gonna get
is the
ugly.
fact that a couple of years ago, it was like, I used to have these battles with even Sheikh James with Burkina Faso. And they're talking all this smack about Black America, blah, blah, blah. Y'all ain't shit, blah, 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 blah. Okay, right now, what's gonna make or break Traore is Black support in America. Donald Trump's looking at that, Trust me, you don't think he's not looking at that?
Man, what do you mean? Who do you think control America?
No.
Who do you think
You don't
control
understand
American
this.
policy?
You guys, what you guys doing underestimating? Donald Trump said it.
Black people in America have
Who do you
power
think
too,
control?
bro.
Black
Who do
America
you
has
think?
got power,
Who do you think control a U.S. Congress?
Hold up. You don't understand something.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is the reason why Donald Trump got elected is because of Black America, right? Because so many people.
Who do you
He
think
had the
control
highest number of
Congress?
votes out of thing, and that's what tipped the scale in his favor.
Black Hawk control Congress.
Like,
What?
you get Colin, you get what I'm
Corporate
saying,
control
right?
Congress.
You get what I'm saying, right, Colin?
Hold on, Dave. Who do you say controls Congress?
Corporate control Congress.
What are you talking about, man? That's what I said. When you people are not educated, talking stuff like that,
Okay.
Congress is directly elected by the people. That's our body that elected people. We
No,
got
he
elected.
he has a point there, Kyle. I think he's
Where do you
talking
think
about
the
the
money comes
lobbyists, the
from?
corporate lobbyists
No,
who influence the
Exactly.
congressmen and
Where do you
women.
think these money comes
Let
from?
me say this. But the thing is, though,
You guys,
it doesn't matter how much you
act like
lobby.
the money.
You still got to get a vote. If you do not get a turnout of vote, you're not going to win.
U.S.
That's it. And that basically Congress is the one place where
is controlled
you only
by
need a majority
corporate.
to control. In the Senate, you
It
need
don't matter. U.S.
majority.
capital is controlled by corporate.
That's called cloture and a filibuster. So the bottom line is this: so you can have all the corporate stuff you want. If that was the case, Kamala would have won because she had corporate America bonds. She had $2 billion, and she still lost. That don't mean nothing. If the people are not feeling what you're saying, you are not going to win. You don't know how many lobbyists you
All right,
got.
let me get in on this, Kyler. let me just say this. All right, and just one thing, Colin. Before we start, can we have an agreement tonight to just be fair? Even if
Yeah,
you
we
do
don't
disagree with somebody, just let them say their point and then refute it. But don't just kick people off the
When
panel, man.
you say, hold on, Dama, the reason why I kick you off because when you say stuff and I ask you for proof and you can't do it, then you're gone.
All
You
right.
know,
Well,
when you
okay. Well, look, you gotta let people make their point
all
and
right, yeah,
then
well,
shoot them.
okay. Oh, but hold on, when I ask you for proof or something, if you make a statement, right? You say Johori wants Black Americans to come over there. I have not seen that statement. I have not seen it in writing. I have not seen anything that basically says that. I see a bunch of people online suggesting that
Okay.
and like that, you know,
All right.
but
Well, let
that's
me
not
let me say this, Colin.
go
Here's
along
the
with it.
thing. Everything is not gonna be necessarily in writing.
Well, the
Okay,
bottom line, if
but
it's not in writing, it does not exist.
okay, and
Right?
I never made that claim. I
Yes,
just
you
said
did. Yes, you
that
did.
no.
Yes, you did. Me and Hustle Smart talked about that.
Well,
You said
maybe
that
I didn't
Black
articulate it.
Americans are basically
Okay.
Corey was Black Americans and he's working with Black Americans to build. That's not happening, bro. You know, you got
Okay. Well, look, if I misarticulated it, my bad. But what I was simply saying is that I've spoken to other Black Americans on here, and he
yeah. Most
seems
of
to
them
have a lot
misinformed.
of support. And well, let me just say this, Colin. I'm not making any claims. I'm just saying he seems to be inspiring a lot of people, and he seems to have a lot of support. And all I'm saying is that that's for a reason. There's something about this man and his movement,
It's
what
his,
he's
look,
doing,
I support him for
that
the same reason. Let me say it. It's his image, right? He's a
okay,
man. He wants to build his country. He's
right,
strong. He's handsome. He's young and whatnot. He's articulate, and he's trying to build his country. That's everything we dream about in an African leader. That I
yeah.
support, right? But the reality is, right? That's as far as it can go.
Carla, we don't dream
All
about
right, now
African
hold
leaders
on,
being
Colin. Let me
handsome,
make my
Carla.
main point, though. Let me make my
No,
main
no, I'm
point.
saying like this. I give it to him. The guy, the way he stands, his stature and stuff like that. When I say handsome, I mean he's strong. He looks like a leader. You know, I ain't saying why.
Okay, yeah. Okay, but let me make my main point, Carl. Then I'll pass the mic. My whole thing is this: is that of all the things that everyone has been saying on all the different panels about Traore, from the evidence that I've seen, and because I was following Traore um last year, like before he got famous. And I knew last year when I was doing the research on him, I'm gonna say, well, if this guy gets popular,
You see, you 1 year.
if he
I'm
gets
2 years.
popular in Black America, he's gonna end up having a lot of support. But as to address the other brother, he's saying, he's worried about Traore. I'm not worried about Traore at all. And I'll tell you why. Number one, this man he has years of experience leading soldiers against Islamic extremists. Okay, number two, he has he not only does he have the military credentials, but he has the diplomatic credentials. He basically brought what's his Putin to Burkina Faso and basically made him agree to basically he told Putin, look, everything we're gonna do is gonna be mutually beneficial. And he said he was fine doing business with the Russians and Putin as long as everything was mutually beneficial and as long as he got a good deal for Burkina
Look. I have
Faso.
no problem. Look, I have no problem with that, right?
Okay.
As an African American, right, and basically somebody who believes what I believe in, whatnot, that's good for him. But I cannot basically, me personally, out of my mouth, I could say, look, we could support the guy. I wish him a lot of luck, young brother. He's everything we look for in an African leader. But the bottom line is, his fight is not our fight. That's why I see it. You know,
Okay, well, see, here's the thing, Carla, and see, and
really.
to bring it home, I'll say this is that I'm not worried to address the other brother. I'm not worried about um Ibrahim Traore. Number one, the soldiers around him. Not only do they seem to be highly trained, but those guys are highly disciplined. They were offered $5 million. Okay, and they basically took that
That's
money
look.
and. But hold on, Carla. Hold on, Carla. Let me just finish up. They took that money, they gave it to Ibahim Traore. There was another brother that was a guard for Traore when Traore was visiting. Hold on,
You're
Kala. Hold
speaking
on.
to the choir. We know this, bro.
Okay, yeah, but there was another brother. He was a guard for Traore. They kidnapped his sister. They said, we're going to kill your sister if you don't tell us where Traore was. And that brother almost defected, but he held true, and he was able to
Yeah, look, bro, I get it. He's a
and so my thing is this, is that this is the first time that the West has really had to deal with like an African leader who is this disciplined, who has soldiers that are they're just as disciplined as like what you see in the West. They're just as disciplined as the US or the UK. They can't be bribed. So they're able to stay focused on their mission. You know what I mean? So and then also, he's protected by the Chinese and the Russians. So
you say you're gonna pass the mic,
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'll go ahead and pass the mic now. Whoever wants
Chinese
to
and
go
Russians
ahead.
don't give a shit about Traore, Africa, or whatever like that. They're the same thing as the West. Maybe not as bad, The Traore is the best. But the bottom line, my point I'm trying to make is this. I support what the guy, what he stands for. When I was telling Elvis, what he stands for and stuff like that. I don't believe he's a bad guy, as they're trying to make him out to be, whatever like that. That's as far as it goes. That's as far as it goes. As far as like me basically talking about, yeah, we got to rally behind Traore. No, that's not our fight. And we're still living in the United States. We're still living under these people, right? Unless our situation change geopolitically, we have to stay where we're at right now and just mind our business. It's like that, because no African country ever basically reached out to us. There's no black people. Black America is probably the only group of people. Their ancestral homeland. We have own nothing in Africa. We own nothing. If Africans were serious about us, we own shit in there. We own oil fields, we own gold fields, we own diamond fields, we own all stuff like that. We have industries, we have territories where we're building and whatnot. Africa has made it so that they want to do business with the Chinese, they will build the Lebanese. And if you think the French are not going to still be there, you're sadly mistaken. That's what I'm trying to tell Dynasty Show. The French are still there, they're going to be there. They probably just know how to bide their time for a little bit until they can really get him out of the way and take the place back.
All right, now let me respond to that, Kala. Here's the thing, Kala. If you don't look at the geopolitical situation, okay, France is falling apart. Okay, they're falling apart. They don't have the ability to go back into these countries. Once they're out of these countries, they're out.
Let me tell you something. What you don't know is this, right? The Vietnam. Do you understand why we fought the Vietnam War?
Look, my daddy was in Vietnam. Okay,
but your dad was in Vietnam. Does he know why we was in Vietnam?
No, look, my daddy was in Vietnam. Okay, my daddy passed away in 2015. All right, my daddy,
Okay, answer that question. Do you know why we was in Vietnam for 30 years?
Look, I know, but I'm not gonna sit here and I mean, I'd rather you tell the story. I don't want to look like I'm hogging the mic.
Let me tell you why, right? Because something like 200 years ago, in the streets of New York, 250 years ago, streets of New York, something emerged, a trading platform called Wall Street, right? This is where everybody around the Western world would get capital to finance any sort of project you want, whether it was a slave ship, whether it was some mining adventure, or some colonial project somewhere halfway along the goddamn known world and whatnot, right? One of the places that basically was capitalized by Wall Street was Saigon in Vietnam by the French. The French basically borrowed billions of dollars in today's money to build Saigon, the pearl of Southeast Asia, beautiful city, pearl of Southeast Asia, right? When the Vietnam War broke out, right? The thing is, that money has to be paid back. That's what people don't understand. That money has to be paid back. They don't care if Armageddon happens. That money's got to be paid back, right? The United States government is the currency reserve. If the French fold, they can move on to something else. But the United States will lose everything that they loaned out to France and building Southeast Asia. That's why we were there. We were there because once the communists take over, you lost everything. When the French take over, They get monetized. America gets the money back. No inflation. After the Vietnam War, we pulled out of Vietnam. Inflation skyrocketed. Why? Because we were not going to get that piece of real estate called Vietnam. Same thing is going on in Sahel. That's a high piece of real estate. The Congo, the Sahel, and that French West Africa is probably the most valuable piece of real estate in the Western world, right? If you think they're gonna freaking just walk away, and they're gonna give this country to Traore and all these other people scot-free without war and bloodshed, you are sadly mistaken. Now pass the mic to Jonathan. Go ahead, Jonathan.
I mean, of course, you're not lying, but at the end of the day, you gotta understand this, right? This is not 10 years ago or 20 years ago.
Yeah, what is Africans gonna do? Africans can't barely feed themselves.
That's what you don't understand.
Are you kidding
me? Okay, Carla. When I came at your show, right, the first time I appeared at your show, right, then I started talking, right. I told you, I said Africa has two problems, right? Western countries and Arab. I said that for a reason, and I told you, right. Beside that, right, and I said West Africa, right. If we do not get rid of France, right, West Africa will never get fixed.
Well, the bottom line, get rid of France, you got to deal with the United States. Because France owes the United States money. So you got to deal with the French and the British.
Man, I did not mention that to you.
Coming to collect.
Now look a couple months later.
Haiti got it so-called. Haiti was built by the same thing, Wall Street money and whatnot. Guess what? Haiti ended up paying all that damn money back, for its own freedom. Why? Because that money has to be paid back. It is what it is. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, I just want to know if anyone on the panel can, say anything that Traore has accomplished since he's cooed out the person that cooed out the president.
All right, I'll respond to that. First off,
he's doing a whole lot.
Something that could be verified, not something that.
Okay, let me respond to that. First of all, the question in and of itself is it's a nonsensical question, because you can't sit there and ask somebody, brother, let me finish, brother, please. If I just got drafted, brother, listen to me.
If you're not going to answer
if you have a son, right?
That's not a nonsensical question, brother.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question.
You're not answering the question at the moment.
No, yes, I am answering.
You started off saying it's a nonsensical question.
If someone just got drafted into the NBA this year, and after 3 months in the NBA, you say, what have they accomplished? They only been there for 3 months,
for almost 3 years. What are you talking about?
They've been there for 3 months. Even Kobe.
Hold on, Elvis.
Okay, he hasn't been there because what it is, the first year, they had the coup, he took power. The second year, he had to deal with they tried to overthrow him, and then they also tried to overthrow him again this year. Okay, but in that time, he's done a lot of things.
If you don't mind me saying, Kyla,
in that time, he's overseen a lot of things.
It's crazy. Donald Trump had to give an interview on his first 100 days in office and what he has accomplished. You said he's been there for 3 years.
Let me respond. Okay, see, here's the thing.
You don't have
this is done some things, but you just probably like
we cannot afford as black people to be snarky to the leaders who sacrifice it all to try to lead us. This man is trying to lead his people. I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm not saying he's fucking Jesus. I'm not saying we should worship him. But
that's not what Jonathan is asking.
What the brother has done, what the brother has done, okay, in a short period of time, he's built hospitals. Okay, he's building an airport. Okay, it's documented. They're doing something with EV vehicles over there. There's a brother that lives over there who's saying first person. What they're doing over there's a lot of black Americans over there.
They got control of their gold mines.
And so the thing is, the way president, and also with the gold mines, he's kicking the West out of the gold mines. Okay, and he's forcing, even with the Russians, he's forcing the Russians. He said, if y'all want to get gold here, you're gonna have to refine. Listen, you're gonna have to refine X amount of it so that Burkina Faso can get some wealth out of it.
It sounds like Elvis might have more information than you have.
That's what he's doing, and what you're looking at, what you're trying to say is you're trying to compare him to Donald Trump and these leaders in the West. There's no comparison with that, bro. You cannot compare this, brother.
the question. Shut the fuck
I
up and
just
let someone
answered the
that can.
question. You're not
You
gonna tell
have
me to shut the
not.
fuck up, bro.
Elvis has
You're
answered
not
the
my daddy,
question,
bro.
not you.
I don't know who you talking to,
Well,
but
control yourself like a man. I asked a simple
control
question.
yourself. You
You
getting
can't
emotional
answer
up
the
here.
question, apparently.
You up here talking
Let
about what?
someone
Can
who
you
knows
show me
what's
his
let someone
accomplishment? Can you? You up here? You up here emotional, bro?
you're literally talking like a woman right now.
You up here emotional over this shit.
Bro, I asked the question.
This is nothing to get
Nah, and
emotional
you're
about.
getting offended. You're getting offended.
I'm not offended. I'm just checking you. You're not gonna tell me to shut the fuck up, bro.
Well,
It's not gonna work out like that.
Principally says he
I
has
don't play.
All right,
time.
man.
I
I thought
respected
you
you.
reeled the conversation.
No,
I
I
think
You
Jonathan
only
been
respected
asking
you,
good
so
faith.
I
He
expect
wanted you
respect
to
back. I'm not gonna
enumerate
play
certain
that
things,
game of
and you didn't do
disrespect.
that right
I'm not
away.
gonna play that.
This has to be the
Hold
most
on. All right,
girliest response ever.
everybody chill. Everybody chill. Check this out. Now, what I was basically talking about is this. Like, now, for so far, I've like I said, I don't doubt that the intentions of good is there, but like I said, the road to hell is often paved with good intentions. You know, Traore has a lot of good intentions and whatnot. I wish him all the best. Right. My problem comes in is when people basically telling us and here in America, way thousands of miles away, that he is my Messiah, you know, and I gotta no, it don't work like he's a 35-year-old man. I'm old enough to be his father, you know. And so the bottom line is, I cannot basically look and for his country. If he's gonna for Burkina Faso, he's probably like that. But when I hear black people from America talk about, oh yeah, we gotta go. No, I don't need to go to Burkina Faso. You know, I don't need to be involved with this stuff like this. You know, unless I have something tangible proof that there's something that we can benefit from this situation, and that's what I not heard. So therefore, yes, we can support him, but what Adama's trying to do is saying that you did say he gave us an open invitation to come in. That's what your exact words were. You know.
No, what I said was this: was that he wants people with skills over there. I didn't say he wanted specifically.
Let me ask you a question.
But
Right?
where did you get that? That's what he wanted. Did he send out a memo? Where did you get that from? Is there a website that African Americans can see that that's what he wants from them?
Look, from like I said, from the evidence that I've gathered, that was the gist. I don't have a document, but that was the gist of. Now you can go and research it and refute it if you want. But what I'm saying is this:
you said he sent out an invitation to African Americans. Where's the
curious.
invitation? In which form did it come in?
Hold on, Elvis. I'm very curious. He said from the evidence that he gathered. What's the evidence?
No, just from what I've seen online with the brother. And see, my thing is this: is
online.
that this guy? Okay, I mean, well, Traore, right? There's a reason people are fucking with him. People not just fucking with him for no reason.
You believe he's the next Messiah?
No, I don't think he's a Messiah. Here's what I think.
That's what it sounds like.
I think what I think is this: is that when I look at him, I see a truly visionary leader. And I see someone who's willing. And when I look at these other, for instance, when I look at someone like Tinubu,
I didn't put a gun in nobody's head to take power. I'm a visionary leader.
Okay, but see, here's the thing: when I look at somebody like, for instance, Tinubu in Nigeria, right? He's just a man that's up there that's just trying to get rich. Okay, he's shutting everything down in Nigeria. He's stopping the new members of the parliament from being inaugurated. You know, so that he, you know what I mean, that are his opposition. He's doing all kind of horrible things. Okay, you don't see that when you look at Traore, right? It's a young country. Every project that he's supporting is going to help the country grow. Okay, he's forcing Russia to refine gold. He's building hospitals. He's building airports. What do y'all want this brother to do? What the hell do you want him to do?
I'm saying like this.
What else does he have to do? You know what I mean?
Before Traore got in power, there was another person who was leading the country. Why did Traore coup out the person that coup out the
because that other dude, he had a lot of problems. And see, here's the thing. Y'all keep going back to these little, you know, I'm aware of the little dude that he kicked out of power. He was he was a military guy. And the country was not content with his rulership. And basically Traore kicked him out with a bloodless coup. He just, you know what I mean? I think what happened was he was laying up, him and his guards and stuff was laying up, the previous president. They was laying up drunk with prostitutes, and when they woke up in the morning, Traore was in the presidential palace. So that's what happened with that. And the thing is
Is
that
that the reason that they cooled him out? Can you give an exact reason why
no,
they
they
cooled out the
cooed him
person?
out
Let me say
because
something,
he
man.
wasn't doing his job right.
Let somebody else say
He
something, man.
wasn't
Come on.
fighting the
And
terrorists
he
in the
was not
country. The
doing his
terrorists were
job
trying to
right.
running riot in the
And
country,
it was time for him to go.
and the
And
military wasn't doing
he was
enough to
kissing
control
up
the
to the
terrorists.
French.
And they also
He was,
said that he went and met with Blaise Compaoré, which was the former leader, the guy responsible for killing Thomas Sankara in Ivory Coast. And the people had raising up against Compaoré, and he fled to the Ivory Coast, and that guy took over power. But it seemed like he was trying to connive or collude with Compaoré to possibly come back into the country. So Traore felt like he had to step in. That's my
yeah.
understanding of it.
No, also, he was supposed to replace the French government. He didn't. Because when you take a coup, right, you got to have certain, you know what I'm saying, like army that's on your side. So then, okay, we're going to, replace this government. This is what we're going to do, you know what I'm saying? This is what we're going to do. So after the coup, he didn't do none of these things. And then later on, Ibahim Traore decided to take him out. That's what happened. Then we got to this position. And then as you can see, right, this man bought a lot of equipment to fix the roads. It's on YouTube. Just Google it. It's on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like these equipment came through the port of Ghana. It was miles equipment. They doing their road right now as we speak. It's on
So
YouTube.
Jonathan, he's doing what a president should be doing, and that's fine. That's a good thing. But he was supposed to have an election after a transitional period. He didn't have the election.
Man,
People think that
Africa,
being a Democratic, hold on.
fuck?
People think that being a Democratic president is not necessary.
No. Who gives a
And
fuck? No.
as long as it's
all
going
these
good, he can
corrupt
be a
African
benevolent
presidents.
dictator. That's fine.
Look at my
So
president.
my only
corrupt.
thing against him. Hold on, Ahmed. You got when other people speaking, you got to be quiet for a second. My only thing against the gentleman is that don't be antagonistic to the West. And people say, "Oh, that's being cowardice." Look, what Faye is doing in Senegal is even more impressive because he's doing it covertly. He's rooting out the tentacles of the French imperialist, government by getting some of these people who have been controlling the Senegalese economy for many years. But he's doing it undercover. Traore is walking around with a gun, acting as if he has the military might to really fight the French if they really want to do something and overthrow him in this country. The reality is he's doing what he's supposed to do for his people, which was lacking from previous presidents. That's good. But let's not act like this guy can take on the West or even take on France as by itself. He can.
Hold up.
So the reality is we appreciate
Elvis.
him, but let's see how he governs. He hasn't been elected as a civilian president. He hasn't held election as he promised. So he has kind of reneged on a couple of promises that he made. But outside of that, he seems to be doing pretty well. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Outside of that, he's doing awesome. Now, his country, half the country, was taken over by terrorists. While the French government, the French troops were in this country for over years. Get that right. The French army.
No, it wasn't just Burkina Faso. Actually, it wasn't even
right,
Burkina Faso.
So you gotta understand these things. Stop
Mali.
saying all these things as if the country wasn't peaceful. No,
and they spilled over into Burkina Faso.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
It was ISWAP, the Islamic State in West Africa.
That was actually an excuse. It was most of the terrorists were in Mali. That was the problem.
Nah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go to bed because this is getting out of hand.
He basically.
I mean, what are you saying? What is Carlos saying that's wrong? That's frustrating you? He's saying something that's accurate.
No, you guys missing the whole point.
I mean, everything about you is the whole point. There's nuances to these things, brother. We're trying to point out the nuances to it.
Okay.
Yeah, so the bottom line is, the bottom line is, yes, they was actually trying to preempt Islamic insurgents in Burkina Faso before it gets like Mali. Then when it started coming there like that, there was this unrest among the people that was going to turn it to Mali. That's what triggered
40% of the country was being taken by terrorists. Why the French was in that country? The French military was in that country. 40%. Think about that now.
Soren.
This is not about
That's
like
not
10%.
true, Ahmed. Look, you might have a small contingent of French
Okay.
troops in the country. It's not the French military. Are you out of your mind? How
What do
many?
you
Well, what was the numbers of the amount of troops from the French
what do you think the
army that was
French
in that
military
country?
is in Africa? You think the French military are in Africa to save Africans? Are
No,
you
they might have
ridiculous?
a little battalion in there, but that's not the French
you missing the
military.
point. You missing the point.
You,
The
you keep
French
talking about the point.
military
You make a statement that's not true, and then you say we're making the
they
point.
had less than
the
2,000
French
troops.
military is there
What
to
the hell do you
protect
Right.
think they're
You
supposed
think
to
they're
the
do
gonna
about
fight?
resource.
anything?
They're not there
Right.
to save the country.
They're
You
not
mi-
there to save your country, brother. They have a bilateral relationship with your
Oh my
country.
God. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's going to be mutually
If
beneficial for them as it's supposed to be for you if you negotiate right.
are you
That's what it is.
do you
I
French
mean,
are not coming to save you, bro.
has the terrorism problem calmed
do
down in
you
Burkina Faso?
do you
To an extent, but it's still an issue. Traore is trying to deal with it. He
do
doesn't
you
have a
know
full
what
grasp on it yet.
the French government
Okay.
is meant to Africa?
I mean, we get it, bro. We
The
know
French are so evil.
neocolonialism. We
Hold
know
on,
all
no,
of
no,
those
no, no,
things.
no, 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 no. You don't get. You
Everything
don't
is
get it. You
not.
don't
It's
get it.
not the Western people's fault. Some of it is
You
our
don't get
fault,
it. You
man.
don't get it. The French are
Uh,
so evil, right? Let me give you.
oh
Let me
my
give
God.
you an
The West,
example.
the West is Thanos, Ahmed. You know.
Let me give you. Let me give you an example, right? Carla, I just told you, in America, right? In DC, there's only two streets that matters: Pennsylvania and K Street. Two streets that matters.
That's more than that, bro.
You missing the point. Pennsylvania is where the president is.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania
Respectfully, Ahmed, you're not that
is where the
deep.
U.S.
Stop
Capitol
trying to be
is.
philosophical, brother. Get to your
K
point.
Street.
Yeah, because I ain't
Okay.
gonna lie, I was wondering where the hell he was going with this.
Okay. In Niger, right? When they were taking the what do you call it? Start with a U. Sometimes I forget, right? 83%.
Uranium.
Yes. 83% of the French light of the France light, right, came from that place. 83%. 90% of Niger was completely blackout. They had no light for years. You telling me
Who
the
fault is that?
French government?
France is supposed to. Do you think France coming there and strong arm the Nigerian government and steal the uranium? They give them money, and then Bassan was corrupt. He wasn't doing the development with the money. They
Oh,
had
so
to
now you're
beg
saying,
Nigeria for
oh, the French is
electricity.
actually giving
Nigeria
them
as a
money
whole
to
is not
fix
even stable
everything.
in terms of electricity. So no,
Elvis.
listen. Put the blame where it
Look how you
belongs,
sound.
brother. They're not taking the
Look how you
uranium out of
sound.
the country for free. They're paying for it. They might be getting a huge discount, but they're paying for it. And the presidents and the government of these countries, they take the money and they eat it, or they
Oh
put
my
it in an
God.
offshore
Oh,
account, and
Well,
they don't
I
do
think
anything for their people.
the problem in Africa is,
you
like
see,
I said, the
Elvis.
whole thing is
Look how you sound.
this
You
is
live in
this is the
America
conversation I want to have
95%
right
of your
here.
life.
Is the fact that
You live in
and
America
I'm
95
gonna
or
play a
96% of
video
your life, right or
where
wrong?
like Phil Scott was talking about that. I'm surprised. I knew Phil Scott would get a hold of the video. This African lady who basically was talking about Carmelo Anthony, and she was like, "See, those Black Americans, they're not us. They always talk about this. Just because some Black people are defending Carmelo Anthony, she just went off, right?" And then Phil Scott was like, "Wait a minute, and people in the comment section, Africans were saying this lady don't speak for us, And so the bottom line is, for years, and even in the time of Traore, where Africans are trying to reach out to Black America for support. That's what's going on. If Africans, I've never seen Africans disengage with Black America, right? Because they know if the United States comes in and takes Traore out, that would be such a blow to the psyche of Africans. The Wakanda era would be definitely over. The idea of Africans that they have in themselves, the image that they have in themselves is Africa. They got a vast continent. If the West comes in and take out one of their leaders like that and put them a puppet in there and whatnot, that would break the spirit of Africans all through. They already broke it with the Congo deal, They already broke it. But if that happens, they take Traore out, psychologically. That could be what Donald Trump wants, to break the African spirit, And so
It's not what Donald Trump wants.
Oh, hold on. But look, not just Donald Trump, it's all the West. They could be like, yo, look, we got to break these African spirit. If they do take out Traore,
of course you want that.
More price to pay for African, what's it called? Submission,
But Kyle, I disagree that the West is even trying to get him out. We had this conversation today. The guy that he took from there, They're loyalists to him, probably trying to overthrow him. And the people are
Get out of
saying that
here, man.
most of these
Elvis.
quote unquote
Okay.
attempted coups are not even
Okay.
action, action that was being taken by other people. It was just plots
Stop.
that they quote unquote
Okay.
uncover
Okay. Okay.
and said it was an attempted coup. So there's a lot of disinformation coming
Okay.
out of there. A
Okay.
lot of these
Okay.
things were not like
Oh,
people
yeah,
went
I
to
know.
the
That's what it
palace
sounds like.
Okay.
trying to shoot
You
up
can't just have a
the
coup every time
Now,
and
A lot,
thwart
a
the
lot
coup.
of
They
these
could be
coup
staged,
attempts aren't
for all we
even
know.
really coup attempts.
right. They're
now,
just plots that they
This is
quote
like
unquote
just
uncover.
propaganda.
now, I'm gonna play you something. Now, hear what this person said, right? This is not just person like me or you, or just some regular motherfucker, right? Or just, you know what I'm saying? This is a person of a world position of power. You
Who's
understand?
the person?
I'm gonna play. You're gonna hear if
Tell us who he is, so we know if he's really important.
hold on. If you do keep up with geopolitics, right? Because geopolitics
Who is
something
he,
you gotta
Ahmed?
keep
Tell
up
us
with.
his name.
If you don't keep up with geopolitics within a week, you miss so many
Ahmed.
things.
Who is the person you're about to play?
Okay.
Let's know if you see somebody
I'm gonna
important.
play, and then you're gonna hear what this person said, right?
Who is he? We don't tell
Hold
us
on.
before.
Let me say something. There's no point of you're gonna hear if you know what I'm saying. Like if you're
My
not sure
God,
who it
this
is,
guy
then I
he
tell you
thinks
who it is.
backwards, bro. Who is the guy that
Hold
you're about
on.
to play?
Now I want you to listen to exactly words by words
This is
what they
kind of why
saying.
a lot of us
How they
don't
saying?
support the whole Traore thing
Okay.
like he's the Messiah. When you
Okay.
talk to his supporters, they really can't. They really don't help the cause.
I mean, this is Ahmed, so we gotta be patient with
It's
him.
all emotionalism, right? Black America is
It's more
famous for
emotional than
emotionalism.
How
factual,
does it? Listen.
and that shit gets
Jonathan.
tiring after a while.
Jonathan, listen. I told you I could die in this country. My feet don't have to touch Africa. You understand? I don't need to be in Africa. I could literally die in this country and be happy enough. All I'm saying,
So
I'm saying the
And you
truth. What's the
likely
truth is?
will.
Hell no. My father will never die in America. He's dying back home.
okay,
No,
I guess
no,
if
no,
I don't
no.
know when he's gonna die,
You
and
are
if he
mad.
falls down tomorrow and
You
dies, I
said
guess.
you.
He's back home.
Don't bring your father up. You said you.
Jonathan, man, I heard about you, man. You're pimping.
You've been listening to Jonathan on this platform, so you heard about him. You've interacted with
Man,
him
Jonathan
before.
is pimping, man.
What?
I never knew you get down like that.
Is that true, Jonathan? You pimping? He's casting his personals on you, man.
Nah, man, Jonathan got like 2 wives, man.
I don't respond
That ain't
to
pimping.
craziness.
Pimping means you send women out there to sell their bodies for you. You have 2
I'm
wives.
not talking about that, man.
Those
Come
are
on,
his
man.
women.
Okay. Let me play this video, man.
But bro, you gotta pass
Let
the
me shut
mic,
up.
man. I'm tired of this, man. Come
Let
on,
me shut up.
Tyler,
You
you
I'm
gotta
gonna play the
moderate,
video.
man. I'd rather hear
Yeah,
from
man.
Damo
You
than
got
Ahmed.
to make your point. You got to make your point. Who are you playing?
I'm gonna play it.
Who are you playing? That's a question, bro.
One of the poorest, yet
Man.
fastest
You're not doing it right,
growing
man. It's not popping
demographically.
up, man.
The succession of military coups will make the region more unstable for years ahead.
Oh, he's just playing. He's
Russia
not
is both
presenting. He's just...
influencing and
Is that the
benefiting from
Americana?
the
I don't think
crisis,
that's her. It don't sound like her. Who
and
is
the
he
region
playing?
has become fertile ground to
She's
the
another
rise
one
of
that's a
terrorism.
freaking goofball.
This is of direct concern for Europe, for our security and our prosperity. So we need to show the same unity of purpose towards Africa as we have shown towards Ukraine. This is a must. We need to focus on cooperation with legitimate
I
governments
mean, who's
and regional
speaking, bro? We
organizations.
can't see the video. We're not
We
hearing it.
need
Who's
to develop
speaking?
a mutually beneficial partnership which focuses on common issues for Europe and
Wow.
Africa. And this is why, together
Man, they've been
with
saying that for like
HFC
75 years,
we will
80
work
years.
on a new strategic approach to take forward at the new.
They said that in the
next
60s, they said in the
EU
70s,
summit.
80s, 90s. Same damn thing. It's all lip service.
Okay. If you don't know who that lady was, was talking, right? This is her name, right? You know what I'm trying to say? She's the president of the EU.
What's her
She's a very
name?
important person.
Ursula von der Leyen.
Thank you.
That's what it sounds like.
Exactly. That's exactly.
Oh, so you couldn't say the name? You wanted us to be guessing?
You couldn't have said
if
that.
You're not familiar with that lady. That
He
means
probably can't pronounce the name. Jonathan, that's probably what it was.
Are you serious, man? Okay.
You don't know how to pronounce Ursula von der Leyen,
Jonathan. Let's stick to the point, right?
brother. You could have said who she was, bro. You made it seem like this was gonna be somebody special.
You gotta learn. You gotta be prepared for these debates, bro. You gotta be quick with waiting, man. You can't be so slow in your articulation, brother.
I said that because of if you know what I'm saying. If you do follow politics, right, geopolitics constantly, then you know exactly who she is as soon as she said like 2 sentences. Because geopolitics, right? When you miss a whole week, it's
First
like
of all, you
missing
thought
like
this
a
was a
whole
guy.
month.
You thought this was a guy. You didn't even tell us there was a lady.
No, I never told you. I never told you.
You said this guy I'm about to play. He's
I never said
You
that.
said it was a guy.
I never said that.
You
trying to
did.
bet? You trying to bet?
You did, bro.
No, you trying to bet? I
Colin,
can go back and play.
he did say it was a guy.
Okay.
I guarantee you said that. It was
trying
like,
to bet?
I don't know if he said it, but I thought I was made to believe.
No. You
it
trying
was
to
a
bet? I
guy.
could go back.
yeah,
and play the whole
that's
thing.
what he said too. And that's why I kept asking, who is this guy? Who is this person?
You trying to bet? I could go
You
back
said
and
it was
play
a guy,
what I was
bro.
saying.
Maybe you misspoke, but that's
Okay.
exactly what I heard. I
Let me
think other
grab
people
my
heard it.
phone. Let me play my voice back over a little bit because
Okay, that's it there. You got a chance to
because
prove
you know
me
what I'm saying.
wrong
This is
today.
internet. You know what I'm saying? The internet doesn't lie.
No, prove me wrong. I might be wrong. I admit if I was wrong.
I've been following AS for 2 years.
I said
you
play
think
it,
I'm lying?
bro. Stop whining and play it, because now you're trying to act like I'm lying on your name.
Hold on.
I said play it, bro. Stop whining and play it, because now you and strong arm the Nigerian. Today it's a grind of a show you got here, Carl. I meant play it, bro. Just go back like 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's playing. Hold on.
Africa was trying to take Troy out. That wouldn't be such a blow to themselves. Africa, they got a battle, you know. They already broke it, but if that happens, they take Troy out. Cycle, you know, they could be like, "Yo, look, we got to." I disagree that the West is even trying to get him out. We had this conversation, you know, action that was being taken. Every time. Now, again, what this person said, like, this is not just person.
Okay, it was about to play.
That they quote unquote uncover. Now, I'm gonna play you something. Now, hear what this person said, right? This is not just person like me or you or just some regular motherfucker, right? Or you know what I'm saying? This is a person of world position of power. You understand? Who's the person? I'm gonna play. You're gonna hear. If you tell us who he is, so we know if he's really important. Hold on. If you do keep up with geopolitics, right? Because geopolitics. Who is he, man? Tell us his name. If you don't keep up with geopolitics within a week, you miss so many things. Who is the person you're about to play? Okay. Let's know if you see somebody. I'm gonna play, and then you're gonna hear what this person says, right? Who is he? We don't tell us before. Let me say something. There's no point of you're gonna hear if you know what I'm saying. Like, if you're not sure who he is, this guy, he thinks backwards.
You see what he said? If you're not sure who he is, you said he.
Okay.
You heard him. You heard it, Ahmed. Even though I just dropped the gun by saying he, you said if you're not sure who he is, so you didn't say he.
Let me say something.
He can say he or it. I'm not sure.
You kept on saying he like 3 or 4 times.
No, I was wrong because I jumped the gun. But you said you also said he, and you knew it was a woman.
You heard me. You heard me, right? I kept on saying person.
Yeah, but then you did say if you're not sure who he is. So you did say he right there.
You saying a couple times.
Nah, you could have said no. You listen to her. I mean, what was this, a riddle? Are you trying to? Is this some kind of secretive thing? Am I saying I'm smarter than you, brother? I guarantee you, I'm not. I'm a dumb person. But the point here is
dumb.
No, I'm dumb. You said you're so smart. I get it. Fine.
No. I'm not so smart.
But the point here is, you said you never said he. You said vehemently you never said it. You did.
I said the person.
No, you said he.
I kept on saying the person like
you said the person, and after I said he, you did say it. It's not that important.
Let's move on. We're never gonna solve this. I get it. Okay, it's those one of those typical things when both you guys are both right. Everything. But the point I'm trying to make, Ahmed, is we heard that before. We gotta make things equitable for Africa. Do you believe people when they say that? It's like, Ahmed, look. When you do, you got to say how the West works, right? On one hand, you got the right wing. People don't give a shit about you. That's the banks, everyone, the military and stuff like that. Then you got this arm of white supremacy that comes and acts like it's trying to be benevolent. They're trying to do all these things that you want to hear and stuff like that. Do you know something, Ahmed? They're two wings of the same bird, right? They're basically both the same. When especially the French. They know how to play that game. Like years ago, I forgot what country it was in Southern Africa, right? They basically vehemently said, we're kicking the French out, we're tired of the French, right, like that. They said to Macron, or one of those guys, right, said, we're tired of France, whatever like that. You're not welcome in Africa. You know what his response was? He goes, look, I understand some passions. Do you guys remember this? Yeah, we understand the passion. I think it was Julius Malema. That's what it was. It was Julius
No,
Malema.
there's no French. France is
No,
not
but
inside of Africa.
Julius Malema was attacking France for something.
No,
I
I
forget.
think it was Nana Akufo-Addo. I think they had a press conference and he was scolding the French president then. I remember that. Maybe it's a
I think
different time.
it was somebody
one in
more
Ghana?
radical than that, you know. Anyway, what
Come on,
happened
man.
was
Nana Akufo-Addo,
the
it's not a
French's
president.
statement was, we're Africa's best friend and blah blah. We look forward to help. We've given a lot of assistance. Whatever. They didn't say fuck you. You know, they do the Donald Trump like fuck you. You gotta go. We're gonna do this. Everything like that. Drill baby drill. That type of mentality. They know how to choose their words. The guy basically sounded like he was saying fuck you. We're gonna do what the hell we want to do anyway, and you're gonna like it. You know. That's how the French roll. And I said, man, that's power right there. The guy basically was told he was not welcome, and we're trying to sever our ties, blah, blah, blah. The French would get rid of the language, whatever. French dominates Africa, they're robbing Africa, whatever. And the response was, you know, French have done a lot in Africa. We continue to be Africa's best friend and whatnot. And we're going to be the number one champions of African progress and growth and development. That was their response, you know? And the people, the Africans, like, damn, man, they just told me to shut the fuck up, you know? That we're here no matter do what you can do. They know how to double talk their words.
Carlo.
So that's what I'm saying. When that lady said like that, that's what that sounds like. Oh, we got
you gotta understand. They thinking they trying to use the same strategy they've been using for years and years and years and years.
Yeah,
look how she started it first. Hold on,
you know,
she started it right, calling the poorest nation. That's what she started with. By her using the adjective, right, it's her trying to feel good about themselves. You gotta understand, you know, white folks, they use certain things, you know what I'm saying, like for them to feel good first. It's like you doing it with a female, right? She likes you, but she don't like you. She pretends, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like she pretend as if you're not the one giving her everything.
Man, you trying to be too deep with some shit that they just being political on. It ain't that deep, bro.
Yeah,
you know, I gotta bring
females. It ain't that deep.
I gotta bring females in there, man. I like females.
But that's why they get that. Basically, they say what they know you don't want to hear, but you're gonna hear anyway, whether you like it or not. You know, they're gonna tell you "fuck you." They're gonna tell you what a great friend they are, what they did, our continuous relationship, and there's a good side of everything. We help out the poor. We fix that road over there for you. We fix this and blah blah blah. Basically, ain't not a damn thing changing when I get used to it.
Kyla, the thing is, keep trying to make a bigger point. The bigger point here is that Africa has always been at the tail end of leverage when it comes to negotiating anything with Europeans. We're always desperate for money. We need money to fund our government. So even $100 million seems like a lot of money for us. So we give away a lot more for that $100 million than we should. That's the reality. And most of the times, we don't have a lot of other options to come in our countries and buy our resources if we're not going to the Europeans. So they have most of the leverage. And that's why we lose in most of these negotiations. So when other quote unquote conscious Africans come up and say, oh, yeah, all of these things could be true. Yeah, most of the time they are. And we're getting taken, advantage of. And most of the time it's because we don't have the leverage. Our presidents don't negotiate.
I'll be honest with you.
Let me say something.
I never understood certain things about.
Let me reply to Elvis. Please.
Hold on. I didn't understand certain things about running an African country, right? And also I realize now, right, when I see Europeans, Lebanese, whoever walking away with the bag and everyone nothing. Look, the bottom line is this. I always thought Africans were stupid, but I realize now they really don't have no choice in a lot of these negotiations, you know.
That's the thing. I may as well try to tell you otherwise, but it's the reality, bro.
Let me respond to Elvis, and then after that, I'm gonna respond to Carla, because Carla, I know exactly what Carla wants. I know exactly what Carla wants.
Okay, respond to me first before you get to Carla.
Okay, Elvis, right? What you saying? You know what I'm saying? There's truth behind it, right? Because then if you split like so many countries, let's say Sierra Leone, very small, very tiny, right? Has no muscle at all. Like when you compared to like all these other countries, right? You know what I'm trying to say? Okay. If Sierra Leone goes and try to, you know what I'm saying, like negotiate, it's already weak because it's just, you know what I'm saying, it's very small and tiny country, right?
Nah,
And
that's
stuff
not
like
what it
that, right?
is. It's not the
Hold
size of
on,
the country that makes it weak. Weak.
listen. Size matters as well,
Yeah. Okay.
like it or not. Just like numbers matters, population matters as well. You know what I'm trying to say? Now look at these three countries, right? Look how many populations they have, right? And then look how many ground they cover, the AES, right? Now,
Have you heard about Equatorial Guinea? You think that's a big country?
oh God.
No, I'm asking because you're saying this, and it's not the case. It's about the resource,
Okay,
and it's about how highly in demand your
You
commodities
missing the
are.
point. Okay, can I say
If you
something?
have oil, you have a lot of
Can I
leverage.
say
You
something?
can really use that to your advantage because
Okay,
everybody wants your oil.
okay.
But if
Can I
you're
say
selling
something?
things like iron ore or rubber and things that
Can
it's
I say
not
something?
really highly sought after commodities, you don't have the highest leverage. But go ahead.
Okay, can I say something? Right. I'm coming to Guinea, Equatorial Guinea. You was referring to, right? So obviously, if you combine these three countries, right, and then whatever they doing a deal, right, they doing it as a team, as together, right? They have way more leverage and stuff like that. And then if the leaders, their interest is to benefit
What
their
three countries
people,
are you talking about?
the AES. If the leaders, their mentality is to benefit their people, right? They're not gonna sign a contract that's like, oh, you take 80%, then we take 20. They're not gonna do that.
So you're telling
They're
me
not
They
gonna
have
do
that
no
that.
choice. They
when
will.
Niger is selling the uranium, Burkina Faso get a cut, Mali get a cut. That's how they're doing it now.
Because they're in the union. Exactly. That's why it's
That's
called
what I'm saying.
AES.
Is that the setup?
No, you're missing the point. Okay.
Oh my
Let's
gosh!
just
Hey,
say
then what are you talking about, man? Damn.
Since I got a question. Since the coups had taken place, have these deals changed?
No,
massively.
no, they have
Yes.
not.
What are you trying to?
The
Oh my
only thing,
God.
the only
No,
thing
Give
listen.
is,
I
give
mean,
give an
Carla,
example, Ahmed.
Carla. First of all,
Don't
have
say
you?
Kala. Just give us an example of the
Okay.
deals that's been
Look.
changed.
Look at this company's called. What was it? I think it was the second golden company in the world. Gold. It's called Mali. Right. Mali took the the CEO and locked them up. Right. Then the other it was
that's funny.
no, seriously, it did happen. Then the guy coughed up the money. This is 100% fact. The guy coughed up the
I'm
money.
talking about the deal has changed around. It's
That's
no
what I'm trying
longer
to
like
say. So
they
then
take
the
90,
deal
you
used
get
to
10.
be
What's the new deal now?
I think it was about 15%, right? Mali changed it
Okay,
to 35.
Oh,
so
oh
they're
yeah,
still in the losing end.
that's a big increase there.
You understand? Burkina Faso took a gold mine from the British government.
So now let me ask you a question, Ahmed. Right, this Burkina Faso. You understand, Mr. Rosenthal the other night. Any gold that's mined or is it even refined in Burkina Faso? And then also, the gold has to go to London to get stamped before it's of any use, right? It's without a stamp by the
No, it
Lord of
doesn't.
London, it's no
But
use.
It doesn't.
Jonathan,
It
let me
doesn't.
tell you this, right? You know the thing with these deals, right? Most of the times, it's funny. It's always sad. The country that's doing these deals don't even have the equipment to go and get these minerals out of the ground.
And they don't
So
have
these
a refine. Yeah.
right, these companies
Okay.
have to bring their own equipment, do the
And
digging,
that
do the
costs
mining.
money. That's why they
Yeah,
take up
that's what I'm
90%
saying. That's why
of
they
the deal.
lose because they're not adding any value. The only thing is they have the land. They have ownership of the land. That's the
Okay.
only thing.
Okay.
They're not
Let
digging
me
it.
talk.
They're not doing anything. The company comes in and do all the digging, do all the hard work, and then give them a share because this is your land.
That's the same
You
thing
see
with
you see
Nigeria.
what that is?
Nigeria in the oil field, they give Nigeria
Okay.
10%,
Let me say
and
something.
they walk away with everything.
Let me say
So
something, right?
that's
Everything
what
is
it is.
leadership. Like it or not, in this world, everything is leadership. Everything is leadership. The leadership, you know what I'm saying, they take the purpose, right? Okay, if you have presidents that's basically been chosen by, Western countries, right, to
Yeah.
operate your country, right? And then Western countries then comes in with the private corporation, right? They obviously gonna get 100% what they want. But if you have a leadership that was truly chosen by their people, for their people, and the purpose is for their people too. No matter what you tell me, eventually their leader is gonna get the equipments that their people need to make sure that they do whatever they need in their roads.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I mean, you're idealistic, brother. Live in the real
How
world,
am I
bro.
being
St.
idealistic?
James.
Look what's
I've been
going on
waiting.
right now.
Yo, I've been waiting for that for 35 years, man.
Let me tell you this, Ahmed. What really happens in African countries, right? Usually, it's not the other way around. Usually, it's these African leaders who are prospective leaders in their country. They seek approval from the West. They seek meetings and audience with Western leaders to try to legitimize themselves and tell them, well, I'm willing to work with you. If you give me your support, if you give, so they actually come to these Western countries to try to seek their support
And the
as a way
only
to
legitimacy
legitimize
they
themselves in the
have
people's
is
eyes.
by the thing. Now, one
Okay,
thing Laboratory is good about is the
you
fact
done?
that the West don't
I
like
go
them.
to
They don't
Guinea,
like
I
right?
wasn't done. Let
Okagami.
Carla go ahead. You
They
butted.
don't like
Let me-
Okagami either, and that's a good thing because every other African leader they do this. Is what African leaders do, right? They know that people hate them, right, for the most part. And then what they do is they go to Western countries, shake hands with or Macron or whoever, and they beam that
You
back on their
see,
local television, say, "I'm your leader because I just shook hands with the white man in
you
Europe."
see,
But and
you
then, and then
see,
the thing you're
Carla.
missing, I maybe let me finish up, right? The thing you're missing is you think these countries, most of these mining and things that's happening is the country directly that's doing it. No, most countries in the United
What do
States,
you?
right? You think,
What are you talking about?
hold on. Let me explain myself. You think the United States have a nationalized oil company that digs for oil and sell it to the people? No, most of the companies that dig for oil and sell oil in this country are privately owned. So in Africa, the companies that come in there, they're privately owned companies that do pay taxes to these countries. You don't have the British government coming in and digging for oil in Nigeria. You have a private corporation. So usually these are corporations who have the equipment and they already
And
spend
also, guess Elvis, you add something to that. Guess where they find the fact from the Wall Street,
right,
people's pension funds, saving
right,
funds, and
right.
some 401ks. If you think you're going to nationalize that and take that
Yeah,
away without that shit, there's going to be Armageddon. So, bottom
right.
line, I'm telling you right now, get prepared for
So
Vietnam with
yeah,
steroids.
instead of privately owned African companies digging oil in their own countries,
If that
they're
can
not doing it.
happen,
The government is
if that
doing
can
all of
happen,
it.
look, I put out. What if Black America in
Y'all done
Atlanta when
talking?
that created
I
our
mean,
own
you don't got too much to say,
Y'all
brother.
done
So
Look,
talking?
don't make it seem
Elvis,
like you got
hey,
something important to
look,
say.
I
Y'all
need a
done
minute
talking?
to say. Look, I need a minute to say this. It's
Because
one time. Hold up. Look, Ahmed, let me talk. I said the fact that I didn't hear the fact that we're gonna have Burkina Faso. He has absolute power. We're gonna have a new stock exchange, right? They're gonna have African American and Black Western securities firms on there where we can move our pension funds, everything like that, to fund our own gold mine from bottom to the top. We're buying new stuff like that, and we're making gold bullion. We got the technique with Mr. Rosenthal, the bank, right? We got all the technique that we need on that. I have not heard that conversation yet. When somebody talking about an invitation, I have not heard. Let's build the a global black commodities exchange.
Carla,
I have not heard that conversation yet.
Carla, Elvis. First of all, y'all forgetting that America is an empire.
Oh Lord,
Like it or not, it is an empire.
Ahmed, man, you say the
Okay,
same.
now let me get to y'all.
This dude is
Y'all
so
little
abstract
stories
and
y'all
want to
talking
be
about.
philosophical is
Hold
almost
on,
embarrassing, bro.
hold on. Let me get to y'all little story y'all talking about. Oh, they just give away this and that, privatize everything, stuff like that, right? Okay, so first of all, right, you look at the history of how the British, maintained the world, right? They took over the world and maintained the world for years, right? They're gonna run.
You know how businesses grow,
Oh,
Ahmed? It's through profit. If you're profitable, your business grow. Government is not there to really make
hold
profit, right?
on.
That's why private
Listen,
corporations are
okay.
important because they're based on making profit.
Let me get St. James in. He got
Oh,
something
St.
to say.
James is here. Okay, yeah, he
We're
is.
gonna talk about his
Who the
homeland.
hell is that?
Oh, Carla,
St. James, you were just on the panel with St. James earlier on. What do you mean? Who the hell is that? You
Carla,
don't know who he
That's what I said. Yeah,
Carla,
I
I
knew
believe
he'd
you
be.
are.
I
Ahmed is
knew he'd be here.
absent-minded, man.
I cannot believe.
I knew he'd be here tonight. So,
I
go
cannot
ahead.
believe, Carla. Right? You are full of it, right? But you are useful. To be honest, you are full of it, but at the same time, you are useful. You
Oh
know?
yeah, thank you, man. I
Yeah,
appreciate that
yeah,
compliment.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I have a question for Elvis, right? So, based on our previous conversation, right? You say you know Ivory Coast, right? right?
Pretty well, yeah.
Okay. Ivory Coast is amongst the top producers of cocoa in the world, not Africa, in the world, right? With Ghana, along with Ghana, right? You agree?
Yeah,
But the
that's
French
reasonable.
monetize
No,
it.
no, no, no. We go get to that.
You see, Carlo
Do you
wants
think? Do you
everything
think? Do
back.
you think? Do you
So
think
then,
they lack
hold
the
on. Let me say
funding?
something.
No, no. Let me finish. You think they
Hold on,
lack
please,
the
please, I beg you.
funding? You think they lack the funding to get their own equipment to process the cocoa in West Africa? Do you think it's a problem of funding, or is it's a system that's against them? What do you think?
Like I said, right, in this country that we
Mm-hmm.
live in, right,
Mm-hmm.
people always talk about the private sector, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I
Mm-hmm.
think if you're depending on government to start a company that's going to be
Mm-hmm.
profitable, it's not feasible. The key there is that they should encourage private companies to get into the cocoa business, to start, cocoa making or chocolate making factories, so that they become profitable. Government, as most people here, you hear Republicans and libertarians telling you that government is not as effective as private corporation, which I agree. As a liberal, I agree with that point. So I think in
Oh
African
God,
countries, we need more private companies and private
hell
entities.
no! Get
That,
out of
of
here.
course. What do you mean?
So
Hell no! You think you don't live
Get
in
out
a
of here,
communist
man.
country?
You
We're
listen. You see,
capitalists. You need more
knowing
private
Ivory Coast.
companies to privatize and be profitable in these countries and pay taxes back to the government. That's how government make their revenue, by
don't Ivory
taxing
Coast has
private corporations who are very profitable.
So
That's the key.
I'm asking you. So don't you think they can have the private sector in Ivory Coast to do that? Do you think they're lacking those kind of funding to come up with the private sector here in Ivory Coast and Ghana to do it?
Ivory Coast is doing relatively well in our region,
No,
but
I get
again,
that. But based on the
yeah,
cocoa, they're
again,
not
you
doing
have to
well.
have these things are specialized skills, right? Anybody can't just come from off the street and know how to make cocoa
Man,
or how to
they've been
transfer.
doing this for how many years?
No,
You see,
that's what I'm
you see,
saying. How many
he's
chocolate factories are there in Ivory Coast? How many people you know
he's
are saying, "Yo,
That's what
I'm in
I'm
the chocolate
asking
business.
you.
I'm in the
Is that
chocolate
if the
making business." You don't see a lot of people in those
the
fields.
question that I'm asking you, if the solution is about to create a private sector in those countries so they can dictate their own price on the world market, don't you think they would have done that a long time ago?
it's common
They
sense.
probably lack the capacity. Knowing that you need to
No.
do something and having the capacity to
There
do it are
you
two
go. There
different
you
things,
go.
brother.
There you go.
Okay.
There
That's
you
what I'm
go.
trying to tell you. How many people you know that make chocolate in Africa? How many people you know in your entire life
Ivory
that tell you
Coast
they
make
never work
chocolate.
in a chocolate factory and make it?
Ivory Coast make chocolates.
That's what I'm saying. How many people? You might
No,
have
they
one or
do.
two companies that get into it, but it's not widespread. And you said
So
that's their biggest industry.
why is these two countries like Ghana and Ivory Coast, why they can still they can get together, they try to get together, why they still don't have an impact of the price of the cocoa, why
Yeah,
they don't?
You know
because
what?
growing cocoa is cheaper than and
You
it's
know
less
what?
sophisticated than transforming it into chocolate.
You see,
That's the
So
you see,
thing.
you see.
after
Hold
100 years,
on.
after 50, 70 years, don't you
Let
think
me say
they're
something.
ready to do that by now?
They should be. Who are you blaming? Are
You
you
see
blaming
how?
the
You see
Europeans?
Okay,
how?
They should be
the
ready.
question.
You
So who
see
is
how?
preventing them from doing it?
You see how?
They're
You see
citizens.
how?
If there's not
You
private
see how it
citizens
just
coming
called
up,
African
either
stupid?
going
So
out to learn how to
when you
make
talk about,
chocolate and
you
starting
know,
factories,
I
that's
give you
their
an example.
fault.
I give you an example, right? When we're under domination, right? Before Traore came into power, do you know how much gold we're extracting in Burkina Faso?
Let me
You may
know.
not have an idea, right? When Traore came in, right, and we put an industry together, right? The first semester we have like 14 tons of gold. That
Gold
was
is real
never
money. You could
14
buy things
tons.
with gold.
That's
That
good,
was
bro.
never.
You could buy things with gold.
We had the Canadians. We had all kind of people in Burkina
Birds,
Faso. They
gold.
never got to
Are you
that.
are you guys also refining your gold, or is it just the raw?
We refining it now. We
Oh, so you
started
guys wasn't
refining it.
refining it before. You guys started
Yeah,
refining it
we
under
wasn't.
Traore.
We didn't even have a gold reserve.
See,
Since
there
we
you
travel, we
go.
have a gold reserve. We
See,
are refining it
That's why they
now,
try to take
and
them
we
out.
trying to create more industry. That's why I told you, Elvis.
Who-
That's why they want to kill the guy.
no, I get it,
Exactly.
right? I'm not
These
against
guys
him. I'm
don't
saying
understand.
I want to understand, right? Where the know-how coming from? Who are the expertise that's refining it? Have they
They
already
don't
We
been in
have
the
people
understand.
country?
who went to school. We have people
Okay,
who went to school. We have
okay.
people
No,
working
that's
in
what I
gold
want to
for a
know
very
because
long time. We are
yeah.
knowledgeable people. People that keep
So they
lying
just
to me that
wasn't they
they
just
need
wasn't utilized by the previous government then for their
It
expertise.
wasn't utilized because that's why when I told you, when we are colonized by certain people, that's why they keep putting the news. You guys are not ready. You are not knowledgeable. You can't do it. And the people believe it because they are telling them so much that they cannot do it. They believe in it. When this guy came in, Trust me, 14 ton for a country in one semester. It's a touchdown.
Tell us, gold is what? Real money.
It's real money right there.
You could buy
Because
things with gold.
he trusted the people in that country. He trusted the studies. The studies that there.
Man. This guy's, come on, Elvis, man.
You
Bro,
understand?
the guy's
man.
talking.
You
Let him
really
talk. Why are you
responsible
talking
too,
over him?
So that's the blueprint they don't want Traore to replicate in other countries. They don't want that.
That's
When
why
you
it's
look at
successful.
so you
That's
say-
why it's successful, brother, because you have
Right.
trained people who can refine your gold and add real value to
Right.
it, and you get the maximum for it.
Got you. And let me talk to you about the cocoa. You know why? You know why most of my people in Burkina Faso went to Ivory Coast back then in the 60s? Because the French told us that our land was not viable. A lot of people left and went to Ivory Coast. Some of them went to Ghana. With the Traore.
But it's kind of true, though. You guys do have more of a desert terrain, right? It's more.
We are now producing cocoa. Do you understand that? Now
I'm saying cocoa. It's not untrue to say that Burkina Faso kind of have a more of a desert terrain or drier land and more fertile West African state like Ivory Coast.
You have to come with a different technique. So when we apply that technique, we find out we can produce cocoa. Now we will be producing cocoa and process that cocoa in Burkina Faso. Our cocoa is not even going to be imported like that.
Liberians gonna buy it.
You see what I'm saying? So it's a game changer. It's a game changer in West Africa. So everything that was told to us that we can't do is doing it right now.
But at that time, brother, I mean, that was like what, in the 60s and 70s, right? So there have been new techniques that's been formulated. You guys are learning, and now you can implement it.
Go again.
So
I doubt that they knew it. They knew it. They didn't push the study further. They just stopped it because they wanted our people to leave to go build Ivory Coast. There was a reason. There was a political reason for that.
Think about it, right? Cocoa is usually grown in tropical areas, right? Right?
Yeah.
You agree with that, right? And Burkina Faso, with all due respect, it's not really a tropical area. It's on the verge. It's kind of on that border between more tropical West Africa and going to the Sahel region where it's more dry, right? You agree with me, right?
Yeah, but we do have an area that's
any rational person will say that this is
Coast.
not a suitable land for growing cocoa because it's not really
Elvis,
tropical.
anything this man says, you find a way to try to say
we're having a conversation, man. Me and him, we're not really even disagreeing on everything. So be quiet,
everything
bro.
It goes, you find something else.
No, it's not something else. We're having a conversation. There's common understanding in this conversation, bro. Relax.
Yeah, it's just a conversation. I get it. That's what I was trying to tell you. Now we are kind of finding out that there's a lot of things that we could have done earlier that could have helped us before, and we didn't even listen because, like I said, if you are colonized and these people are telling you that those are the things that you can do, those are the things that you cannot do, it all starts by putting the people they want in power to make sure that you guys are not doing the things they don't want you to do, so you can, you can develop. That when you put those people in power, things change.
St. James,
right?
Remember I said, a proper leader and a purpose. That's it. A proper leader and a purpose.
But here's the point. Here's the point, right, St. James. How many countries, even in Ghana, next door Ghana, right? They've been having trouble with refining. Worse. Hold on, man. They've been having trouble with refining their gold. So refining any product that you extract from the ground is very important. Whether it's iron ore, whether it's gold. Now that Burkina Faso is refining their products, they get almost maybe double or triple the money that they were getting from just extracting raw gold. Would you accept that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And when you do that, you see why Longley is mad? Because when we produce our golds and we try to get a decent price for it, they go tell those people who are the buyers, right, not to buy from us because they give all kind of reason for them not to buy the gold. So, but we still find people to sell it to. That's why they're mad, because they were trying to put pressure on us so we don't get the investment we needed to develop. But now when Traore found ways to go around it, that's why they're talking about, we are using the gold. Traore is using the gold to benefit himself. That's
exactly.
Why. So that's why he's doing that. So us from the country, we understand the gold was supposed to go to the Canadian. The United States is getting gold from the Canadian by us. The gold come from Burkina, Mali, and other places.
So again, not to be too negative here, but you know what the purity of the gold is? Is it really high quality gold?
Very high. You know where Masa Musa come from, right? You know, it used to be the same. The Empire of Mali it has Ouagadougou in there. This is the same place.
Same
It's
place.
full of gold.
No, I'm saying
Ghana,
with the
Burkina
refining,
Faso, Nigeria.
you can't refine pure gold. You usually have to mix it with other
Oh my
alloys.
God!
No,
Man,
Games, man.
Elvis. And why
Keep
way it
moving
goes,
the goalposts, man.
the
Keep
stuff
moving
you
the
put in
goalposts, man.
chemicals remove
Every
all
answer
the
you
impurity.
answered,
You
it
got to
goes
remove
to the
all
next
the
one. It goes
I
to the
impurities.
mean,
next
what I
one.
meant to say is you can't refine it. That's what a refining is. You got
Carl,
to put other alloys
No.
to make it
Hold
stronger.
on. Hold on. I'm gonna play a video of the gold refining process. So you put this to rest. Let me put it like
Oh
this.
my God!
Gold refining process. No,
There's
I'm
gold
saying
everywhere in West Africa,
gold
man.
which
refining.
country? Which country?
Gold refining.
In where? Which
He's
country?
about to play some white people video.
Hey,
In
wait,
I
Kuala
mean,
Lumpur. You
bro, you
going to
complain
Kuala
about everything,
Lumpur?
bro.
Where
Do
you
you
go?
hate white people so much? You live in the United States.
you a
You going
freaking
to
ignorant, man. You know.
you going to Kuala Lumpur? Where you go?
But I'm saying anybody that knows anything about gold, like 24 karat gold, is way too soft. You gotta add like alloy to it to make sure that
If
you
the
know.
Chinese are buying the gold, if the
Sometimes
Russians
they
are
add
buying
a
the gold,
little.
if the Turkeys are buying the gold, so what's up? Why did General Landry came to DC saying that the man is using the
I'm
gold
Mr.
to
Beast,
protect
and I want to
himself?
help you turn
It's
your
his
big
gold.
idea into a big business.
I'm looking for a
Because he's a
$100,000
politician, he did what he
investment
was
in
It's
told
my
his
to do.
gold.
Just use Shopify.
How come General Landry is not worried about what's going on in Louisiana? That's his gold. That's his land. That's real money. Look at that UK stealing fucking gold. Those motherfuckers. All they do is steal shit.
Man, stop before they remove your visa.
Yeah, but they deport you, bro.
For what?
Being
You gonna
too
call
loud.
ICE on me, man? You gonna call your president on me, Donald Trump?
I'm mad that they sent you to Burkina Faso right now. You be crying and screaming, no. Stop.
Man, Jonathan, man. I'll be like you, man, with 3 wives.
Who buys gold? I think that all sorts of people.
It's not just gold. You gotta know how to make gold coins, bars, all kinds of stuff to add value to
for
it.
their
You know.
grandchild.
Carla,
18
why do you
characters
think
of
the
pictures
American government
back to the family office,
feel
the
threatened?
government management,
No, man, just do it, man. Don't worry about the British.
million pounds, and
Whereas you
decide
got the
to
British
put
in your nightmare.
2%
Not
of their
you.
whole
It's your
physical
federal government.
body.
The guy you vote for,
It's a
Donald
wide
Trump.
variety of people.
A gold mining refining equipment price $100,000. You can buy a build a gold refinery. $100,000.
That's nothing, man.
So there should be thousands of these gold mining. Very few.
That's nothing when you got gold.
That's melting the gold down, all stuff like that. You can melt gold.
Oh. So you saying Africans can't do this?
I'm not saying it, but we gotta have a
No.
willpower.
Apparently not. You ain't been doing it.
Apparently not. Okay. We'll go to. We'll take yourself to the London museum.
Will take
What do you see?
The silver.
African
so you're
art
just left
made out of
with
gold.
That would be an investment if we build a gold refinery. Gold. There's so many gold mines.
Tyler, why you didn't invest with that guy from America? Why you didn't do it?
What are you talking about?
Why you didn't invest with the guy? You know, that told you that he is a. Nah, the guy from Burkina. The guy from Burkina Faso. The American guy, the American kid in Burkina.
He's talking about Cuddy, Colin. Cuddy in the
Colin
business,
didn't do
man.
it because Colin's brain
come
is
on,
still
man.
working.
Yo, dude, that guy look. I like
Colin, don't discourage him. Don't discourage him, Colin. Don't discourage him.
Carla, you see the problem with you, right? Carla, you see the problem with you, right?
Yeah, hold on.
Your own brother left Africa, the United States. He went to Africa. He's doing this thing. Instead of you supporting him, So you're trying to bring him down.
I told him I
So,
support him. I said,
so why you don't
like
buy from him? Why you don't? Why?
Come
on,
that man
man.
got
The guy is
got
not
on
a
this damn
businessman, man.
platform.
Kala.
That dude got on this
100%,
platform and held
man.
up a damn rock and said resources.
But you know what? You gotta do business with that guy, right? You gotta do business with your countryman. No. Kala.
How can you give business advice like that, St. James? That's
No. You
irresponsible,
said
brother.
he told you.
You
He
don't know
told you
this
got a
guy.
website.
You don't know this
Did
guy business
No,
pedigree that could be
Elvis.
suggesting people do business with him.
Elvis. He told you. He told Kala he has a website, right?
Yo, let me say
Come on,
something,
man.
James. If I had a dime for everybody that had an investment, I had some dude call me, had me one time.
Man.
Look at this rock of lithium collar and whatnot. You know, he had some big rock.
Dude was trying to sell you rock. What is the rock? Is it moissanite? What is it?
No.
It was lithium, whatever. Then next week he asked me, "Yo, man, can you wire me $50, whatnot?" Like, then sell that damn rock you got. You know?
I'm saying, what kind of rock did Cuddy show you? I didn't see the show. What kind of rock did he show you? What did he profess
what
to
it
be?
was, man.
Jonathan, what was the rock? Just a regular rock?
It was a basic ass rock.
Man, you lying, Jonathan. He probably tried to say it was something valuable. I don't know what he was.
I'm dead ass serious. It was a basic ass rock.
You know, it looks spectacular.
So you think the guy is gonna travel from the United States to Africa in the Sahel?
The guy's a legitimate business guy, bro. He went there with another guy. He went there with what's the guy name that scammed all of them out of money? What was that guy's name?
He got scammed.
Or whatever his name is.
He went there with JT the bigger figure.
No, I don't think he scammed people. I don't think he scammed.
His way back.
Yes, he did, man. He walked away.
No, Kala.
He lost people $10 million.
No, he's talking about another guy, not Cuddy. He's talking about another guy.
The guy wasn't a scammer. I think he was greedy. I don't recall a time when people said he took money and never reimbursed the people. I'm not following him.
Cuddy himself, who was a close follower of the guy, said he was scamming people.
But you see, they had a personal fallout. So I don't know if you can call it scam. Based on what he was doing, he was just trying to be greedy.
Hold up, we're in two different
categories. I'm gonna side with JT the bigger figure
on this one. Not every black man in America. We're all brothers, but we ain't brothers like that.
No, the guy came you. Listen, you see, if we do a show, right? If we do a show, we talk about him, right? And we try to advertise his business. Maybe you, Kala, you're going to be like, you see, the Africans are trying to do it. But the guy came to you with respect. He told you he has a website. No, he has a website. What, did you look into a website?
Yeah, I looked at his YouTube
channel. What do you think?
Well,
he said he has a business website where he has all the...
Look, you want me to ask you what I think, right?
Yeah.
Because of his background.
Be nice,
America.
No,
criminal record and whatnot.
No, Kala, listen. You see, I check Africans, right, when they do that too, right? Like I said, I'm maybe you know me from the YouTube, whatever, right? I don't listen. I'm someone, right? If I see a Black American in Africa, I don't mind anything because I feel like they have to be able to do whatever they want to do in Africa to be able to become successful. I'm not going to undermine that, because that's the same thing that happened to us here. We came here, people gave us chances. And we prove ourselves.
Look, I'm proud of him that he can go over to Burkina Faso, start a new life and whatnot. But I'm saying like this: I have a high level business. I'm about in another year or two, I might be asked to become a partner in a major corporation, whatnot.
Yeah,
I'm gonna throw that away to go over there and try to mine goals.
I'm not saying to go there. I'm just saying if the guy came to you, if he came to you, right? He came to you, maybe. Somehow, some way, believe he can trust you.
Well,
so give him a shot. Bro.
I have no problem with the brother.
Right.
I'm saying like this. You see this gold refinery thing right here. When I see stuff like that and people want to give me, I'll get involved with this.
Maybe have access to people who can do that.
I do got access. I got Mr. Rosenthal.
Okay. Where is Mr. Rosenthal? Where is he at?
Have you seen him?
Where is Mr. Rosenthal? Where is he at?
He's all over there. He built gold bullion banks in like 10 countries.
But St. James,
did he build anything in Burkina?
St. James,
like I said,
Cuddy biggest business making
Burkina Faso yet, but he's trying. He's in Guinea.
Okay.
He was in the Congo last year. He built the Congo. He's in Uganda. And he's friends with Museveni. I got pictures of him with Museveni.
He said he was
with Mugabe. I got pictures of him with PLO Lumumba. He knows Dr. Arakana and all these other people. Like Rosenthal's big time. I was the one who introduced him to Africa like 12 years ago. You know, I said 12 years ago.
Caller, are you guys hearing me?
What?
Are you guys getting me, or am I breaking it? It sounds like I'm breaking it.
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, I was saying Kyler Cuddy, right? He's not in the gold business. The guy said he had like a fish farm and some other thing that he was doing. Those are
He's trying
menial
to get
things.
into gold.
Yeah, those are menial things. Those are not things
No,
that
he
that
said
That's
he
good
said
for
he
him,
has.
though. That's good for him.
Yeah, that's
He
what I'm
said
saying.
has.
So when St. James is saying you should invest with him, I'm saying, what does he
Uh,
have to
No,
invest?
no,
What
no,
does he
no. I
offer?
didn't say you should
let me
invest
tell
in
you
him.
something. St. James, I got Liberia. I got like 50 people that want me to invest with them and port their business. I said when this channel gets monetized a little bit, maybe I throw some money here and there and whatnot. But until then, no. I said like
No,
this.
I didn't
No.
say you got to invest with him. I told him you got to give him a look.
There's a lot of
Give him a
people.
look.
I know.
Yeah,
I
that's
know.
what I
I know.
said.
Like
He's selling
15 people
chickens
that
and
mine
fish,
gold and
bro.
like
He got a fish farm and a chicken little coop. What is there to invest?
No. He said he has the metals too, right? That's what he said, right?
He said he had a jewelry business.
He has a jewelry business. He
Yeah,
said that.
jury business. Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of business though?
what kind
That's
of
why.
is
That's
it?
why. That's
He sell beads or what? Gold.
Is it gold, silver
that's why
business?
he gave you the website, Carla. He said go look into my website and we can connect.
Do y'all
Did you
remember the
even do that?
website?
Did you even go to the
Like I
website? Did you
said,
check? Did you check?
if somebody can find this website, I swear to God, I'll look at it right now.
That's what he said. He gave you
Is
the
he an
website. I don't know
artist?
if you
Is he
saw it or not.
artisanal? Does he know how to
Well, I
make
know
jewelry
he
from
told me.
scratch?
Check this out, St. James, right? I'm sitting here and I'm not near my computer in my office where I could write it down on paper. He said his website, but he says so fast I couldn't understand what he said. I told him put the link in the back chat. You know, I can click on it.
No,
He didn't do
Kyla,
that.
be more accurate than that. It had a long ass name for it.
He had a long ass name. I could not freaking remember, man. You know.
That's why you shut him down, huh? You shut him down because he went there with somebody that you don't like or something?
No. I didn't shoot him down. If you look at the thing, I was saying I'm proud of him. He turned his life around. He went to Africa. He's look.
So why did you keep bringing it up though? Why?
No.
It's not a factor.
Look, I'm surprised. Look, anybody from America that moves to Africa and doing something constructive, I am all for. You know, I believe there should be black people from America should try their hand in the Congo. My goal of the Africans will require literally as many people on the continent as possible. You know, because I'm going to draw people from that move to the continent first. You know, they're going to be the first ones that's going to come to the African. You know, I know that. You know, so I know I have more easy with them than people trying to get somebody from the United States to go. So more people going to the continent, no matter what they do, they're better because we're going to have opportunity for them to ever try to come over with us. You know, so people going to the continent, I'm all for. You know.
Man, you gotta respect the kid, man. He went to a francophone country. He doesn't speak the language. You know, he went there because somebody let him to go there. You know, and he's doing. And he's not over there. You know, bothering people. He's there trying to come up with good ideas. And you gotta support that, brother.
I support him, man. He's welcome. He's welcome on the show anytime. He's welcome on the show anytime, man. I'll be a hypocrite if I didn't support him. You know, I'd be a hypocrite. You know,
but I was really like, you know, it's not you. Like when he was there today on Donna's channel talking about what he witnessed from the country. A lot of people were taking shot like, yo, you lying and shit. So I let him talk because I didn't even want to click in the first time because he was saying the thing that, you know, he was.
The guy sent me like 8 videos today. I'm like, damn, nigga.
Who sent you the videos?
Buddy. He sent me like
8 video about what? You asking about the video yesterday, right? When you were, I watched one of your video, right? You say everything about Burkina Faso is AI made video. That's what you said.
Yeah, I did. You know,
it's not.
I did.
It's not.
Look, there was this video that's out there, and basically like that. One of my Baba Azibo, he got Colin, man. This man's a messiah. Well, I was like, okay, that's why I did the show, right? Baba Azibo, I have a lot of respect. He's living in Ghana, right? And so I have a lot of respect when he's one of Bomani's boys, you know. He's in the Black Star Pan African community. I say, yeah, I like Ibahim Traore, man, but this gets kind of ridiculous. They got him like he's Superman and shit, you know. He's single-handedly.
He is Superman.
Kala. Whatever that the Black American went through, right? You know, at the moment in your history, right? when all these guys came about, the Malcolm X, the whatever, you guys were overhyped. You were happy about
Yeah,
them.
that's what I
That's
said.
the same thing that's happening on the continent. Some people are going to be
Hold on.
overjoyed. They're going to express themselves. You know, it's on you to understand. You know,
Check this out. Take James. I said that. I said, like I did the show tonight. I said, is he next Messiah? I said, look, I understand why young Africans, he's an excellent role model for young Africans. I like the fact that even Liberia, they're marching for him right today. They march for Traore and whatnot. You know, they're standing in solidarity. I love that. And all over the continent, he's an inspiration to African youth, a positive to change the continent. I love that, you know. But what I'm saying is, I know Black America, right? Black America is basically using him as an excuse to not.
I get it. I get all of that. You see, you know, the Africans, they understand all of that, right?
Yeah,
but you have to let people express themselves. You know, that's
I let people
the,
express themselves,
right.
but let's not go too far.
But
Like
when I was talking to your brother Elvis, right? Because listening to Elvis, I always thought like we had a prior. You see, when I came on there, I was like, bro, when you talk about that place, right? I always thought we had a prior because the same situation happened between me and certain people from Sierra Leone, you know. And I expressed that to them, like, you know, sometimes I come in there, I'm trying to tell you exactly what happened. Sometimes your people may not know what transpired, and they might look at somebody like, yeah, you from that place, you effed up my country. I was looking at Elvis like, yo, he was coming at my people like, not my people like the president or whatever, like we had a prior. That's why I asked him, yo, bro, you have prior, is a problem? Because, you know, Compaore came in and did certain thing in Liberia. That's why you're saying those things. That's what you're saying. Most of the time, it makes sense. And I get it. Sometimes you have to challenge our leader to even become the best of them, you know, of themselves. I get that, but I'm not. Whatever that you're doing, Carla, right? Whatever criticism that you have for Traore, please continue to do, because we're not against that.
Let me go. Say, Jay, did you listen to the beginning of the show? I started off saying I support him.
I get you, Carla. No, I'm not saying the fact that you support him, you don't have to criticize him. If you see something, do it. But I just want you to be fair. Not you, like when I say you, I want people to be fair.
Hold on. One thing I will not have, right? Is the fact that when you got this guy named Langley, I'm gonna tell Elvis, right? Having a black man be in the face of the United States against somebody like Traore is out of the question, you know. I'm like this. To me, I see Traore as a leader, and I respect him and whatnot. That's why I would never cross that line, because the bottom line, he's an African leader. He's a head of state. He's a leader and whatnot. And I'm proud. And look, he makes me feel proud. You know, he makes me feel really proud.
I'm here to tell you,
this guy's a godsend. But the whole thing is this, though. I understand that we've seen this story before. Enjoying it right now. The fact that black people believe in something besides rapping and bebopping and stuff like that. Anything besides, in my opinion, besides foolishness and rappers and everything like that, basketball players is good. I'd rather have people talk about Traore than Kobe. What's his name? Not Kobe. Ron James. I'd rather have them talk about that than 50 Cent. I'd rather have people wearing Traore shirts than Big Meech. You understand?
I get you, man.
I get that. He's a smart man.
Wow, there's always something.
Not a stupid man.
You know, I would million years I would have a choice. And the last thing I'm worried about is, although I voted for Donald Trump, I made a mistake in the fact that I thought that, you know, I said render unto Caesar that which is Caesar. I realized that he was the best choice for America and white America. You know, I had no idea that included in the package was him trying to remake Africa. You know, I'm saying no, that Africa is not where you belong.
You were voting for white America's interest rather than your interest, Colin?
I'm saying like this. I'm saying that I'm a minority group in this country. Look, Elvis.
I know you thought you was gonna have a hands-off approach.
Elvis, if I feel like the economy is going down, right? We benefit from a strong American economy. My business, what I do for a living, the policies of the Trump administration is going to help my industry, what I'm in right now. You know, and with especially with Dr. Oz and the office.
So you think the economy is stronger right now than it was before?
Oh yeah, well, definitely it is. You know,
okay. All right.
Egg prices are down. Everything's down. You know, we said that last night. So the bottom line is this: I believe. Look, I believe in drilling. I believe in putting tariffs on cars. When I believe bringing American manufacturing. You got people talking about we're going back to the 50s. Yeah, you know, It can be made here. There should be cars made here. I believe black people should go back to having blue collar jobs again and stuff like that. We should have factory work industries and when that collecting pensions and retirement. We need that black America back again. Blue collar black America needs to be born again. And the bottom line, the only person that was talking like that was Donald Trump. So I support him. But I don't support what he's doing in the Congo. And I don't support his hostilities toward Ibahim Traore. Simple as that, you know?
You can't be mad at him for what he's doing in Congo. The president of Congo called him on that, right?
Yeah, but the whole thing is, though, I'm saying, even though this guy, the president of Congo, is a clown, right?
He's a clown, man.
There's got to be enough backlash about, I don't angry with black America, right? The fact that most black America, that's where your ancestors come from. You know?
Yeah, but St. James, you got to realize that that's called an ancestral homeland. So he doesn't want to be embarrassed.
The Congo?
Yeah, the Congo.
My ancestors
that in Nigeria too.
Northern Angola.
This is where you from? This is where your people came from?
Yeah, my ancestors my ancestors were the first Africans to come to Virginia in the 1600s. You know.
Okay.
You know, so that's why my ancestors from Northern Angola, Southern Congo region, the Congo Kingdom. You know, that's where I'm from. You know, and so the bottom line is this: when I say my ancestral homeland, that I lost everything. You know, every other group of people besides Black America have a homeland. You think I don't think it's justice, right? That the black man in America has no piece of his ancestral homeland to claim for his own. You know, that's not justice. You know, but we still love Africa. You know, despite that it's been an adjustment. Everybody in Africa got inheritance. When I go to Liberia, right, I met this brother, right, that recognized me, right. He said, "Ain't you College Genesis, right?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I remember." He started laughing. "Yo, man, you used to crack me up on Dynasty Show. You know, you and that other guy." I said, "You must be talking about Lou Major." "Yeah." I said, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I remember you on Dynasty Show. Have you been on a while?" I said, "Yeah, man." But anyway, he was born in America, right? Born in Newark, New Jersey, right? He's back in Liberia, but because he's a Pele man from Bond County, right? He could go back at the age of 50 and inherited dozens of acres of land to start his life over with. I can't do that. Can I do that, St. James? I can't go.
You can't do it. You can't do it.
No, I don't. I don't have land that I
No,
inherited.
no. You're talking about a nation. If you're talking about land to do that, it's not a problem. That's not a problem.
Even the fact that I can't even go to a country my ancestors founded, Liberia, and claim land and say this is mine. I can't. I don't have no ownership anywhere. You think that's fair?
But the thing is, I get your point. But you have a specific country where you want to go to.
Yeah, I know, but
having access to land, right? I'm sitting here watching.
Just having access to ownership. We have no ownership in Africa.
No, it's easy. You haven't asked for it. That's why you didn't get it.
Every time we talk about that, everybody gets hostile. No, you got to talk to a chief. You got to sit down and talk to a chief. You can't own land. You're a foreigner and all stuff like that.
No, Kala, you got to understand in certain part in Africa, right? Buying land is like a new concept. Like I'm giving you money in exchange for a piece of land. It's a new concept that was introduced to the Africa. You don't know that.
Why don't we have land? Why do we have to pay for land that was supposed to be ours, and we're supposed to be Africans?
Giving someone $1,500, giving someone $1,500 or $2,000 is paying for a land.
No, I'm saying the fact that I don't mind doing that. But
That's what I'm saying. You can get the land in Africa like for $22,000.
I got a question.
Yeah,
if you were offered land in Africa, would you move there and live there?
If I was offered land in, let's say, Liberia, I'd definitely move there. If I was offered enough land where I could bring my capital and stuff like that, hell yeah, I'll move there.
So what's the process of getting a land in Liberia? What's the process?
If I had land there and whatnot, that was mine. You know what I'm saying? And it was mine. Like I said, like 25 acres of land in say Marshall or something like that, or Maghrebe County, whatever like that, something like that. Yeah, I'd move there. Of course I would. Why wouldn't I move there? You know?
Or be a part of a tribal group, and then you have tribal rights to the land.
That's another thing.
No, he's asking what's the process. I'm giving him another part of the process.
I don't want to be part of any tribal.
Kyle, I hear you. I'm just saying that's another part of the process. He asked a question, I'm answering. That's it.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want to be part of any tribal group. You know, simple as that. I don't think we should have to. You know, I think.
So is it difficult to get a land in Liberia?
What?
Is it difficult to get a land in Liberia?
It's not difficult.
It's not difficult. It's expensive, but in the whole thing, not this. My whole thing is the fact that I know so many people, right, that did not pay a dime for land. If you will see how much land my friend Sam Cooper has, right, he has land of a fucking size of 2 cities, you know, and McGreevy, you know, near the friggin' Cuddington, you know, and not Cuddington, what's that place in
Margibi.
Margibi, you know, he has land in Margibi, you know, and basically he showed me his land on Google. Rosenthal went there. His land has so much. His land has gold, he has iron ore, and all kinds of minerals on it. I mean, rich, fertile, and everything. But he chose to live in Ghana. And I'm like, damn. And
What the family he comes from again, Colin?
What? He's a,
No, I get it. I'm saying, what the family he comes from? What's his family? What's his family surname?
He's a Cooper.
Okay.
He's a Cooper. You know? He's the one of the Coopers, you know. His father.
That's what I'm saying. Who are the Coopers?
His father was S.D. Cooper, built S.D. Cooper Road. Right.
That's what I'm saying. Who are they? What is their background?
The Coopers are one of the founders of the country. One of the founders of the country.
Okay. And he has a lot of land, right?
Yeah, he got all the Coopers have.
So
land,
he's not. So those people will not be deprived of having land in Nigeria.
Well, I'm saying, but even them, the so-called American Liberians, they have something to come back to. We don't. Sam, he's living in Ghana right now. He has land in Liberia. He has more land than he can ever use. He owns 15 buildings in Monrovia.
Kala, you got something. You got something to come back to, right?
I don't have anything.
No. Let me tell you. If you are now organized, right? If you are now organized, right? The people that will go before you, they will muddy the water for you. And then when you get there, and the people will tell you, we don't have anything left because all the people that came before you took it all, tried to resell it for a profit, or try to do certain things to it, and it didn't benefit the local people.
Also, let me say this, brother. It's like this. I'm saying, okay, you know, let's look on a different level, right? Nigeria, right? I do have ancestors in eastern Nigeria too, right? Cameroon, eastern Nigeria, right here. Right off the coast there are oil blocks that are rich in oil, right? And I'm saying to myself, between there, Angola, Equatorial Guinea, those are where all my ancestors came from, right? The black man in America, how come we don't have like a few oil blocks off the coast of Africa that we could claim and we could be partnership with, and we could get a start and we could have a stake on the continent, you know? You don't think that's justice? Then you got Europeans that have oil blocks off the continent or whatnot. Chinese got oil, got gold mines, lithium mines, everything like that. But the black man in America, God forbid, don't have a damn thing. That's up to Africans to make that happen because we support Africa. Look how we support Traore. We support Africans all the time, but when it comes down to us getting something,
Kala. Dr. Arikana took a group of people. Man, I don't know if that. No. Let me finish. I'm gonna give you the information. Let me tell you. Whether you like Arikana or not, she took a group of people. I don't know if they were only made of Caribbean or Black America. I don't know. They went to my country. They went to Burkina Faso, right?
Right.
The president told them, you have to go to the Chamber of Commerce. I already told them that you were coming. See whatever that it is in there that you like. Pick what you want, any project. We're gonna make it work.
Let me ask you a question, right?
So
hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Where's Dr. Arikana from?
I think she's from
Zimbabwe.
Right? And married to a Ghanaian, right?
Hold on. How could she honestly be speaking for me?
No, Kala, that's what I said. You know, sometimes if you don't lead a project, don't get mad because you are not leading the project. You can be part of the project. You can be part of the team that goes in there, right? You can get there. If you don't like what you see, you can branch out. You can tell them, hey, no, you guys have nothing to teach me. I can be on my own. You don't have to be mad and attack the group that is going. No,
I have no problem with what they do and stuff like that. Right? I get that. I have no problem with if something comes out of this or whatnot. But I'm saying let's not, because I've seen this before. Right? We something happens and the country benefits. Other people benefit, but I never see us benefiting from any of this. I never see nobody.
Kala. I wanted to answer that question, right?
I've never seen an African American get.
I wanted to answer that question, Kala. It's just pure greed. The people from Delta State or River State, where you get a lot of oil from in Nigeria, they don't even benefit from that oil. You expect these people to give you in the diaspora, rights to the oil blocks? Come on.
Well,
It's the
hold on, why
agreement.
not? Hold on, why not? Because the
Because
bottom line
these are human
is that
beings.
we got
That's
answers
human
to
nature.
things,
Is to
bro.
keep, is to hoard all of the resources for themselves and their
And
family
that's
and
what
their
I said.
friends.
That's why until
That's
something happens where
human
we have
agreement.
an honest conversation about who owns what and what owns who and whatnot, there's never going to be no real Pan Africa because it's all one sided. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, if unless the government steps in, once these kind of things happen, the government can step in and allocate certain,
So what I'm saying
resources,
is, what I'm
but
saying,
not the regular people
I'm
though.
telling black people in America, right? Look, if we're gonna get somebody, we're gonna put our necks on the line for this stuff because it's like I said, it's gonna get ugly in this country between Africa. There's already growing tensions between Africa and the United States. The United States is talking about shutting down half its embassies in Africa.
Right. So,
Those
Carla,
embassies.
do you think African Americans should be dialoguing with Traore and trying to get in there early and maybe have a stake in the economy?
What I'm saying is this. I think the right type of black Americans should be over there talking, somebody like me,
Okay, Carla.
someone like me,
But
the bottom
what's stopping you from
Yeah,
initiating it? What's stopping you from
if
initiating it?
Kyle's not gonna be sensible about
If you
the
are serious
question,
about your business
if
and you
we're
know
not
how to solve the
benefiting from
problem,
whatever Traore got going on in Burkina Faso, to hell with it.
Carla, I'm
Right,
here to
but
tell you. I'm here
then
to tell
Jonathan,
you.
you can't just sit back and expect the benefit. You got to go there and engage them, right? And
No, no,
see
no.
the possibilities of possibly
You
benefiting
have
from
to.
it.
You have to have the contact first. You
Right.
have to spark an interest. When Traore hear that this guy is coming to my country to talk to me about this and that, and I have interest in it, this guy would not have a problem having to sit down with you.
Well, hold on.
You know, I don't. I don't think.
Hold up. This is what I am going to do right now. This is my plan. I'll let it out the bag, right? I'm working with my partner Val Thomas. He has International Focus magazine in Monrovia, Liberia, and whatnot. They're out of Atlanta, but in Monrovia, right? He has a consulting business. Cynthia Blanford, his wife, is the one who got Delta to Liberia, and she helped found the Candasia Resort with Bob Johnson, right? And I met them when I was there. So basically, him and I are going to do a thing. I said, I'm going to be a facilitator. He's going to be the consultant, right? So by the end of the summer, right, my corporation in Liberia is going to be sending out letterheads to major businesses in America, right? Talking about the prospects of investing in Liberia first, right? And we're going to move to other countries, right? But I'm going to send it on my letterhead, inviting them to Liberia when I see what happens. I'm going to get a lot of people to bite. I'm going to refer them to Mr. Thompson, right? Thompson consultant firm. And that's how we have a trade mission coming to Liberia in July, from African-American guys from Representative Reynolds from Texas is going to head in it. So we got a lot of stuff going on there. Why? Because we met with the president of Liberia, Boca. He came to Atlanta and he reached out and whatnot to prominent black businessmen and whatnot. And they're working together with people like Madam Cooper and everything like that. So there's a strong connection, a real connection between Black America and Liberia and Ghana right now. I don't know what I'm hearing. I heard things about Ibahim Traore, but Dr. Arakana is not one of us. She does not know us.
No, Carla, sometimes you have to side with someone if you don't like them. When we talk business, right?
I don't like them.
Personal emotion has nothing to do with business. You
She's
can
not
use
one
her.
of us. We can't back her.
The way you can use her, she can use you. You can use her to have access. That's it. When you get access, you can make it clear. Listen, I'm not part of that group. This is what I do. This is the solution that I'm bringing to you. Those people in front of you, they will understand that. Arikana already have the contact. So you cannot sit here and tell me, okay, you like what you see, but because Arikana is there, I'm not going to deal with her.
I'm not saying I won't, but I'm saying like this. One thing that bothers, like I said about the show tonight, the next Messiah, right? Black people in America, right? Dr. Arikana knows all the talking points, how to get Black America, right? You sound like you're against the white man. You sound like you're against. I'm not convinced like that because a few years ago, she was defending the white farmers in Zimbabwe. People don't remember that. She was basically saying, yes, the whites are entitled to a compensation because although we had the land, they added value to the land. So they should get compensated for what they put in the land, the equipment and stuff like that. Well, it may be true, So I'm saying to myself, since the Lancaster agreement thing, she also believed that the claim that the white farmers, the Zimbabwean government ought to pay for that, which they are,
But Kyle, the Zimbabwe there, the government is paying reparations to the white people now.
Oh no, they are. She supported that, And so she supported that.
And y'all saying go meet with this woman. Hell,
China said put the country under sanction, you know, and the people were struggling in that country. They had to come up with a solution. What was the solution?
They're still under sanction, you know, even after the conversation, they're still under
They're still under sanction. Their economy is sinking worse than it was when Mugabe was around. They're not doing better.
Well,
Yeah,
why would you get white farmers? There's black farmers in America. There's black farmers in the Caribbean. You could have got black farmers in a whole lot of other countries.
You smart enough to understand sometimes the international community, when they get together against an African country, they always get their ways, right? You know that. Although we know if Zimbabwe had the power, you know they wouldn't have done this. You know
why I don't agree with that, St. James? Because you know who extended the sanctions on thing right before second term? Guess who
Obama.
Obama. You know. So basically, if Black America was really organized, right, we could have told Obama, right? You know, you didn't do shit for us the first time. You're not going to do it, but this is our line of said. That's why my position was back then. I said, if you basically, and then he did it. He freaking extended sanctions on Zimbabwe, and I said, I can't believe this nigga did that shit, you know. And so he extended sanctions on Zimbabwe, and he still got our vote, you know. And so, but I'm saying this. I said, that's what I said. Who is organizing the Black vote, you know? And if I have any power when that, you know, it's not going to be like that. I would say like this: you basically do that. We're not going to vote for it. We're going to vote for Mitt Romney, you know. And this is why Black America said, you know something? We watched all this shit, you know, things like that. And this is why we stood home this last election and let Trump win. Black men who won like this, because we stood home. We either voted for Trump or we stood home. We didn't go out to vote. That's what threw the election was. We're saying we're tired, you know. And so the bottom line is this: Black America, Black men could easily turn the power against Donald Trump if we really wanted to. You know, we could say, you know, but we just need the leadership, you know, speaking out on our behalf. We just can't be emotional and get caught up. We got to say, what exactly do we want out of the Congo, right? That's much of our ancestral homeland, you know? If you're talking about America, talking about going to Congo, right? And we're not bringing Black businesses. We're not getting Black mining companies. We're not giving the Black man in America a chance as all white companies go in there. Look, over my dead body. That's not going to happen, you know? The white man got America. He got that. Okay, it's fine. To the victor belongs the spoils, whatever like this. But
Kala,
what you said is nice, right? But the first step, right? The first step is to make a contact with the current president. Also, although we know he's a puppet, right? Why don't you get a meeting with him and let him know, hey, we're here. This is who we are. We have an interest. We have a vested interest in your country, and that's what. Those are the things we can do. Those are the things we can do for you. You know. You have to begin from that.
Okay,
the guy's not.
TJ, let me get Ola on. He got something to say. Right, Ola.
Let me just, if I listen to Kala, other Black Americans, the problem that the Black Americans lack the skills.
Dude, hey Ola, we got every last hold on. We got oil companies in Texas. We got oil companies in Oklahoma. We got oil companies. Matter of fact, it was an African American company that first drilled oil in Nigeria. What are you talking about?
You hear from me, because this is not about criticism or, you know, I want to be stupid. What I say here is this: the Black Americans stage in the United States power of government in that umbrella is not really there. They can use them maybe to do some dirty work, but they cannot use it to negotiate work at high power skills negotiation. So the general Black American
because have you ever heard of the Hightower Group?
Well, hold on. Forget that dude.
That's one of the largest oil companies in the world. That's a Black man out of freaking Akron, Ohio. What are you talking about?
Look. I understand that individual can go over to a country, maybe try to set up some government, but they don't have the power to negotiate or even come close to the power of to government power in some of these countries. So what you see, they go individually to do small mini businesses or whatever they want to do. when they fuck up, they try to destroy you in YouTube, but they don't have the power to remove the power. And Kala is not exempted for that show also. But Manny, this is just a tourist dude. You understand me? They don't have any power to meet any government power to negotiate anything because they were not actually organized like that. You understand me? They're under the umbrella of the white man. What the white man, like what happened to that general, that they can be used to kind of like a case study or observation or use for analysis of other countries, like what they did, what that general was being used for by say anything. Emotional attachment to Africa, they're not really there like that. Few of them can say, oh, I love that guy, possibility under the pains of what is going on with them in the United States in the past, but not really emotional attached to the continent, women to the sub-Saharan people. Rather, they speak under the emotions of their past trauma, what happened to them. So what you see now with Kala actually don't have a specific what actually going on. Kala cannot negotiate with any government power because the Black Americans are not that powerful in the United States to do that. So see, it happened in Haiti when Mickey Don, that guy called the Mickey Dance guy, when that dude called Wycliffe Sean, all the P. Diddy and all that guy were trying to form a government. What happened? That dude, that white dude that went to Ukraine also came in and disqualified these guys. The Bill Clinton came in, and what happened to Wycliffe Sean? They threatened him. They shot him in his hand, and Wycliffe Sean ran from his life because they don't have that power to say this. Rather, they love the white man a lot to start bringing that hamburger, to start bringing that a lot of jobs for them, to start bringing a lot. Any Black American that is a billionaire work under the umbrella of the white man. The day he will fuck up, the day he will do something stupid, that 10 billion they say what will return to $50 million or even to $2 million. If it's even lucky, if it's not lucky, it will go to zero, like what happened to Kanye West and Puffy. You understand me? All these are Jay-Z you see, these are audio money. These are not real money. Thank you, Kala.
And to go ahead and say what Kadola's trying to say, right, is that Africans tend to look at Black Americans as like almost like an enemy. But when they see white people, they just bow and they just cater to them. That's all Kadola's just simply saying.
Or basically, they don't think Black America is capable of doing things that.
No. It's not about a capability thing because Nigeria got its whole start off of Black America, just like Ethiopia and a whole bunch of other countries.
You know.
Kadola, I disagree with you, right? But I think what he's saying is coming from a place of leverage, because usually when you negotiate with governments, you're usually doing bilateral negotiation, meaning government to government.
That's why
that's the
issue. I said the future of Black America, it should be supporting our own state somewhere that can negotiate on our behalf. I don't see why people are still arguing about that.
Kala,
we're gonna get we have
they can't negotiate on our behalf. They can't negotiate on their own behalf.
Yeah, no, that's why we need to have our own.
That doesn't make it.
I don't feel confident.
We're talking about government, Jonathan. If you want to negotiate with government,
even the African,
you can't just be a citizen, a regular citizen, negotiating with the entire government.
Even the African governments, they're not in a position of power.
Yeah, and also they're in a better position than we are because they can speak.
Yeah, in a position of power.
They're not. They're really not.
They're not in a position of power when it comes to European governments.
Jonathan, here's the thing. Black people in America, we always think Africans are stupid, but actually they're the smart ones. They were smart enough to have nation states when they negotiated with
Kala. They were given nation states.
Yeah, well, they were at least smart enough to take it,
No. If I give you something, do you really own it? Because they're still controlled by all of these white countries.
We have no hell. We don't even have that. I would rather have a country that.
Kala, what you were saying is you don't mind being fucked just as long as you smiled about it. Okay? That sounds dumb as hell.
No, it's the fact of the matter is,
man.
say what you want, right? They can make mistakes, whatever, like that. We're not even allowed to make mistakes. Like this. Look at South Sudan. The world recognized a new republic. Now it's disintegrating. Exactly said it was because because you got a bunch of tribalist, primitive people trying to run a modern republic, and it fell apart, But Black America, no, under no circumstance should you guys have a government, even though we're the most qualified,
Well, who's stopping you from having a government, Colin?
Well, I don't know what's stopping it because that's what I'm trying to pursue.
No, but when you said no, there's no reason you guys should have a government. Who's saying that? Who's making that statement?
When people like tell me, "Oh, well, Kala, man, like we're gonna do this." Look, I'm like this. I support Ibahim Traore, but I'm sorry, he's not my messiah until we have what I want to see is somebody that comes from my lineage over our own soil. That's what I'll trust it, But somebody's one of me. Even though I have to consider him an African, we're all brothers and everything like that. But
there you go again, being a tribalist.
It's not a
tribalist. Gotta come from your lineage. It's gotta come from your people. Africans do the same thing. If it's not from my stock, I don't want to be with them.
That's not tribalism.
Kala, what you say right now, Kala, Tory have a position of power. Tory have a position of power. He defended his own country. Do you know what that guy is doing? He put his life at a risk. Black Americans cannot do that because they under the servant of order. The general is taking the order for United States government, which is a powerful white
Cadola.
Black Americans cannot be at all.
Traore is a drone strike away from seeing Jesus Christ. Calm down.
What I say, Black Americans not yet in the position of controlling the
country. In his case, Jonathan Allah.
Well, Allah. He's a drone strike away from Allah. Y'all need to calm down.
Ola, let me ask you something. Where are you from in Nigeria?
Bro, this is not about Black Panther.
Right.
No, it is about you.
He's from Edo State.
I'm from Edo State.
Are you in a position to do anything to stop Tinubu from disenfranchising people that are voted in Nigeria? Because Tinubu is out there, he's sending soldiers. No, listen. Tinubu is sending soldiers to stop the inauguration of opposition candidates.
Excuse me. We don't do.
Are you aware that he's doing that?
Don't disrespect Tinubu. Tinubu has done wonderful things for the dollar. Calm down.
What's up with this sudden change, Jonathan? Are you in Nigeria right now?
No, because here's the thing. Here's the point I made is I've heard other Nigerians.
Jonathan sounded real suspect right now.
Listen. Tinubu has done a great thing for the dollar and the naira exchange rate. I don't want it to get better. I want him to stay in power.
Okay, I got you. Your money goes further now than it was before. I guess.
This guy's money.
Here's the thing. The point he's trying to make.
Jonathan, you sure?
Say that Black America.
I'm 100% sure.
And this is
I believe you, man, because you got 3 wives.
We have to be realistic.
And I want
to. Why are you fetishizing about somebody having 3 wives? You're a Muslim. You can get 3 wives. I met if you want it.
Elvis. We have to be realistic.
No, the thing is this.
That young man is fighting.
Okay, one person at a time.
Praise him.
That's one person at a time. Let Owen talk to everybody. Come on.
Under the umbrella of realistic, we have to be realistic.
Can you hear me?
Africa don't dance.
Yo, Adama, let Owen talk, bro.
You understand me? What Black Americans are doing, what I see sometimes, they have woke up. Disneyland kind of fantasy. I just jump in, and this like a fantasy. We just do this, we just do that. Man, you will be eaten up by the wolf. You understand me? In reality, we deal with reality now.
Look,
Traore is fighting.
This is why I agree with FBA on this point, right? And sometimes we laugh at them. Kala even laughs at them when they say this. When they say we're Americans, we say, "Oh, you're not American, you're Black." That's what they mean. Americans, you can't, as an American, you can't just go into Africa and try to deal in your own interests. It has to be, it has to be done in the interest of the United States. That's why you see a black man.
Like that.
A black man who is an American is doing their bidding of America, regardless of his skin color. And that's the conundrum the African Americans are in, because they want agency over their own affairs, but in reality, they're Americans, and America has agency over their affairs.
Africans don't understand that. You guys gotta do this. We still gotta deal with the United States. We're still Americans, So we have to do this very carefully. Africans don't make it easy for us.
That's why when Africa look at you,
fight for every little thing.
The reality is we're American. and
Yeah, you put
we
Americans. So
have an American first
when you
policy,
come to
and
Africa,
unfortunately, that American first policy does not benefit Africa.
so that's what Africans, when they look at you people come with fantasy talk, they just laugh. They know the white man going to push you aside, even censor your bank. You understand me? So
They
if you make a
push
move,
y'all aside
they
in
will censor your bank.
Africa.
So we don't forget about that fantasy. Anything about Black American cultural happen. They might be shot around, might be say we support this. Look, Africa is not a Black Panther fantasy. This is real game. Neither you be eating or somebody eat you. So what you have to do, use your head before you have to use your head before somebody else use your head. So your eyes have to be opened. It's not about Disneyland, Superman. Man. This is you can lose your life, or your whole family can go down. So Sakara died. A lot of leaders died out of to holding power. We're not talking about now. Let's just do this. We don't do that. It's like a movie scene, like Black Panther, Wakanda, or the new one called The Sinners. Africa does not happen like that.
This man funny, man. This man funny,
Kadola. That's not
Kadola's
true.
a funny
That's
man.
not true.
He's a
Because
funny
Africa
man.
bows down to white people more than Black America ever can.
You
and
people have
y'all
no
run the
resources. You
and
people have no
y'all
resources.
run
Look.
all the
Whatever the white
resources in
man
the
do, you
world.
could enjoy from it.
All the
If it's
resources
mobile
in the
phone,
world,
you
and
could
they're
get it.
still controlled by the very same people
Nobody
who
control
handed
nobody.
you over
Nobody control nobody.
your
You understand me?
independence. They
I
control you through the IMF.
okay.
They
Nobody control
control
nobody.
you
I got
economically.
my document
One
for
of
my
the
piece of
greatest
land. My
Kadola,
friend has the document for his piece of
don't
land.
take it from me.
So
Robert
don't say
Mugabe
anybody control it. But
at
you
a
see,
South
this is the
African
easiest
business
way
conference.
you
He
could say,
said it.
oh, they
We got
control.
political freedom, not economic freedom.
Look at
The
the
whites
Chinese, right?
control
Look at
everything.
the
They
Chinese.
still
Look at the
control
Chinese.
it, Kadola.
Hold on.
You may feel
Look,
free. You're
they
not
say
free,
Africa
buddy.
control nothing. When America was asking, join us. This is what the Africa did. They said, no. We'll be neutral. Go and do your thing yourself. You understand me? You see what happened with the Chinese? We watch. We try to use them now. Do your thing. We stay neutral. And look at you people. No African
But Condola, we have to agree with Jonathan on that point, right? Like when Nigeria is ready to borrow money, when they have a little, issue economically, they go to China, borrow $10 billion from China. When they need to borrow money from the US, they come to the US banks and borrow money or go to the IMF. So the key here is the world currency is based on the European dollar or the American dollar, and they have access to that money, and we depend on that money to run our economy. So they'll always have power over us until we can get away from their currency.
It's true. That's what we have to figure out, how to be independent like the Chinese. Look at Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is paying the white people now to leave their country. Sure, the white people lose their land, but the guys paid $3 billion, right? It's gone. That land belongs to the black people forever there. There's no British man coming anymore. This white Zimbabwe, so they can say, oh, this is our ancestors' grant. They move. If the black Americans have such resources, they would have done it, but they're not doing it because if they move, let's say they move to anywhere, they can come and create a road there and cut them off and reduce their population and throw them into disarray. You understand me? So when you see the FBA or person like Carla is speaking, they're speaking under the pains that they cannot move. And actually, they're not actually organized like that.
And Condola, you just took the words out of my mouth. And that's what I want to see. And that's what Carla, with all the talk that he does and all the disagreement that I disagree with him on many things, if he was really, really serious, right? In all honesty, Carla should be the one in the forefront, along with Bomani, who had the logistical means, to really be getting African Americans of means to go out there and take opportunities of these things. But I don't see no group on the continent that's really doing all of these things. Like, okay, we want to land. It's just a pipe dream for this Afghanistan. But in reality, you should be going out there with resources, with money in hand, trying to buy land, trying to start businesses, doing all of the things that you really want on the continent. But you're not doing that.
Elvis, 95%, 95% of the people who went to Ghana, right, who create business, they're creating business.
That's the point. So there you go. Jonathan, you just said
It's
it
not
right.
about we don't want to.
You don't want to go there. So what's the complaint about Africa
Elvis,
this,
Elvis,
Africa that? If you don't want to go there and take
Elvis,
advantage of whatever
May I
Africa
say
has to
something?
offer.
Elvis.
Yeah,
Do you
go ahead.
understand that? Do you understand that when I'm not gonna say when black foreigners goes to Africa and they already give them a deal to get a land? Trust me, the people who gave them the land know they have to somehow find a way to, to take care of themselves. That conversation become, a priority. So it's all based on your skill set and your expertise. If you go to Africa and you're trying to open something that this local have already they already have those things in their community. You Tyler always say, "Oh, I don't see a black American making money in Africa." Trust me, if that black American find a niche in Africa and he decide to invest his money, he's going to become rich. So you're not going to expect a black person, a black Westerner going to Africa, open a restaurant, open something that the Africans already on the soil are doing,
Right.
and expect him to become rich. It's
Yeah,
not
and
going to
see,
happen.
James, the thing is,
Well, St. James,
okay, go ahead,
do
Jonathan.
you know anyone? Do y'all know anyone who from the diaspora? I mean, your actual real diaspora, not the fake one, right? That went
What?
back to the motherland and got rich. That got into business. From what I understand,
No, I don't
especially
know.
people from Nigeria, they tend to go back to Africa, or people from South Africa, anywhere in general. They get mistreated worse than the people that are not from there.
Are you talking about the people from that land who came like us, like we came
Yeah,
here to the
yeah,
West?
they tend to
No,
get
I know.
treated
Yeah, oh yeah,
bad.
I
Yeah,
know.
and
That
that's
I know.
usually out of fear, and they feel threatened by it.
And they haven't done it either.
No,
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 no, no.
Jonathan, there are
I
people
know
there
people
doing it,
from
but
my
yeah,
place.
one second, St. James, let me answer him quickly, right? There are people from here who find success in Africa, but usually the formula is you come to the West, you either get good education, make enough money, take seed money back with you to Africa, start a business with the knowledge that you have maybe through your education, and you grow it. You see that in Nigeria with places like channels, televisions, other people who went to Britain, got an education, an MBA from Harvard, went back to Nigeria, started a media corporation, and became very successful. All the people who were in the banking sector went to the UK, went to Oxford or Cambridge, got an education, went back to Nigeria, started a banking, conglomerate, and became successful.
Yes,
Usually, you
yes.
got to come to the West, get the education, get some resource, and then go back and use that money as seed money. And with your expertise and your education, you can find success in Africa. But it's not just like a real entrepreneur place where you can just go there with just hustle and make a lot of money. The economy is not as robust as the United States, where you can get really, fat or rich really fast like that. You have to have,
I
some
agree with you, Elvis.
right.
But you will also agree that those people that actually did those things were already connected before they actually did that, right?
Right, and perhaps yeah, that's also a factor.
Yes. Yeah, a great majority are connected, but I know a lot of people from my country
Those
who
ain't good
they
examples.
did go back and they became successful. It depends on how you hustle. When you get home from the West, you already have something in you. Everybody's interested, even if your family was not connected. The fact that you lived in the West, it depends on how you want to play. You're gonna play your position when you go back. You gotta connect. You gotta make sure you know who to connect with. You don't have to waste time. So I know people who did go back and then they're doing fine. But when it comes to money, compare like the way that you guys are talking about success and the way Africans are talking about success could be two different things. Carla may look at it like, yeah, you have to have that, $1 million, you have to have certain things. And Africa may look at it like, nah, I don't need all of that. I need this just to be okay with myself. It depends on how much success you want on the continent. So sometimes we talk about money and Africa can look at it again. If I have a house, I have a decent, I make a decent earning and I have
Right,
a decent 401k or
right.
whatever. My family
Yeah,
is being taken care of. I'm
and,
good. So
and that's the
Africa may
thing,
look
St.
at it like
James,
that.
right? America spoils us, right? Because I mean, the money is so much in this country that anywhere you go, a little kid could start up a business. This is a little black girl and her mom who started like a bowl, company, like doing little bowls for your hair, special kind of bowls. So they made millions in like a couple of years, right? That could probably never happen in Africa because you you're not gonna make $1 million selling bowls, or hair bowls that little
It
girls
will
put in their hair.
never happen in Africa.
Right,
Ain't no
and one of
probably
the
about
reasons
it.
is because of the economy. The economy is way, 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 way smaller than the United States economy, right? So the fact that you think you can get rich in the U.S. by having a great idea and selling, a few things and really making money, it's not going to happen like that in Africa. and that's the difference. So that's why it's not really viable for people who are just doing entrepreneur ventures to go in there and really become successful. You have to have a structure and usually have the education and have some money, or start money to have some success and some connection, like Jonathan said. So yeah, man, it's a different dynamic, and it's not the same as the U.S. where anybody can become rich overnight with a great
Yeah.
idea and a great product.
And the people that tend to be very successful in Africa tend to be from areas that kind of like are traumatized. Syria, Lebanon. I mean, be real. These ain't people like if you live in Europe to live in Africa and invest in Africa, you already had a problem before you went over there. You had a leg up. So it doesn't really make sense too much for an African American to be like, I'm going to overwhelmingly invest in Africa from the ground up. No, you don't go to Africa like, man, I'm trying to make at least 10 million naira. You could have made that in America delivering Uber Eats or some shit. You just don't do it. Doesn't make sense to.
Okay,
It's
Jonathan,
actually
what's
it's
$10 million?
actually it's
What's 10
actually
million naira in
dumb.
dollars?
10 million naira, that's like $6,000,
Really?
$7,000.
That ain't no money,
Yeah,
man.
why would you do that?
That ain't
Why
no
would you
money,
do
bro.
that? Exactly. And how much money do you think you could realistically make in Africa?
The largest
But
economy in Africa is only $366 billion GDP. You know,
is that South Africa or Nigeria?
that's Nigeria.
So Jonathan, you're there. I mean, we don't want to check your pockets, but are you saying at least? Have you ever seen at least 50 grand a month doing business in Africa, USD?
The difference is this: the customer base is America. It's just the employees are African. Now, if
Okay.
the customer base was African, fuck out of here. I'll be back.
Yeah, you can get stuff made in Africa for cheap. Like I said,
Yeah,
if I was able to build a
easily
call
teach
center
some
in
people
Africa,
how
I'd be rich.
to do
Yeah,
some work.
and the thing with
That's
Africa is
another
not
thing,
we're
man.
not frivolous consumptors. We don't just consume for the sake of consuming, right? People buy what they really need. The most thing people will buy on a daily basis is food and their bare necessities.
Actually, in
I
Liberia, you know,
I
it's popular now in
I would say
Liberia.
younger
Vape
people
machine,
are more consumers.
vape things are going really hot in Liberia. I'm surprised, man. That's a
You said what's
luxury.
going? You said what's going hot in
Vape, the
Liberia?
little vaping
Oh, the
big in
vaping. Oh,
Liberia.
okay. Yeah. So I
That's
mean, if
big in
you
Liberia
In
right now. So
Nigeria,
they
they
can
call
money
it
something
shisha.
there.
yeah, like those kids will wear like knockoff sneakers. You know, you're not gonna have a Jordan store in there or a Nike store that's gonna be going wild. They'd rather go buy the $20 Nike kicks from the Chinese knockoff and rock it and be looking fly. Nobody's gonna check and say, "Oh, you're wearing fake shoes." They don't even care about that shit in Africa, bro. So that's the thing. I mean, I don't know what you can really go in there and say this is a surefire way to really make money. I know I have a customer base that's gonna be sustained over the
There
years.
was an African
I don't know.
American guy that when our group went over to Rwanda back in 2019, right? He was basically like, man, I gotta get back to the States, man. He opened up a clothing manufacturing business. He has a couple contracts with the government, but he found that he had to sell his product in America, like on eBay, and so he's not making money. Because he said, man, I tried to do the local market. I thought I was gonna come here, I saw all these tall buildings and whatnot. He said, man, he went like for months without making a sale.
Yeah,
Like,
because
damn.
people are going to buy
That's
in
how
Liberia.
Africa is, bro.
In Liberia, what we call the Ducat Flare, right? I don't know if you heard about that color, the Ducat Flare. It's like these little assorted bags of clothing, lightly used clothing, and people go in there and buy like a big bundle of it for like $250, and you just take it home. They got different
Can
age
you
groups.
can you repeat that again? What you said?
Ducat
Doka
Flare. It's
what?
called Ducat Flare.
We have the same thing in Burkina. Doka
Oh, yeah.
Flare.
You gotta have it there
Yeah,
too. Okay, yeah,
a lot
Yeah.
of the traders in
yeah.
Monrovia are from Burkina Faso,
No,
Mali.
that's what I was telling him. I said we have a lot of Burkinabes in Liberia, especially in the southeastern
Yeah, we
Oh,
region.
call
yo,
it
like
you good Doka Flare.
Monrovia is everything
Yeah.
in West Africa. Is a microcosm of West Africa.
We
Everybody
have that
there
in
knows
Liberia. So
Mali.
that's how people buy their clothes. That's if you're lucky enough to have $250. Some people use it to sell, to resell. Some people buy it personally. They don't just go shopping on a daily basis. That might be that kid's clothing for the entire year or two. So if you have a clothing business, forget it, man. Low boutiques. If you're a woman, if you had a nice boutique and you're connected with like high class women, the big time girls, as we say in Liberia, you might do okay. They might come and patronize your business, but clothing and other things that you think goes well in the United States, sneakers company, other things, hell no. Africans are going to buy those things maybe once or twice a year, and that's it. You're not going
Yeah,
to
you
have
gotta go.
consistent sales.
You gotta go for the things that African consume every day on a daily basis.
Right.
You're not gonna miss your mark. Whatever they consume daily, and then you invest in that. Yes, the likelihood of you making a return on investment is very higher. If you, like you said, clothing, you have to go for the women. Men's are not gonna be interested, like grooming things and all that. Men and no, it's a different. It's a small, a tiny class of men that will, invest their money on those things. You buy, Western clothing and you bring to Africa. Now you have to have a niche, otherwise you're not gonna make it. I used to do that when I go on vacation. I used to buy a lot of things and thinking that people are going to give me my money back. After 2 months or a month, people are still not there. People haven't paid me.
Yeah, the lotion, the spray, the things for the men, the deodorant. And dudes will take that shit on credit. Oh, let me take two, bro. I'll pay you.
At the end of the month. Yeah, they will tell you that.
In
At the
other
end of the month,
words,
I'm going to give you the
Carlo,
money. They
you
don't.
gotta pretend that you were never born in America, and then you can succeed in Africa.
Yes, Jonathan, you got it. Jonathan, you got it. That's what I want to say. Is the ability for you to network, the ability for you to meet people. Africa is not just. Last week, if I come to Liberia, I will be bedded there for some time, watching who is who. It doesn't matter low or high. You both have to forget about if you come from Virginia, wherever you're coming from, you saw Cadillac, wherever you're coming from. Forget those Cadillac in the United States. Now you're not dealing with different type of mentality, different type of people. You must sit with them on the bench under the mango tree, but you really knowing them, you eating with them, you get information from them. You Africa will get information from anywhere. You understand? Then from there, if you have the money, you can climb higher. That's how the Lebanese operate. You will see a Lebanese man with a typical Nigerian man or Ghana man, but he just getting the information by his little resources. If he want that land,
right, Kadola, you'll see Lebanese in villages, bro. You will see them in the villages in Africa, mingling with the village people, bro. So they really humble themselves. They're not looking at, my quality of life have to be this way. I can't go into this area. I'm too high class. Nah. They bring themselves low to the people and they make money.
Elvis, my people are not about to walk around in dirty.
That's what I'm saying, Jonathan. That's a difference.
We're not
that's
doing
a difference.
No, the problem
I get it. I get it. It's all about what you wanted to do to make that money, man. If you ain't wanted to do it,
And the Lebanese ain't too far. The Lebanese ain't too far away from being like that in their own country.
For Africans,
but the thing is,
going to go ahead.
If you want to come with a first class solution, you got to come with first class money. I mean, in Africa, it's possible. So if you feel like you can't do what the locals are doing, and you don't have to do everything they're doing, but I'm saying if you have the money, then you can position yourself, in something that the locals are not doing. But if you don't have that kind of money, and at the same time you are telling them that I'm not going to do the things that you guys are doing, how are you going to make it happen?
I mean, the thing is, African Americans, we're not. When we look at Africa, we're not like overly capitalist. We're not trying to. Let's take advantage of these people. All these other groups take advantage like a motherfucker.
But you see the problem.
I don't think they take advantage, bro.
Elvis,
no, problem is they're bringing goods and services to the people, right? They're not like robbing them or taking advantage of them. And you also got to realize Elvis, in Africa,
you can bring goods and services
in Africa. Shipping, right? A lot of corruption happen at the ports. These custom places, these Lebanese guys, they get fleeced too. They get fleeced a lot when they bring goods into the country.
Of money.
So they transfer that cost to the customers, right? So that's just how business works in Africa. You got to pay. You got to bribe somebody to get your goods free from the port. And then, of course, you can't sell it for cost. You have to sell it for a profit. So you got to up the price for the customer or the consumers, right? So, I mean, that's just the corruption in Africa that make everything more expensive.
If you pull a Lebanese on the side in West Africa, he knows what's going on. He's not even going to argue. He's not even going. He already have the money for it.
Yeah. You already have the money aside for that.
You already have the money on the side for it. For sure. They know, and they know they're gonna.
It's part of life in Africa. It's not like the Black Americans don't have that.
And more reasons why my people don't want to do it.
No, I get that part. We get that
You
part.
don't have
I mean,
you cannot be like that, Jonathan.
you go from living a
cannot
normal
be like
life to you got to negotiate everything. How much does
Yes,
tomato?
because
Some
you
people like
cannot
that.
be like that. You put tell me,
We good.
you put want the
We
cookies,
good.
you put want the lollipop, you put want to
I
see
do hit bartering, man. I hate it, man.
you put want the series.
And they
Want to
expect you to do
barter
that
every
shit.
damn thing.
Yeah, they expect you to barter every day. I'm like, yeah, I don't like it, man.
At some point, like just like
Just put the regular price, put the price on there, and that's it.
this is bad business in general. Would y'all want to go to Walmart every day and try to negotiate
And
some
try to
damn
negotiate.
prices?
Sometimes it's like you feel bad, like, man, am I being cheap? Let me just get this
Let me
person
give you
$2 and move
Elders,
on, man.
what people are now saying too, right?
and
Most of the time, some of these Lebanese and some of the African, they're making over 200% on return on investment, 300%, 400%. I've seen it. So sometimes they look at it like, yes, man, I might be, be doing that. But if you are getting, let's say you are getting
What kind of product,
500% return.
What kind of product are they making that
they
out of?
raggedy ass countries, they negotiate too. They barter too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
it
see, the
happens in
culture's
the
not
Middle
really
East. Oh,
the
for sure, the
culture
Middle
really
East.
isn't that different.
Yeah, the
The
Middle East do a
culture,
lot
the
of
way of
bartering
life
too.
isn't different.
look,
Yeah, so when they come to Africa, it's not a big change for them, Jonathan. That's the difference, right? America is a first world country. The Middle East is
let me
really
tell
maybe
you
a
this.
second world place. Go ahead,
Elvis,
Cadola.
Elvis, let me tell you this. When that Liberia man was in power, George Weah, right? When George Weah was in power, you see a lot of Nigeria flocking in there, right? People that know him and people that didn't know him. You see a guy that he's a tailor. Where no tailor in Nigeria? Where does that tailor in Nigeria? Making big money. The guy took some clothes, right? Because he has some friends that he attached himself with, powerful people. Then he went to meet George Weah and show George Weah. Possibly we drop those clothes for free for George Weah, maybe 5 or something like that. What did George Weah did?
He wore it, and then it became very popular in the country.
Yes, thank you. So
We
so
call
it's
it
all
the propos suit. We call it the propos suit in Liberia. A lot of kids
Yes,
wear it. They like it too.
you have to be able to negotiate. You have to be able to do things. But you put check how dusty the fit is.
That's African Americans, man. They worry about the aesthetic of the place rather than the opportunities that lie ahead.
The skills of negotiation is not really there. Even me as a lawman, if I want to negotiate with the guy, I want to fix my ties, if he give me a price, I will bone first. I say you're not serious. Later, I will drag him.
I mean, that's the thing, bro. If somebody give you an honest price, you think that's the high end of the price that they're giving you, and you're supposed to negotiate down to a middle ground. And that's the problem in Africa. Because if something really is $10, Jonathan, and you say it's $10, somebody would think, okay, they probably upped it 30%. So let me go down another 25%. We'll meet in the middle. And that's the thing with Africa.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Now, Cadola, as someone that's experienced first world living, would you live a lower class life in Nigeria?
If I'm looking for something, forget class, my brother. There are some guys who are doing my ties now.
No.
Okay, hold on.
Are you willing to do so?
Forget about that. I will look. Will you give me price first? I know you're just joking. I might be dancing around you, looking at you, dizzy you. I must say, let's go eat beans and rice first, right? In one place. After eating beans and rice, I will not hold your hand and say, look, you I think you're not serious yet. This is price I will give to you. He will be laughing because he's a jobber. I might have the money to pay him, but I have to bring it close to me to come to his own level. I have to come to his own level. Then he have to understand, this guy, okay, this is what I would do.
But Cadola, right? That's the thing. You guys don't, and not even you guys, but also we don't have a flat, what's the word? We don't have a relative price range for a lot of things in Africa, right? No. You could go look for, let's say, a generator, which is very popular in Africa, right? A generator that should cost $600. You'll go to some places that be selling it for $900. You go to some place that might sell it for $750. There's not a consistency in pricing. And that's why, bartering is such a big deal in Africa, because you might be able to get something here for $100. You might go down the line and get it for $150, or go, another place and get it for $90.
Yeah, you might see this corruption, but you have to negotiate. That's why Africans can easily jump into anywhere. They can.
Yeah, if I go to Target and I see a milk, say there's a milk there for $5, and I go to Walmart and it's $5.30. I'm still gonna buy it because it's well within that range, right? But in Africa, it's a vast difference. Somebody's trying to up you like 50% or 30% on something that should cost, $20 or $30. So you gotta have a structured economy. Price fixing should be
That's why I
You
agree
know.
with some James. If you see any black American that's embedded, like that dude some James was talking about, that you must look at his Dossie wearing singlet. The guy just
Yeah, I mean, in a couple of years, he could probably be really successful. If
he
things
just
go
trying
really
to
good
learn his
in
skills
Burkina
there.
Faso and his business
Just trying
pick
to
up,
learn his
he could be a
skills there.
pioneer. Like,
He just
yo,
embedded.
He'll go back to America
Bro,
within
bro,
5 years.
bro, what I'm trying to say is, right? When you see that guy living there, right? Basically, he has no. I don't think there's a lot of Americans over there he can hang out with, right? So the fact that he's there by himself, learning, checking people, seeing what's work, what doesn't work. I saw him do. I watched a couple of his videos. I saw him trying to do chicken. I saw him trying to do a few things, and I said, "This is wonderful." When you do those things, you're not gonna go hungry. You can always go take some livestock and go sell it and make some money. At least you're not gonna be begging people for money. You're not gonna be telling American, go fund me, whatever. I can take care of myself. At least he's living a sustainable life over there. And when I see him, he's not trying to impress nobody. He's not trying to show Americans I'm living in a mansion, I'm balling, and I'm doing. He is living a humble life, and I
he's
respect
living
that.
a humble life too.
You're
He's living
That's
in
what
most of
right,
that's what
people.
Africa will
And
offer
that
you.
thing that will go a
Right.
long way for him when he really starts
right,
doing big business because
right.
he can
And when the people, and when the you see the thing is doing right,
Timothy
people,
don't do big business, you know.
and
yeah.
people notice you without even he's
And
walking
he
around,
seems so
people are checking.
patriotic about Burkina Faso.
Right.
I don't know if it's a thing that he's putting on or he genuinely feels that way, but he's saying like he really loves the country and the leader. So I mean, that
Bro,
might go a long way for
That's
people trusting
actually
him.
good. He
Yeah.
trust
basically
me.
represents something I've been talking about for years. I know a lot of these brothers out there, right? I really encourage that, right? Because the bottom line is what we have in America is, look, he's coming from the bottom of black society. You know, that's what I'm saying. The people, what I don't understand is a lot of FBA people call FBA coming from the bottom of black society. They get nothing. Like me personally, I'm a black nationalist Pan African, and I basically am thriving in America, right? I don't understand how some of these FBA they don't got nothing. They're like like Cuddy, right? But yet I'm American collar, I'm American collar, but they're poor as two left feet and whatnot.
I
You
mean,
know, with
Kyler, your social condition don't change your citizenship, brother.
No, don't listen to Kyle on that.
You
I know more poor ass
can't only
Pan
be American
Africans
if you're
than I
doing
know
well.
poor FBA people.
Right.
I
You
know
can't
no,
way
only
that's
be
more
not what
poor
I
Pan
said.
American if
That's
you're
not
African
what
doing
I
ass
well,
people.
said.
Kyler.
That's not what I said. I said the FBA, I guess, listen, we use that term, right? I hate it, right? But let me use that term. There's a lot of FBAs that are thriving, right? They ain't thinking about Africa, I get that. That's understandable, Like all my friends and whatnot, I got my guy that came down here. He used to live across the street. We had a nice house, pool in the backyard, but he sold it. He was in Rhode Island. He was down here a couple of weeks ago visiting and whatnot, man. Cool. We got Ray. I think he's a CIA guy. He knew all about me and shit like that. Well, goddamn, I'm from, you
If
know.
I want a guy that was trolling you, Kyler.
Anyway, no. This is far away before I met him. Anyway, but the bottom line is this, he basically makes like 200. He's a guy who wears braids in his hair and whatnot. Brother, like he's a street dude, but he makes like 200 KLA as a Navy contractor, Makes like 200K a year. Anyway, but I'm saying is this. So he was like telling me about he would like to visit Africa and stuff like that. Yeah, bro. And I have another guy, a friend of mine that makes a couple $100,000. He's an computer engineer for the Navy, right? He's been to Ghana like 4 times. But the bottom line is to say that, look, y'all need to stop what you're doing, quit your job, and move to Africa. That's not happening, man. That's not happening. But
You
the
can do your
people
too
who
slowly.
they
Kala, you
got a
can do your too
felony on
slowly,
the felony,
Kala.
multiple felonies on their records and
Kala,
everything.
Burkina Faso. I still remember I have a guy called Demia. He's from Burkina Faso. Derek. He's married to a French woman. What Derek told me was this. He said the first time he saw Nigeria was coming to sell what called movie DVD. Movie DVD. That's what Nigeria was bringing to Burkina Faso to sell. They would drive all the way from Nigeria, right? It's business. Slowly, those guys that were coming to sell those DVDs, they start coming in with their brothers, start checking what to do in Burkina Faso. Some of the start having what called car pass industry, car pass stores, everything there. They buried themselves over there. They live there. Nigerians are slowly, our floggers are running to Burkina Faso to see what is going on there. They love the place, the people, you have to hold on to
Nigerians love
people.
every place, man. Come on, Kidola.
Yeah, I mean that's a
No,
good thing. They're entrepreneurs. They go. What Condola is
No,
telling you is that
they love every place
they
in Nigeria.
landscape college. They went there and did their
No, like
feasibility studies,
Nigerians love every
try to
they came
figure
to
out what the
us
people
when
need,
Nollywood DVD
and they provided that
in
need.
Burkina Faso. They start coming there to sell DVDs in Burkina Faso, right? They would drive their car, their Peugeot, come to Burkina Faso, start selling Nollywood DVDs. From there, their people started following them there. They need maybe some car pass here. They start opening stores there. But now they're all running towards that place now to do video shoots and everything. Burkina Faso is a new heaven now, possibility for some Nigerians not to be
Yeah, for
flocking there.
Pan-African, it's the hot spot right now. But what's up to our chimp brother, man? We can't call him Asante no more. We gotta call him a chimp. What's up our chimp brother, Lewis? What's up, man?
Hey, Lewis, I missed your diet show. Did you cause trouble? I had gotten off by the time you got on. Was that
Yeah.
today or yesterday?
Now the other day, he and somebody was arguing about his heritage. That's why I'm calling him a chimp now, because he said he was Asante, and the guy said no, he's a chimp because his mom is a chimp and he's not Asante. So can we call you a chimp now rather than Asante, Lewis?
Oh, you can always call me a chimp, but I'm an Ashanti man because I was raised there to be an Ashanti man.
And when we say a chimp, we're not calling him a chimpanzee. We're calling him his tribal name from his people. So nobody should misconstrue that.
Yeah.
A chimp
So
is
the
a
whole
tribe
time
from
he
the
been
Icon.
cosplaying another tribe.
Sorry?
You've been cosplaying as another tribe.
No, what it is, I had a big flacas with that fake ass I Can't Fly or whatever his name is.
Royal Image. His name is Royal Image.
I gotta go back and listen to that. That's what's so funny.
I was cool with him. Good morning, everybody. Everybody, I can't see all the names covered, but I can see Kidola's fine. Man, Elvis. Obviously, I can hear Jonathan. The brother from Burkina Faso. Sorry if I can't get all your
St.
names.
James. You have Ahmed, Dang, Bang. You have Dama, Dave, and Jonathan.
Well, good morning to all you all. 6 in the morning here in London. I'm not going to work today, so I've got time. I think
we're in trouble now.
Huh?
I said, if you got time, we're in trouble, man. Shit.
Oh no, I'm not gonna try and dominate the show. Nothing. What happened the other time is that I just don't like disrespect. You understand? What it is because I'm slightly older in age compared to some of the guys who contribute. I know the culture very well because I've got an English accent. The Ghanaians assume that I don't know nothing about that. I've forgotten everything. They think I don't know the language. They think I don't know the culture. Many of those youngsters around today don't know what we saw in the 70s, in the 80s. They were born at the end of the 80s. So sometimes they come out and say some nonsense, I just get fed up. And when I say something, they can't back it up, then they get upset. That's the problem. Some of the younger ones don't know how to speak before the elders. Like Elvis speaks very, very well in front of the elders. But some of these young ones, they think they can come in, blah, blah, blah. That's what I don't like. In Africa, you always got to show some respect to the elders. There's a way to talk to elders. Some of these ones don't know it, But I don't want to kill the atmosphere. I love the subject. There's something big happening in Africa, okay? And that's for sure. That the people on the underground now, with the help of this new headphone, they can see what's happening. People are fed up with having advantage taken out of them. They know the West, but they're fed up with their own people taking the piss out of them. There's billions in Africa, but it's in the circles of a few greedy bastards. I'm telling you right now, I know that. That's why I'm still here driving the bus, so I can go and make my way. Because I've looked at it from the bottom. But there's certain clique who got all the money and they're putting that money in the white man's bank. They're benefiting the white man and themselves, everybody else to help with you. There's a revolution happening. And all those greedy bosses are scared. If this man Traore gets in, if these three countries get to make it, what's going to happen to us? Especially the French-speaking countries. We were warned by Nkrumah. Especially the French-speaking countries. Nkrumah died without a single bank account with his name on it. He was dedicated to the cause of uplifting his people. Why? Because our people's needs are quite simple. But we are fed bullshit all the time. People can see the problem with Burkina Faso. It's typical of Africa. So Burkina Faso GDP is low, not because the country is fucking, because the French bastards refuse to open the gate of their bloody jail to let the people be free, just to breathe. They won't let us. Now, these three countries got together under Russia. No country has dared to bring Russia on board. And Nkrumah went to Russia. Brezhnev, if you remember, Brezhnev, you can see on YouTube, gave nuclear wards to Kwame Nkrumah. Not for a bomb, but don't be silly. Kwame Nkrumah would have got the bomb, and we need a bomb. But so that we can have nuclear power right now. The rods were given back under Kofua, back to it was sold back to the Chinese. Now Ghana got the license to get the same nuclear rods back. You have to go back and do what Nkrumah done. He saw the foundation. Industrialization. We failed to do that. We're all going to be Burkina Fasos. But the world is woken up. Okay? I don't think America going to have a chance. Just going in there and bombing them out. Trust me, it'd be a bad thing. Maybe if they do, it might be a good thing for the third world. I say, oh, because the whole world can see what's happening. The bullying is enough. The white man is not happy just to be good. He has to make sure you, the black man, is on the bottom and getting squashed. Now our brothers and sisters in America can see it. People from India to Europe, everybody knows that it's just plain in your face. It's up to us now as the people. The power is in the hands of the people. Nkrumah's power was the support of the people. Our greedy leaders have selected to sit on us to make sure we don't develop. They've arrested our development. Now we the people, we got to show them, those stupid leaders, that the power is in the hand of the ordinary African. That's why they got rid of Nkrumah. He made you too smart. We were dumbed down in the end of the 70s, 80s. Now we got to rise up again and have a new way of thinking. Okay? These people got so much money. The rich ones got so much money in Africa. We get a situation here. I got family members who never come to England unless they have to. But we got our people back home with their hands begging out. Okay, let's stick to the basic. Let's support Traore, but he himself has to make sure he's playing by the rules, because we just cannot have everybody picking up the gun because everybody's got ideas. Okay, but I'm glad this is happening in the French-speaking countries, because they refuse to get away from the white man in the beginning. They bought the pill. They said they'll be all right. No. These people don't have no feelings for us. All they care about is feeding a few black people in the middle, okay, to take our raw materials and give it to them, and then just give you a couple of crumbs. There's hardly any roads in Burkina Faso. The man could see this. Burkina Faso is feeding us. They give us our tomatoes, our onions, the more basic substance living. They need help mechanism, so they can, do the farming on a big scale like they do in Asia and in all these other countries.
Let me ask you a question real quick, right? Sim James had a problem with Ghana, and he said that you guys were overcharging the Burkinabes for shipping, for using your ports. Do you think that's an issue?
No. I tell you why, the infrastructure in Africa as a whole ain't that good. Burkina Faso is a landlocked block country. Recently, Burkina purchased a particular set of land in the port of Ghana. It belongs to Burkina Faso only. They can ship all the stuff in, and Ghana's got deep docks now. We've just had the biggest deep, vessel. You get one of those ships that just take containers. We've had the biggest one you can get in the world, docked recently in Ghana, in Tema, unloading their stuff. Now they've got a train line going from Tema, going all the way through. We're trying to get it all the way to Burkina, but we're trying to use the Volta River also as part, so we can get stuff to the Burkina and the other Sahel nations. They're working on it properly now. It takes time, it's a process, but the Ghanaians can't do it for cheap because we put the infrastructure in there. That's how the Europeans operate us when it comes to shipping. We don't have black shipping airline. So the Europeans make money from us shipping stuff out. It's a process, okay? It's not that we charge them silly money, no. We charge them the going rate. But sometimes the reality of the going rate, Africans are not prepared to pay for it. Burkina don't have that much, but they can negotiate. This new president is a Mossi, like my man there in Burkina Faso, he's from Northern Ghana. We can negotiate. We don't hate them. We need them for business. But we can't do business if they're too poor to pay for the services, just like when we deal with the West. It costs, the reality, it costs money. The bigger problem is who that's laying the spider, laying the web. The spider is the bloody French. In this case, it's the French bastards. They've been choking us. They don't want to let go. We've got to demand from our leaders. which is what the Burkina people are doing. We are demanding from the leaders. We need this, we need that, we need that. You do that, you can get away being in power for a long time. That's the power that Nkrumah had. They couldn't get rid of him through any election. Okay? All I'll say to my man Traore, listen, you know the rules, okay? You've done 2 years. Put on your civilian suit. Do what Rawlings done. Take a history, lesson from history. Do what Rawlings done. Go to the polls. You will win it hands down. Even if you're only going to do an election in a certain part of Burkina, you win it hands down, then come back. You get the support of the people, the whole world. Because the whole world are fed up with Africans being kicked in the ass. Let him do that, okay? And then we can move on from there. I think what he should do, go underneath the Russians. We haven't had that in Africa. Go underneath the Russians and the Chinese. Have that, get their support. And trust me, because they will get you to do the basics in Africa that will get you going. But Putin knows the basics in Africa that will get you going. And that's why they're mad at him.
Lewis,
You've got to
that's
get a
bad
hold of your
advice.
own raw materials, the gold mine, all that. That's what the government's got to do. Stop selling it to Western countries for 10%. Ghana is a 10% country. Now they're talking about we're going to take over some gold mine. How long has it taken you to realize this shit?
Lewis, didn't Nkrumah try to do that also?
He done all that, and he was working perfectly according to all the analysis that came out from the IMF, World Bank, because he was getting advice from some of the biggest, corporations, and that's why they hate him. He was on his way.
But they call him a Marxist, communist.
And that's why they got rid of him. I think Elvis made the most sense earlier when he said that he shouldn't be antagonistic towards the West. Elvis is right. Traore shouldn't be hella antagonistic towards the West.
Look,
he should try to play the middle.
Where is he doing that? Where did you see him doing that?
Jonathan, the guy's not doing that. Jonathan, this guy is only facing his whole country. The guy's not even after. They even talk about the West. Even look, Burkina Faso.
It doesn't talk about the United States and when the General Longley did this. I told you in Africa where I'm from, the United States has a good position in Burkina Faso. They had a good position. Nobody can even deny anything from them.
So when we say the West, it's not just the United States; it's also France and Britain.
No. Listen, Elvis. The only problem we had as we speak right now is France. Everything Traore talk about when you talk about the imperialists, he's talking about the French. That's what it is. Yep. So if you see yourself in that, that's your problem. We have a problem with the country that colonized us. That's it. We have no problem with the United States. I remember when I was back home 2 years ago, when Ibahim Traore did his coup, the U.S. ambassador, they had a meeting with Traore. And Traore explained that, you know, when you have a coup, people come to you, they ask you what you're trying to do next. Traore told them, at this time, I'm looking for logistic, I'm looking for weapon to fight against a terrorist group. That's what I'm doing. The United States told him, well, they told him, we're gonna still help you through the United Nations, but in terms of providing you weapons and we're not gonna do that. So Ibahim told them, that's fine. You don't have to help me on that. But if I turn to other people, don't fight me.
Listen,
don't fight me.
Are the most demonic of the white people that set foot in Africa. They will not let you go to this day.
They will not let the French. The French told the United States, don't help them. They told their allies in Europe, the Belgium, the Spain, the German, don't help us. So our back was against the world. Traore say, if that's that, we're going to go back to our former friend, like the Russians. They used to be there in Africa. That's what in my country when Sankara was there. So it's not like we just found a new friend that's helping us. These people, they've been helping us. So Traore went to the Russian. He said, okay, you guys forced me to go there. I'm going there. So he went and got what he needed. And now these people are mad. So when the Russian came, remember, they first came in Mali. They had the same problem with the Malian. When the situation wasn't, help was getting worse in Mali, the Malians say, you guys have been here for 10 years. The NATOs, the United, everybody was there in Mali for 10 years. They told them, okay, this is not working. We want our country back. No, that's not even what they said. They said, we're going to go invite the Russians so they can help out too. And they ask them why, like you have more than 15 countries in Mali, and you don't have the Russians in there. They say if the Russian comes in there, we're leaving. The Malians say no problem, we bring in the Russian. They left. Nobody kicked them out. Nobody kicked them out. They decided to leave because they don't want to work with the Russian. I'm here in America. You know how many Americans have businesses in Russia? Are you kidding me?
People forget that. People forget that.
People do business in Russia everywhere. The French do business in Russia. The Chinese do business. Everybody do business in Russia.
We live in America, bro. You ever heard about the Cold War?
I get that part, but Africans have to
there's an ideological divide.
Listen. No. But the thing is, right, the way they present it, right, they make it seem like as if Africans shouldn't have an interest going to Russia. That's not. Right. That's not.
But let's be honest, bro. What are some of the Russian success stories in Africa, bro? We see what's happening in CAR, in CAR, right? With Wagner Group. Russia is always. Wait, one second, brother. I'll give you back the mic. Russia has always. I mean, the West does it, but Russia is no different, right? There's a guy called Victor Booth. I always mention this guy. He's a Ukrainian Russian. He was the largest armed, importer in Africa for all these different wars. He was arming these different warring factions in Africa. Russia will always bring guns. They will always bring mercenaries to come into these African countries and help destabilize them in exchange for natural resources. This is a fact. Wagner Group in the Central African Republic has been using the natural resources of that country in exchange for weapons. Charles Taylor and Victor Booth was doing the same thing. He was getting diamonds from Sierra Leone, giving it to Victor Booth in exchange for weapons. So the Russians are not really there to industrialize your country or give you help on a wide scale. They're going to sell you mercenaries and weaponry. That's it.
Let me explain the difference. Let me explain the difference to you. When you say the Russian and people are listening to you, right? So you have to be able to explain exactly when you say the Russian, who are you really referring to? Are you talking about the Russian government and you're talking about some oligarch in Russia? Which one are you talking about?
Different.
This is different.
Okay, I'll tell you this, right?
Let me finish.
So I thought you were asking the question. My bad. Go ahead. I think you're asking the question.
Okay. When you talk about Central Africa, right? The Central Africa, right? They were the first to bring the Russians in there. I don't know if that's Wagner or the Russia. I don't know. They were the first to bring them. When Mali decided to bring Russia, right? What the West was saying, this is Wagner Group. This is Wagner Group. When Burkina was, have you even heard a story that come out of Mali and Burkina Faso about the Russians? It's been almost 2-3 years. Have you heard a story, bad story about that? No, you don't, because we went straight to the Russian government. And these people want to make it seem like, okay, we have deals with the how you call them, Wagner. Well, there's no Wagner in my country.
You're only saying the posturing now of the Russians because of what's happening in Ukraine. They're trying to tidy up their image and have more influence on the continent. We got to be smarter than that, brother. Russia has never been an influential nation in the building of African countries. You know that. Tell me any African country in this history that has had Russia as a partner for centuries, for decades, and Russia has helped that country in a tremendous way. Give me one country.
Russia has helped a lot of countries fight for their freedom in Africa.
That's what I say. That's what they're good for. Selling you weapons. That's it.
Elvis, you answer your own question. If you have a friend, right, and he says, I cannot help you fight, but you know what happened? I can lift you from the ground. Wouldn't you take that? If your friend is honest with you, he's telling you that's all I can do.
That's what I'm telling you. Russia is not going to loan you billions of dollars. Russia is not going to give you the expertise. They're only going to give me $100 million and I'll give you a lot of AK-47s. That's their biggest actual content. It's the situation wars and the killing of Africa.
I get you. For the situation we're in, right? For the situation we're in, if Russia is the perfect partner for that, why wouldn't we take that?
They're not a holistic partner. They're a niche partner when it comes to weaponry. That's the point that I'm making.
And I'm telling you, Russia, the NATO has been in Mali for over 10 years, including the United States. Over 10 years. What have they done?
Nothing. Right.
They have the most expensive. Hold on. The United States has the most expensive drone base in Nigeria. Who was that? Who have they killed?
Yeah, this is why they were there. Let me explain it to you, right?
No, how many terrorists have they killed? Do you know?
You gotta let me explain it to you.
Okay,
right?
Go ahead.
And you already know the answer, so I guess you was running to it. There is a global. The United States has an ongoing war against terrorism. That's a war that they're fighting. So what?
How many they have killing in Sahel?
St. James, hold on. This is not a direct war or what they call a hot war. This is a proxy war. They're giving you logistics and they're giving you support, intelligence in fighting terrorists. The United States is now on the ground fighting terrorists in Africa. They're helping the Nigerian government with Boko Haram. The Nigerian government actually had done a pretty good job. They beat them all the way back into Chad and into Niger, and they fled the border from the Sambisa forest and went into Niger and into Chad. So the United States has made it a mission in Africa, in that region, to set up a base to try to fight terrorism and counterterrorism methods, and helping to train and give intel to these different countries.
How many terrorists have they
insurgency. That's what I'm saying. You're saying that like the United States is keeping score. These countries are fighting the wars themselves against the terrorists. Nigeria had a big problem with Boko Haram. Eventually, that problem kind of subsided. Now you have the ranchers coming back in. But I'm saying, overall, Nigeria has kind of put Boko Haram under some kind of wraps, and that's thanks to the United States government giving them intel, giving them weaponry to help fight it. Same thing in Burkina Faso.
When I ask you a specific question, right? Don't take me into a rabbit hole. I'm asking you a specific
question. No, you say how many terrorists? That's what I'm telling you. It's not a hot war. You can't quantify how many terrorists they've killed directly. You gotta ask that question to the government of this country.
No. That's what I'm telling you. That's why you have the Traore, we have the Koitas, and you have the Chiani. When we decided to get along with the United States, when they had their military base in Niamey, right? We share border with Nigeria. You know that, right? When we ask the Americans, right, who control that base, it's not the people of Nigeria. It's the United States. 100%. 100%. They control that base. They don't even want the Niger troops.
Do you know that there was black American who were killed in Niger by terrorists? I think there was a couple of them that was killed in Niger.
And
do you remember that?
And they were hiding it, right?
Yeah. No, it was on the news. I think it was on Obama.
No, they were trying to hide it. And they asked the question, why an American soldier died in Nigeria? The American taxpayer didn't even know what America was doing.
They said that because he went further away from the base and he was in a location he shouldn't have been in. That was the excuse that they gave.
My question to you.
I'm telling you that American lives have been lost trying to help Niger.
That's one guy, man, bro. When I ask you a question,
wasn't one guy. It was like three or four.
Okay, fine.
They were all black people.
No one knew why no one knew what they were doing there.
Oh, really?
I'm just asking a question. If the United States keep telling you, right? I give you a number, right? Price tag. If they keep telling you we spent $20 billion on this military base or whatever, the drone base or whatever, they always give you the price tag. It tells you they're proud, right? They have a certain pride telling you we invested a lot in your country, right? We took interest in your country because we tried to help you eliminate that trend. As a taxpayer in that place, I also have the right to ask you the question. Ever since you guys got here, show me what you guys have been doing. That's all I'm asking.
Are you telling me that there isn't a fight against Islam in the Islamic State in West Africa?
Okay, Tala. Later, right, I'm going to send you a video. Ever since Traore took power, you had a group of more than 3,000 terrorists that left Niger when the U.S. base was there. They came in and attacked my country. The military base, the American didn't do anything.
That's because the U.S. government can't do that. They're not in a hot war. You can't engage them unless they're engaged directly. Congress hasn't declared war on those people, so they don't have the authority to go and attack them.
If you provide intel and the intel is not coming, so why should we rely on you?
Jonathan, real quick. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Why should we rely on you?
Right.
Listen, can y'all name the other leaders of the juntas?
What's that?
Outside of Ibahim Traore, can you name the other people from Mali, Niger?
Yes.
What are their names, St. James?
The president, or what you talking about?
The leader, the guy that overthrew
Assimi Goita from Mali, and Ibahim Chiani from Niger.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Those are the spokesperson.
But I'm telling you, brother, Americans are not allowed to go on an offensive war unless it's been a declaration of war by Congress.
Bro.
They can take a defensive posture in the country if somebody attacks them. They will attack back. They're not
Elvis,
gonna. They're
when
not
the
there to
people,
fight war
Elvis,
against terrorists. They're there to give you
no, no, no,
logistics and
Elvis,
support.
Elvis, when you're trying to build a military base in somebody's country, right? And it goes to parliament, you have to make it clear what that base is supposed to be doing for the people of that country. You got to
No,
make it
they're
clear.
fighting.
Every city, no, no, oh, no,
They're
no, 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 no,
supporting
no,
policy. They're
no, no, no,
fighting.
no,
They're
no, no, no.
fighting this
You see
terrorism.
the problem that we
Right,
have,
listen.
right? When you open your land to a foreign country, you shouldn't be not only the politician have the right to know, the people of that country deserve to know. Because
No,
when
you're speaking now like an ignorant person. Sorry to say, this
no, no,
is
no, 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 no.
military stuff. These are classified
We're
things.
not
You can't just
slavery.
disclose
Slavery,
it to the
Elvis,
public.
Elvis, over.
I mean, come on,
Slavery
brother. You
over.
know
I
that.
don't
You know
know
better.
if you guys want to do that in Liberia. You can go ahead and do it. But
No,
for
I'm
us,
saying
right?
you can't disclose military
No, no, no.
operations to the public
No,
like
no, no,
that.
no.
Most of the things are
When I
classified.
said disclose, I'm not saying while you're in emotion you have to disclose it. There is a time when we can get like the same thing they do in America here when they have the sessions
After
and they
many
call it.
years.
No. So when you're telling me that I might not be intelligent enough to understand when the American government engage in foreign country, they come here, they do sessions. And they tell the taxpayer
Yeah,
of
and
America
no, that's
what their
not true.
monies are
That's
being
not
used
true.
for.
They have these meetings in a skiff, in a secure
There are
location
certain
within the
meetings.
Capitol
There are
building because
certain
they're
meetings.
highly classified.
There are
And
certain
then they
meetings
give
that
it to people on the defense
Elvis,
on the defense committee,
there are
people who
certain
have
meetings.
certain classification to get these
Elvis,
information briefings. They give it to them. They don't give it to the public. They don't give it to you and I. Come on, man.
Elvis. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that to one another. We live here in America. There are certain meetings the general public can know. There are certain meetings. There are certain information the general public shouldn't be knowing. I get that. So those information that you are talking about, the private information that the people of that country should know, those people came and told us we didn't even know what the United States was doing in Nigeria. They told us that. When they had those meetings, the United States didn't even push back on it. That's why they told them to close down that military base. Because if you read, the Prime Minister read all the agreement.
Only ignorant Americans will say that. No, hold on, brother. We're having a conversation. We're having a dialogue. Let me say this. Only ignorant Americans will say this. America, as I told you, has an ongoing war against terrorism. That war hasn't ended. So all of these military bases are in furtherance of that war against terrorism. It's not a hot war. It's not there. They're not there to go shoot and kill people and do military operations. But they're doing this to deter terroristic cells in West Africa, in Northern Africa. They're doing this. You know that in places like Uganda and Kenya, when they had that El Shabaab situation, the United States heavily invested in Museveni government and in Kenyatta.
You sound very gullible.
Hold on. And Uhuru Kenyatta's government. Listen, brother, let me make my point. Let me make my point quickly. I remember as a kid when I was in school, right? We used to hear every couple of years or every couple months there was a massacre in Kenya. People going to the university in Kenya, killing a bunch of Al Shabaab terrorists, killing a bunch of people in the mall in Nairobi, killing a bunch of students in the university. That shit has died down because the United States, along with the Kenyan government, the Ugandan government, put a stop to it. They pushed Al Shabaab back into Somalia, and they put that on the wraps. They're trying to do the same thing in West Africa, especially with the Islamic State in West Africa getting a rise. They try to do that by stabilizing the region, by bringing military bases and giving logistics and helping them fight the terrorists that was rising up in West Africa.
Didn't yield no results, sir. Didn't yield no results.
That's 100% facts, Elvis.
It didn't yield no results.
I mean, these guys should know these things.
No.
Wasting my time trying to
if you don't live in the Sahel, right? And I'm here to tell you, after 10 years, when you pick a house Negro to treat a house Negro very well, right?
Bro, I'm American, bro. So I'm not going to be here speaking against America's interests. They do a lot of crazy shit, but they do a lot of good for the people, for the world too, especially in Africa.
Now you speak and you don't want me to speak. That's the problem, Elvis. We're having.
My bad. Go ahead.
Elvis, my problem to you, right? Whether the Americans are doing good around the world or not, they're not doing good around the world. That's their problem. That's their business. I have a country and I can stand by my country. Although I'm an American citizen, I don't care. When it comes to my country, the facts have to be correct. For me to back you up, I got to have my facts right. And at this time, you don't have your facts right. When I tell you, after 10 years, being in Mali, after being dead in 10 years, these people haven't been able to eradicate terrorism. We have to question that. If you are that gullible, for you to believe
St.
that these
James,
people.
It's
St.
two
James, let's be
factors, brother.
fair.
The people who are
Hold
fighting the
You can't
war have to be
You see,
eradicate
effective.
terrorism
you see,
nowhere.
you
Yeah.
don't let people stick.
That's
That's
like
the
trying to
problem.
eradicate crime. Good luck with
No,
that.
no,
It's
no.
not a
If
realistic
after
possibility.
10 years, listen, after 10 years, if you have been in a country and these people, like when the terrorists come in, right, they take about 10% of your territory, 10% or 5%, depending on what, whatever they start. After the NATO forces come to your country, United States helping. These people go from 10 to 20. After 10, they go 20 to 30, 30 to 40,
St. James,
40 to
I
50.
can just debunk your argument because you made an argument for me earlier today.
No. You cannot
You
debunk
said,
anything.
listen. You said that the
You want to
previous
argue
ruler.
tonight.
Hold
That's all.
on. Let me say this, man. You said the previous leader that Traore overthrew wasn't fighting the terrorists effectively. That's what you said, right? He wasn't fighting them effectively. So who fought that? Is that the United States government fault that he wasn't fighting these guys effectively?
You're taking me all over the place. Did I
No,
ever
that's a salient
accuse the
point, brother.
United States?
That's a salient
Did I
point. The United
accuse
States
the
can only
United
do so
States?
much.
St.
They
James,
can-
that's a valid point.
Listen,
I'm going to Mali. You taking me to Burkina? I'm in Mali.
No,
You
because that's
Saint-
something that's right
Saint
in your own
James,
country.
Saint
Why go to
James.
Mali? Talk about
Okay,
Burkina
Abraham
Faso.
Traore,
somebody else
after
as a
3 years,
as a
hasn't
guy
got
from
rid of
Burkina
all the
Faso.
terrorists in
No,
that country.
for everybody
Call
who's
October.
listening. Did I accuse when it comes to terrorism in Burkina Faso? Did I accuse the United States?
Oh, so what are you saying? Are you saying that there isn't terrorism going on in West Africa, especially in Burkina
Did I
Faso and
accuse
Mali?
when it comes to my like that's my country? Did I
No,
accuse the United
your
States?
point is you're talking about Mali, right? Where there's
Yes.
actually an Islamic insurgency, not more than just terrorism. They're trying to take a half of the country because they feel like that region of the country belongs to them. So it's not like regular terrorism, which is like hit and run
bro.
based on Islamic
When Mali expelled the NATO forces, they expel everything. They reclaim their country. They are 98%. They reclaim everything. 98%. They're almost done. Mali is the first country to expel all these people out of the nation.
There was still Tuareg insurgency in Mali, brother, in the northern part of Mali.
They are having this fight at the border of Mauritania and Algeria. They expelled them. After they expelled NATO, they are at the border.
I mean, you're capping for Mali. You talk about
I'm not capping. These are straight facts.
There was a war going on in Mali for years, bro. You know what happened with the Tuareg and the other group in Mali that was fighting for half of the country, right?
You're not understanding the complexity of the situation. You're not understanding. You're looking at it as if it's one thing. It's many different things. It's many different. The United States was involved in all these three countries. And when I'm talking specifically about Nigeria, you have to understand what I'm saying about the United States. When I speak about Mali, you have to understand. But
that's
you're
what
trying
I'm saying.
to bring all
the
of them together.
it's not a terrorist group. They're a separatist group. There's a difference. The Islamic State in West Africa is inherent to Al-Qaeda and ISIS, right?
What makes a group a terrorist? Tell me. What makes a group a terrorist group?
I mean, if it's a group that wants to use terror, as a way to get a political aim across, whether it's by bombing or killing people, and any ideology that they follow, and they use violence, especially a terrorist, terrorism to get to that means that's a terrorist group. Right?
Okay, some of the
Tuareg was fighting for territory. They wasn't fighting a war based on ideology. They was fighting for territory because they felt like the northern part of Mali belongs to them, and they wanted to separate. There was a separatist movement that wanted to take half of the country from the Malian government.
You spend your time listening to the Western media. That's
my
the problem with you.
Bro, I live in America. I'm American. What do you want me to do?
Right?
I'm telling you, this was a war. This was a civil war that was being fought in Mali. This wasn't a terrorist organization that was hitting and running. Only what's happening was ISWAP in West Africa.
Okay. Listen. When Trump became president, right? He's just labeling certain like Trendaragua and MS-13, whatever, as terrorist group, right? Because it has the right to do so. A government can label a group based on certain kind of criteria.
I'm going to do something, guys. Carry on. I'm watching. I'm really listening. I got to go, yeah? I got to do something. Carry on. But listen, we support the Burkina Faso and so on. Okay? Good luck to him. All right?
Thank you. When you're talking about the Tuareg, right? The Tuareg were hosting in Burkina Faso. We know the Tuareg. When they went to Mali, you're talking about a separatist group. Okay, because who gave you the right to go to a country and split it into two and tell them, okay, we're not going to follow the central government. We're going to be here dictating what we want to do.
That happens all the time, St. James. People feel like they're marginalized and they want to separate.
Did that happen in Liberia?
I don't say it happen in every country. I say it happen all the time.
Okay, so that's why you have to listen how it happened. You don't listen. That's the problem you have.
No, it's not.
When
It's
that
not
was
the point. You're
happening,
making a
when that
point
was
that what
happening,
gave somebody the
when that
right?
was happening,
What
when that
gave
was
the
happening.
Confederates the Confederates the right to want to
Elvis, let
separate
me
from the United
explain.
States?
For that to happen, right? For them to be labeled that, the French government has to convey the Malian that they are not that powerful, therefore they have to seek for help. The Malian told them, okay, for that, okay,
Everything is a
they told the
conspiracy, brother.
Malian
People can't
government
just have a
that
civil war. It has to be a conspiracy.
no. When the tourists, when the separatists were coming in Mali, right? They lied to the Malian that they were so powerful. They have, they were so they could have killed everybody in Mali. Therefore, they have to sign an agreement. So the Malians signed an agreement based on what they were told. You understand? Instead of them fighting, they just rely on the French. So they signed an agreement. So they let this whatever Tuareg and whatever came in, they occupied the north side of Mali. So they gave them a cover. The French gave them a cover. Mind you, on the north, in the north of Mali, they were extracting gold. They had their own commerce. They had their own.
Do you think the Algerians were part of that too?
The Algerians were proud of that because the French they were giving them cover. When the Malians find that out, that's why they were mad. You're talking about Tuareg are not terrorists. They're terrorists. They were chopping people's hand over there in the north of Mali. They were making people read the Quran. They were killing. Come on, man. What planet do you leave, Elvis?
It was a civil war. It was a civil war, my brother.
These are terrorists, man.
There was Islamic,
They want everybody to be Muslim. They want people to
there
pray.
was
They have the
Islamic,
Sharia
and
law.
that's why they wanted that, right? That's why they wanted half of that country to be theirs. They wasn't saying that the entire Mali. Hold on, they wasn't saying that the entire Mali should be Islamicized, right? They wanted a part of the country, and they wanted to run it the way they saw fit. They wanted to have Sharia law.
So why
in
they
that part of
always
the
fight the central government? Why they wanted to fight the central government? They want to take down the central government.
You just said they try to make peace with them because they came up like a boogeyman that it was so powerful, and the Malian government signed a peace agreement with them, right?
Because they didn't know what they were facing. That's what the French told them. So when they find out they were being lied to, they tore down the agreement. They said we don't need that. We don't need our country to be split in half.
Yeah, but you're talking about the French. We're talking about the United States trying to fight terrorism in West Africa. Now you're
no. You see, no. I'm not. I've told you the step that the United States took was not in Mali. Even in Mali was because of the fact they have the NATO forces in there.
Yeah,
it was not.
So you're telling me the United States didn't have anything to do with the
I'm talking about as it relates to Niger. I'm talking about as it relates to Niger. Niger was where they had the drone base.
Right.
That's what I was saying. That's what when I said.
Now we're talking about Mali. Let's go back to Niger. What do you think the United States did wrong in Niger? That's what I want to understand.
Okay, what they did wrong. So whatever I tell you, right? You already have your mindset up. No, I'm gonna tell you whatever I tell you, right?
I want to learn.
Whatever I tell you, you have your mind set up on something else, and you want to debunk it because you would like to debunk it. I want to hear your perspective.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Do you know Nigeria very well?
Not very well. So I can learn.
The president of Nigeria, now the president that got overthrown.
Niger. Say Niger, because when you say Nigeria, it sounds like Nigeria.
Okay. Say Niger. Okay, Niger. Bazoum, the president that got overthrown, wasn't even known like that. Because the tribe he come from was a small tribe, but people didn't pay attention, people didn't care. So they had an agreement. So if the president that stepped down was I think his name was Amadou or something. They had an agreement with Bazoum. So when the president stepped down, they ran an election. This guy became the president, right? He went to France, right? And the French told him, whatever, like you're gonna have to help us, He came back. He was undermining Mali, undermining Burkina Faso, calling our army weak. Every week he go to France, sit in the France 24 airfire, and he will bombarding us with negative news and whatever, anything that he had. And then the agreement that the United States had with that government, they didn't take that to Parliament. They didn't sign the agreement in Parliament. So most of the political parties didn't even know that these people went into an agreement with the United States in order for them to have that base in Nigeria. You agree or you don't agree? I don't know how the United States did it. I don't know if they did it the right way, but the people say it wasn't the right way because
Who people?
it wasn't done. It wasn't
the Nigerian government.
The people of Nigeria. Yes, the people that came after that. They said no, we didn't discuss this thing in Parliament. We never. The president signed it. I don't know if he had the authority to do it, but we wound up one day. The United States were moving in. They had the drone base. We did not know. So
you're saying that so the U.S. didn't do anything wrong? Is the Nigerian government that didn't follow their own process?
Technically, that's what happened, and the United States should have known. No, hold on. The United States should have known.
Man, you expect the United States to be this?
No. In order to build the drone base in somebody, hold on. In order to build a drone base in somebody else's country, on your side as well, you have to do your research. You have to understand. If the president is not compliant, you have to tell him, listen, you're not compliant because therefore we're not going to have a $2 billion drone base here. And tomorrow these people then wind up kicking us out. It's on you.
So what was the process in Nigeria?
That's what I told. When these people took power, they said, based on what they said, it's not based on what I said. They said.
Oh, so this is based on the people who just did a coup against the president, who are going to find every reason to fault him.
Paperwork,
and that's what you're going by.
They brought the paperwork. What's the proper paperwork for them to be here? When the American came, they told them, we don't even know you were supposed to be here. We don't have the paperwork. What is it?
That's what I'm saying. You're speaking on this when you don't know the
so when they have
what was supposed to happen and what didn't happen. So tell us
okay, what was happening?
Verse on it.
When a new president take power, right? And he wants to audit. No. I'm giving an example. They want to audit.
Process.
Okay, let's take it Nigeria. The new president came in and he want to audit any foreign military in his country. Does he have the right or doesn't he have the right? He has the right. You want to audit them. You want to check them. Okay, who gave you the authorization to do this? Who gave it? I just want to know. It's not like I'm trying to fight them. I'm trying to know exactly what happened.
That's what I'm saying. So how do you know how? I mean, again, I told you I don't know how Nigeria works, but I'm saying, the president is the chief of the army of the country that he's the president of, right? He makes the final decision on all military decisions in the country. So if you're saying there is a constitutional clause in the country that says if any foreign nation wants to establish a military base, they have to go through their Congress. The 2/3 majority have to vote on it, and that has to be rectified by the Senate, and those kinds of things. And that process wasn't followed. That's what I'm trying to hear. But you're just saying that the military junta came into play.
Absolutely, it wasn't followed.
He didn't do that.
I cannot pinpoint exactly
That's
what
the
was
point that I'm making. So why speak on it when you're not
you should understand based on the way I'm explaining it to you, something wasn't followed. That's what I'm trying to explain
to
you.
That's what they're saying, but they have to show it to us. If it's constitutional amended,
because they had
and they haven't done it. That's what I'm saying. You're being gullible now.
No, it's not you being gullible because they had a meeting.
Trying to tell you that this guy didn't do the right things. Thereby, that's why we're overthrowing it.
Do you remember when they had the meeting? Do you remember when they had a meeting and the people came in there and they were yelling? The president of that country didn't go.
So, Jonathan, here's the argument, right? He is saying that I'm trying to say that the U.S. did nothing wrong by establishing a base in Nigeria. He is saying that because the new government. Hold on, let me explain it real quick. He is saying that the new government that overthrew the Nigerian president said that he didn't follow the right procedures for the U.S. to establish that drone base in Nigeria. So I'm asking him, what was the procedure and what wasn't followed? And he can't articulate it because he doesn't know.
So when I explain to you, whatever a country has to discuss in the parliament, this is what they have to do. I don't know all the policy. I don't know what was not conducted properly. What I'm telling you, the point they were making, based on the information I was collecting by listening to it, they did have a conversation with the United States representative there. They told them, we don't even see the clause that you are talking about. They don't even have it. They told the United States to produce it. They did not produce it.
What is the process
TV.
in Nigeria?
Okay, they were on TV talking about it. So I'm listening to it. I'm like, okay, why? If
you want to speak authoritatively on this issue when you're not an expert on it, or you don't really understand.
No. You see the problem with you, right? Or You trying
I
to
mean,
not
brother,
understand,
we're
or
both limited on this issue. I'm admitting my
okay,
limitations, but
okay,
you're not. You're trying to act like you
And
know what's really going on in
in
Nigeria, and
general,
you don't.
even in general, right? Even if you put that in general, we don't even have to go by Niger. For a foreign country, a nation to build a military
That's
base in
not
another,
true. Every nation is unique. They have different processes
is
on
okay.
how to establish a foreign base in your country.
Most of the West African,
it's not
most of the West
universal.
African country, it's at the discretion of the president and the parliament.
Well, do you know what the
Well,
what,
St.
what
James,
right?
was the U.S. invited to have a military base there, or did they just do it because they wanted to?
By the president at that time.
So
Is the
why are you
president chief of
complaining
staff
about
of the
them
army?
having a base
No.
there?
The president of that time. Let me explain clearly, because he's filibustering for no reason, right? The president at that time invited the United States, right?
The question here is, does he have the power to do so?
Yeah, that's what I said. Is one of two things. If these people came to power and they told the United States, in order for them to have a military base, something wasn't followed.
What wasn't followed?
Parliament should have given them. They made a decision on that. That's what they said. The president himself couldn't have done it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You're not listening. They said the president himself couldn't have done it because they're a sovereign nation. Only one person in that country couldn't have done it with the United States. So the president circumvented the parliament and went and signed that agreement with the United States. That's why they told the United States this is void, null and void. And the United States did not even fight it back. They didn't fight. They said, okay, no problem. If that's the case, we're leaving. They told them, therefore you're leaving. So why they didn't fight back? Because they knew something wasn't done properly.
No. The United States is not going to go there and try to fight.
No, I'm not saying fight. When I say fight, I'm not saying fight, physically fight.
The United States left. They'll find another country in West Africa.
Okay.
That will allow them to set up a base.
You can ask Kiss the United States whether you want it or not.
We live in the United States. I have some loyalty to this country. What are you saying?
No. Listen.
You think you're going to be a hypocrite and live in this country and be against the United States' interest? Is that what you're going to do?
Elvis, you see the difference between me and you? When it comes to reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a side to pick. If the
fine.
United States is on the right,
you live in the United States and you have no affinity for this country, that's fine.
Again, let me make it clear to you again. And like you, I can criticize the United States. If you don't want to do it, that's fine.
I can criticize the U.S., brother.
I can criticize the United. I can criticize my country.
I'm not going to always go against the interests of the U.S. I live in this country.
Fine.
We know what terrorism is, brother. If the U.S. is trying to fight terrorism, even if it's coming from West Africa, where I hail from, I'm not going to be against it.
Why do you want me to have a conversation with your ass kisser?
What do you mean, ass kisser? I live in the United States.
I don't care. Listen,
these military bases are protecting my interests, my family security.
And then that's fine. I'm not against that. I'm doing the same thing. Don't be against me. I have my own opinion.
This criticism of the U.S. I think is unfounded because
no. Because you wanted to be unfounded.
Jonathan has been to Kenya. I'm assuming you've been to Kenya. Jonathan, a few years ago in 2010, 2011, people wasn't traveling to Kenya like that because of what was going on with Al-Shabaab. What did the U.S. do? Kenyans will tell you. The Kenyan president will tell you that the U.S. was instrumental in bringing Al-Shabaab under control. Same thing in Uganda. Uganda was instrumental in helping Kenya along with the U.S. government to fight Al-Shabaab. They had success. They cleaned up Kenya. Jonathan can go to Kenya right now and he feels safe in Kenya.
You will sell us all.
They were trying to. No, you listen to what I'm saying. I'm not selling you out. I'm telling you that the U.S. had success in fighting terrorism in East Africa. They were trying to bring the same thing in West Africa.
Sometimes I feel like, man, sometimes when I talk to you, sometimes I feel like, man, bro,
no, people like to say this. They think it's being revolutionary to be against America. So we have to be logical, man.
No, I understand. When I look at you, right? When I look at you and I look at your country, right? No, when I look at you and I look at your country, right? I understand.
Say that again, Jonathan?
Sometimes I don't even want to go there.
East Africa is less of a jungle than West Africa.
Sometimes I don't even want to go there.
I mean, because you want to attack me personally on my country?
Massa went and picked a garden, right? And they put all the fruit for you to see there. So therefore, Massa doesn't have the power to mess up some other places. That's the way you're looking at it. Trying to compare us to Kenya. The United States have a track record of doing this. Therefore, they cannot do that. Bro, you were born yesterday, my brother.
Are you familiar with what happened in East Africa, especially in the Horn of Africa, in Kenya, Somalia, Uganda?
You're not older than me. You're not older than me.
I didn't say I was older than you. I'm asking you a
No,
question.
I'm telling you, bro. When I listen to you, right, I feel like for your
You're
interest, right? For your
diverting the
interest,
point.
right?
I'm just
When you
asking
already told
you
me,
to concede that the
no, I'm
United
not
States
conceding. I'm not conceding
put Al
nothing.
Shabaab on the wraps in East Africa with the logistics and the help that they give to the Kenyan government. Can we agree on that?
You can agree to it. I don't know.
Oh my
You can
God.
agree. You can
Jonathan, can
agree
you
to
agree
it,
on it? Because I'm sure you know a little bit about it.
James,
bro.
be honest.
Bro, I'm telling you.
You don't hear
If you,
about terrorism in Kenya
no.
anymore.
So
Be honest,
because
St. James.
because the United States by themselves, they went to Kenya, right? And they killed all the terrorists, right? Therefore, if given the
he's
same
being
freedom or
hyperbolic.
whatever,
Don't
right?
do that,
They
bro.
could have done the same thing in West Africa. And when I told you they had 10 years to do that, nothing happened. So you don't believe that?
Because there are other factors involved in it.
Okay, that's what I'm
The
telling you.
effectiveness of the government is important. Just how you complain that the former leader in Burkina Faso wasn't doing the right thing to fight the terrorists, that's a key point. If the government has a political will and a military will to fight terrorism genuinely and defeat them, the United States will do all they can to help. And that's what happened in Kenya.
Okay,
It didn't happen in Mali. It didn't
so
happen
you
in
are
Burkina Faso.
when
That's the difference.
you gave me a nice example of Kenya, right? I can't concede, but let me tell you something. When they expelled the NATO forces, right, including the United States in Mali, right? Why they were able to reclaim 98% of the territory without the help of nobody? Why did they do that?
I mean, you like I said, the United States is not heavy in Mali. That's right.
You say
That's
two
France.
things, different things at the same time. You said that when
No,
they
I'm not
combat
talking about
terrorists in
France.
Kenya
France had
over here,
control
they're
in
not doing
Mali,
it.
brother.
Which is
We're
which?
talking about the United States in Niger. We're not talking about Mali. You said that the French lied to the Mali and told them this group is so powerful and as such you need to sign a peace agreement. That's the French. I'm not talking about the French. I don't live in France. I live in the United States of America.
Okay.
Right.
So if a sovereign country tells the United States they don't have a right to be there, what's the problem? Why are we arguing this tonight at 2:00 in the morning? Why are you arguing this? That's
There
their
is no
country,
problem.
that's
The
their
United
right.
States left right afterwards, right?
Okay, that's still creating problems. So what's the you see that, right? It's not like that when they told them to leave, they say, okay, we're leaving. They're trying to create problems. I can name the problem they were trying to create.
African guys attend is not a
okay,
holiday
Jonathan,
spot.
you
Those
guys
white
don't
people live
understand.
there.
When they went there, they try to pressure that government. They try when they got they got into a meeting, they told them we don't see nothing, no paperwork, no nothing stating that you guys are supposed to be here. We don't know what that base is supposed to be doing. We don't even know nothing. So therefore, right, let's go our separate way. That's what the government told them, right? You know what they told them? They came back for a second meeting, pressuring them, asking to see the president. The president said, you are not on my level to see me. You're not a president. So they said, we're gonna go to the United Nations and tell them you guys are trying to sell your uranium to Iran. That's what they said. That's what the United States does. And it's the fact. You guys are here trying to play with word. I'm not listening to you because you guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm not gullible just like you, brother. I go with facts. Whatever the facts lead me, I go with that. If there is something I need to praise about the United States, I praise the United States. If there is something they're doing wrong, I will say it. I'm not afraid, brother.
Okay, bro. Yeah, I had to step away for a second, right?
Okay.
So
next time when you talk to me, don't understand something, Elvis. I'm gonna criticize the United States when they're right. They're wrong, and I'm gonna cherish them when they're right. So don't come at me like, if you try to kiss the United States, I'm not part of that.
You had a couple of minutes there where I was off for a second, but let me say this, right? My point here is not about who can kick the U.S. out of their country. If Niger wants to kick the U.S. out, fine. It's their country. They're a sovereign country. Like Jonathan was saying, the United States didn't arbitrarily go into their country and set up shop. They were invited by their president. If the military junta said it was illegal, fine. The U.S. is out of there. They left. I'm only giving you an example. 1 second. I'm only giving you one example of USA having success in fighting terrorism in Africa. In this case, in East Africa. It did it.
Yeah, sometimes you have success in certain places, sometimes you don't. So it's not
And
all.
there
It's
and
not
there
every
there
time you're
there are
gonna have
mitigating
success,
factors in this case.
and then that's
One of
fine.
it being that the government is
And
ineffective in fighting
and that's
terrorists.
fine. When they ask
So
you to
when
leave,
you
you
try to
leave
blame the
peaceful.
United States, that's
Well,
what
no,
I'm
no,
trying to tell you that
I
you're
never
doing
blame.
you're
No.
blaming
Listen,
them wrongly.
no. I didn't blame the United States when it comes to nothing. You try to put words in my mouth.
Oh,
That's what you're
so
doing.
we agree that the U.S. Was doing a good thing in Niger. Then.
I don't know what they're doing because we didn't get
Okay.
no evidence of what that drone base was doing. When they
Okay.
asked them what that drone base was
What do
doing,
you think a
they didn't
drone base
produce
is
the
used
evidence.
for, brother? What do you think a drone base is used for? You're a
So why
smart
don't
guy.
you tell me since you know them?
It's for
Tell me.
reconnaissance
Mhm.
and gathering intel. You put the
Okay,
drone base up high. You
okay.
use it to
So
to see the
Mhm.
terrain, to see what's going
Okay.
on, movements,
Okay.
different things
Okay.
like that. That's what
Okay.
it's used for.
Okay. So you just check the movement of things and you don't counter them, right?
How do you think? No, the United States is not in a hot war. You can't. They can't engage with
Oh
any
my
terrorists.
God.
Why
Okay.
don't you understand that?
So what the evidence is going to produce?
It's
What's
to
the
collect
evidence is going
evidence
to
and
do?
give it to the government of Niger
There
or
wasn't
Burkina Faso or
giving
any other
it.
country where ISWAP
Oh
might be
my!
operating. That's
I
how do you think these
told
people get
you,
intelligence? That's how they gather the intelligence.
my brother. So you see, first of all, you don't speak French, right? Second of all, you don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Again, when I told you, when the question was asked to produce information that first of all, there wasn't even collaborating with the Niger army. You understand what I'm saying? They were free to do whatever. They wasn't collaborating. They can wake up and go outside to the Sahel, do whatever they want, come back. They don't even have to check in, check
Because
out.
the base there wasn't just for Niger. It
Okay,
was a
when you're talking
regional
about
base. It was a
when you're
regional
talking about
base to make sure that in that West African
okay,
region,
when you're
any kind
talking
of
about
terrorist that was going on was
when you're
being
talking
captured
about
and that
collecting,
intel was
when you're
being
talking
gathered.
about okay, you see, when you talk about collecting intelligence, right? So if you collect the intelligence, it is not being shared with your counterpart.
You
So what's
share
the
with the
point?
relevant entities.
Okay, it wasn't being
If
shared, and
there's
I
an
told
imminent
you
attack on Nigeria,
it
they're not
was.
going to share it with Niger. They're going to go to the Nigerian
Okay,
government and say, "Well, we got
you
this
know,
information.
you know
There's
what?
movement in the Sambisa forest coming to Maiduguri. You guys
Okay,
need to take
okay,
action." That's how it works.
okay, Elvis, the left, we are fine. Can you agree? We are fine.
Fine. I'm saying the country has the right to
We are
make that
fine.
choice. I'm not sad that the
Thank
United
you.
States left
So the
Niger.
fact that okay, so why they were butthurt leaving? If everything was fine, why were they butthurt?
What do you see the butthurt? You live in the United States. What do you mean they're butthurt?
No, they were butthurt.
The United States don't want terrorism to fester in West Africa because West Africans travel to the United States.
Now they love us.
And they
Now they
can bring
love us.
that terrorism into this
Now they
country.
love us.
They can hijack a
Now they
plane.
love us.
No, St.
Now you say
James.
they
It's
love
not
us.
about loving West Africa. It's about protecting American interests in
We don't
West
give a
Africa.
fuck about your interest in West Africa. We don't care about you in West Africa.
You hear this dude? You live in America. That's your interest too. That's your interest. Why don't you understand that?
St. James, the problem is they don't care if you give a fuck or don't give a fuck.
We don't give a fuck. That's what we told you.
But they don't care if you don't give a fuck.
Okay, no, that's why they left. Why did they stay?
They're still there, bro. Trust me.
Okay. They make their presence felt.
Don't listen.
Make their presence felt. So you will see what.
Robert Mugabe explained this shit too,
bro.
When
so listen. We're not. First of all, we're not Black American, right? We're not Black American. We're not Black American in there, right?
Colonizer partners still there.
You guys have been colonized for 400 years. You have been living in Massa House,
bro.
We're not trying to live like that. We're not trying to live like that.
Burkina Faso for a reason.
No.
And if you had the option right now to go back there tomorrow, your ass would not go. Even with
let me ask you a question.
Traore as the leader.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, are you happy in America?
I love America. What do you mean?
Why you're behind his collar chat every time talking about Africa if your mind is in Africa? If you love America, why your mind is in Africa, sir?
Wow.
If you are successful in America, you don't care about Africa. Why your mind in Africa?
You might be the only person that don't know.
Get the heck out of here, man.
St. James,
don't come out with that bullshit, man.
St. James, I live in the continent that you fled from.
What happened? Oh, listen. Oh, I fled. I needed money to flee, right?
Bro.
I needed money to flee, right?
No.
Oh, no. Sir, you need money to flee, right? Oh, no. You need money to flee.
You could have.
Yeah.
Listen, I done dealt with people like you.
No. Even me, I did that to you too. I have a lot of people that look like you.
There's a reason why you would be a man of means and choose to leave Burkina Faso because Burkina Faso wasn't shit. And you wanted to go somewhere where you could live good with your means.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you.
The
In
United
Burkina
States
Faso,
of
right?
America.
Listen, Jonathan, in Burkina Faso, right? No.
Wait a
Listen
minute,
to me. Listen, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this, right? You're gonna love. You're gonna love this, right?
You like
In
Russia.
Burkina Faso, right? You in
St.
Burkina
James.
Faso, right?
St. James. You like
Listen.
You could have picked
Jonathan, in your
Russia.
country, in your
You didn't want to
household,
pick
right? In your
Russia.
family, right?
You
I'm
could have
better
went to
in
China.
Africa. Even
You
I
didn't
didn't
pick
come here in
China.
America, right? I'm better than everybody in your country,
St.
in your family. I'm better than you.
St. James.
Being in Burkina Faso, I'm better than you. I'm better than everybody in your family, even your father,
St. James.
even the guy that gave you birth. I'm better than him.
St. James, why
I'm
do
better
you
than him.
have to stoop so low, brother? We're having a
No,
conversation. Why
I don't
why
stoop so
rushing
low.
to go
No,
to
listen, let me tell you. Let me tell you, I'm better than your father. Trust me.
He's not thinking low at all.
No. I'm better than your father. Trust me.
He's been a typical African right now.
You're being a hypocrite, St. James, to be honest.
No. Hold on. Listen.
Africa and came to the United States for refuge. Whether it's for economic refuge or for political refuge, you left your country and came here. Why would they immigrate and try to criticize the U.S., bro?
Always trying to pretend to be more successful than they really are.
I always go back.
Always
My
do.
family
No,
got nice houses. We got things back home.
What allows you to go back? The job that you have in this country. What allows you to have a good
I have houses in Africa that you dream. Houses in Africa that you dream you have.
That's fine,
If you want Cuddy, right? Cuddy is a black
American. Money here,
bro.
You're living here. Your livelihood is
Jonathan.
Let's not be unfair to the United States.
Cuddy is a black American. Cuddy is a black American, right? I can sit him in my house and show you. You will dream. Listen, my house, my father's house. Bro, you would dream you never had that. We have things that your family can't even afford. Trust me, brother.
Well,
you left all the refuge of your country and came to the United States, bro.
I can go
no matter how many riches you have that people can afford, you left and came to the United States.
I don't have to flee, sir.
To make yourself live.
You did. We all fled from our country to came to this country. What are you saying, bro?
No, it doesn't matter. Jonathan,
whatever it is.
Jonathan, if I want to compete, right? Listen, if I want to compete, right, I'm gonna compete with your father because I know you're not on my level. Trust me, you're not.
I want to compete with your father. When you do that, man, this is a platform. Let's be respectful to each other.
No. I'm gonna compete with your father because I know you ain't about that. If you want Cuddy, Cuddy can go to my house. You show your house. You show my house.
Jonathan does for a living.
You ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing, sir. You got nothing.
Don't go back
prior
to
me, bro.
Prior to me coming to Africa,
don't go back to your
prior to me coming to America, you will see what we have, sir.
So why did you come to America if you had so much in
forget that, Elvis. Forget that, Elvis. He's so successful.
Why did I come here, Elvis?
He
Want me to tell you?
To get the hell
yeah, sure.
No. Why did I come here? Why did I come here? You want to ask the question?
Why did you go? Why
you know what an F1 visa is?
What? F1
visa?
Do
you know what an F1 visa is?
Is that a student visa?
Yes, I came here as a student because I was bright in school. I came here and my family could afford for me to be here.
Listen. Right?
Listen, I didn't come here for. It wasn't family reunion. It wasn't asylum. I didn't flee. My family had to pay for everything.
No, you fled.
I hear everything you're saying, but you made a conscious choice.
Let me add to
you made a conscious choice to stay in the United States. The riches you have back home.
Let me add to it if you want to listen to it. My own father, right? When I was coming here, he told me, my own father at the airport, right? He told me I let him down because he didn't even want me here. Trust me, I swear on everything.
I hear all of that, right? So you was coming to go to school, right? So what happened after your school? Why did you stay?
Why did I what? Elvis,
why did you stay in the U.S. after your school?
I had a decent career. After school, when I finished, right? I had it when I finished school, right? When I finished school, I'm not stupid. You gotta have some experience before you go home. So when I finished school, I got a career.
How long ago was that, James?
I'm building a career. When I get there, I can go home. It's about being able to
how
live
long have you
well
been in
in
the United
Africa.
States, James? How long have you been here?
Hold on. It's about living well in Burkina Faso and living well in America. I'm not a bottom feeder, Jonathan. I did better than you before I get here. My family did better than you before I get here.
How long have you
It
lived in the
doesn't.
United
I don't
States,
have
St.
to
James?
flee, brother. I don't have to
You
flee.
did. You left
I
because you
don't
wanted to
have to
come for
flee.
either a better
No.
education
Listen.
or
If you
better economic
think this
St.
is
James, St.
flee,
James.
if you think this is flee,
you came
then
for
that's
education and
flee.
you stayed
I
for
believe.
economic
Okay,
prospects.
No.
You
Fuck
see,
that.
the villages,
Listen,
right? Elvis,
brother.
the villages
I
back then,
believe
right?
in
When
you,
you
St.
finish school,
James.
right?
I
When you
want you to
finish
get
school,
your
you
ass
go
on a
home. You
flight
go
to
home, right?
Burkina Faso first thing in the morning, and I want you to go stand with Ibahim Traore. As much as you talk like a fan, I want you to stand with him and build that country. Get
Go
to
to the
Burkina Faso,
listen. Go to
kiss
the
that
hood, right?
ground,
Go
and
to
say
the
we are going to
go,
fight for
no. Go
our
to the
land.
hood, right?
And
Go
if
to
you
the
ain't willing,
wood. Go to the wood where they have the
as of right
crackhead, the
now,
dolphin,
Burkina
right?
Faso is
No,
a
go to
hood.
the dolphin
At the
people, the crackhead. Go help them fix
you're
that. When you fix that, right? Listen, when you
St.
fix the
James, St. James,
dolphin, the
St. James,
crackhead, and you fix your community,
St.
right?
James.
Come
What you're
here and
doing
tell
right
me.
now is
Oh,
what we like to call voter
listen.
housing.
Listen,
Fuck that.
Jonathan, go
You
fix your
have a
people, right? Go
right.
fix
My
listen.
people are doing way better than your people
Okay,
ever
that's fine.
will,
You taking
even
your
with
people,
Ibahim
Jonathan.
Traore in
When you
power.
take your
At
people,
the end
right?
of the day,
No.
at the
At
end
the
of
end
the
of the day,
day,
you taking your people. I'm not
at
about
the
people.
end
It's
of the
about me
day,
and you. I'm doing better
Ibahim
than you, though.
Traore, at the
I'm
end
doing
of the
better than you,
day,
though.
he got to deal with. I feel bad for Ibahim
No,
Traore.
I'm
He got
doing
to
better
deal
than
with.
you, though. I feel
He got.
bad for
What
you.
makes you
Don't
think
worry
you're
about
doing
me.
better than Jonathan,
Ibrahim,
No.
he
I
smoke
St.
know.
weed if he
James?
does.
I know.
Why
Ibrahim
do you
I
Traore
know.
has to deal
you
with
just assume that he's
haters
some
No,
kind of
and
hood rat
traitors
who's
I
like
not
know.
doing
you,
anything?
St.
Do
James.
you follow what he
No. I
does?
That's
know.
why his
I
shit
know.
would never be able to take off the way it
No,
needs to
that's fine.
because
Because
he
you know
got
what?
bitch niggas like
No.
you that
Listen,
instead of
you are a
standing 10
slave.
toes
You are
down
a
in your
slave. You know
country,
what a slave
St.
means?
they
You are a
have
James,
slave.
you in
you're
the
A
sounding like
slave,
country.
a
Nostradamus
slave
right
has
now,
no
man. You
At
gotta
the end
go
opinion.
of
to
the
call the
day,
A
most
at the
slave
end of
has
the
no
day,
opinion. You see, a
Elvis,
slave in
let
my
me end
house
that.
has no opinion. Jonathan, you a
He left
slave.
his own country to
No,
go
you are
be
a
in a slave
slave.
country. Can you imagine?
You
That's
are the
like
son of a slave,
volunteer
though. You are the
slavery.
slave. You have no opinion.
You are a
Hey, let
volunteer
me
No,
get
you're a
hey
slave, though.
you
fellas,
are
let me get Big
Yeah,
Black.
you're a
very
Hold
slave,
country you
though.
hate the
let
most.
me get
No,
Big
you're
Black.
a
All
Hold
right,
on,
slave.
guys, you
A
gotta
slave
pass the
has
mic.
no
We got Big
opinion.
Black
That's
that
how
want to come
bad
on.
you are,
Pass the mic,
St.
You are
Jonathan
the
James.
and
son of
St.
a
James.
slave.
St.
You have
James,
no
pass the
you
mic
opinion.
to
are
Big Black.
St. James.
St. James, I'm
You have
disappointed in you,
no
Alright.
bro.
opinion on
Disappointed
me.
in that. You
St.
came
You are
here
the
James,
supposed to have
you
slave.
as a
low IQ
Fellas,
bottom.
man,
argument,
come
man.
on,
You are the
man.
slave,
St.
sir. You
James,
are
you're
the
at
slave.
the
You're always going to be a
bottom.
slave. You're going to be. You were a slave
Come on,
yesterday.
They
You're a
have
slave today. You're a
slavery in
slave
we're
Burkina
tomorrow.
all
Faso,
friends.
not just in
We're all friends
America.
Get
here,
the
man.
St.
heck up out
James,
of here.
you are a problem for Ibahim Traore. Bitch niggas like you are the reason why that
St.
country will
James,
never
man. This is
prosper.
why this
Y'all
is
rather
the issue.
leave than build up
I
your
mean,
damn
I thought you're
country.
better than that,
And
bro.
even though your
That's what
father
niggas
No,
said
do.
he
We
didn't
listen.
want
get
you to
mad when you
stay
start
in
calling African
America, he
American
didn't want
slave.
you to
Why
go
would we do
to
that shit?
America.
No,
Your
you a
bitch
slave. I
ass
would repeat that
decided
even
to
tomorrow. You a
stay
slave.
anyway.
Come on,
You
come
You
trying
a
on.
to get
slave
your own
anyway.
Kyle, I think
power.
that's highly
You a
You had to
inappropriate,
slave,
man.
fight
sir.
for
You
your
gotta
Look,
be
look,
checking,
country.
come
man.
You
on. I don't
had
want to
to
have to drop everybody down, man. Come on. Look,
No.
come
You,
on.
bro,
let
We
us
got
don't
go,
come at me,
Tyler.
man.
look,
Tyler, let us
everybody's
go.
Get the
the
fuck
people
out of
that
here,
flee
bro.
here. Oh, nobody fled here. Nobody's a slave. We're all.
When you come with fleeing, you a slave because your people fled. So
I'm
you a
sorry. I'm
slave,
sorry.
sir.
His father told him at the airport, I don't want you to go. He said, fuck that, daddy. I don't want to be with
Come
you.
on,
And I don't want to be in this
At least I
country.
had a
How you gonna
daddy.
go
I
to
had a
Big
daddy.
America?
Did
Black
you
on.
have one?
And he
Did you have
never
one?
Let me
went
get
Did you
back.
Big
have
Black
one?
on. Let me get
He
Big Black on.
Did you
graduated
have
and he
one? Did you have a
never
daddy, sir?
went back.
Let
Did
me
you
get
have a daddy?
Big Black on.
Hey, guess
Did
what?
you have a
You said,
daddy?
fuck
Did
your
you have a
daddy.
daddy?
I'm going to America.
Did you
You
have
don't
a
love that
daddy?
nigga that much.
Jonathan, did
Come
you have a
on.
daddy?
You said
You
fuck
Did you
guys,
have
your
a daddy?
daddy
stop
and
with the
ran to
personal stuff.
America.
All right,
You
I
don't
grew
love
up
that
with
nigga
one. Did
that
you have
much.
a a
Stop
daddy?
lying. Stop the
Did you
cap.
have a daddy?
I'm gonna drop both of you in a
Stop
second.
the cap. You said fuck
Motherfucker.
your
Did you
daddy
have a
and ran to
daddy?
America and you never went
Did
back.
you have a daddy?
You
Come
gave
on.
up your
And
daddy.
James, why you sounding like
You
that,
gave
man?
I am dead serious. Stop it. All right, Big Black, go ahead, man.
Damn, I didn't want through the drop. I just want to ask Jonathan.
I just put them on the back chat for a little while. When I get off in a few minutes, they can go at it. I'll go to sleep. Now let them go at it.
I
Okay.
just want to know how they got started, how the argument got started.
It doesn't matter. I was muted, to tell you the truth. I don't know. I just turned it back on. I said maybe everybody's getting on. I come back. I'm like, oh shit, man, what the fuck? Yeah,
It was a conversation. Let me tell you this, Big Black. It was a conversation between St. James and I about the U.S. base, a drone base in Niger, and he was saying that the U.S. didn't have the proper authority to be in the country to set up that base because the president unilaterally allow the U.S. to establish the base in the country without the parliament. So that's the conversation me and him was having. And
That's a
Jonathan,
legitimate point. But my whole thing is this is something what I would say about that, Elvis, is United States got to start, even if it puts their own, they got to start obeying the rule of law, you know? And United States have a long history when it comes to Africa. Now, other countries, they don't do that. In Africa, they still have this thing where they could circumvent laws and whatnot. They did that a few years ago with Bechtel tried to get contracts in Nigeria, but it was young Nigerian prosecutors who basically said, even to the point where they even issued bench warrants for George W. Bush and what's his name, Dick Cheney, because they basically went to Nigeria with a bag of money and tried to get these contracts and everything like that, circumventing the rule of law and stuff like that. So, yeah, the United States does that. It doesn't look at the thing. It's like they say the way they do Africa. I said this a long time ago. See, the problem in Africa with these chiefs and everything like that, the only reason why chiefs are irrelevant in Africa is because Europeans armed them and gave them power. Because the Europeans don't respect the fact that African had tribal councils and governments themselves, right? When they came there, you're the chief. I'm gonna deal with you. If you give somebody a gun and whatnot, guess what? They're the ones in power now. And same thing happens to the day. They don't see a parliament. They don't see the rule of law, constitution. Now, because they say we want to build a base, you're the president. Do it. They don't care about the law, stuff like that. So St. James is right about that, about the rule of law. So that rubs Africans a wrong way, in many ways. So I do agree with him on that. Go ahead, Big Black.
Yeah, I was just trying to see. That's what I thought. I'm like, why is Jonathan so mad? He's just hysterically mad. I don't
know. Well, hold on. When I end the show, y'all can go at it. Y'all can find out. You can ask him. I can find out when I look him up. Yeah, but what do you think? Is Ibahim Traore the new Messiah? Big Black, is he a Messiah?
No, he's not the Messiah. I mean, a lot of people, think that.
Big Black, he's getting the Messiah treatment. Big Black,
I see the wild-eyed.
He's getting the Messiah treatment
right now, man. I won't dare say nothing against him, man. Shoot, man.
No, you can't say nothing against him. You can't say nothing.
Not right now. He's hot right now.
Not right now. He's too hot in the community, man.
Yeah, he's hot right now, man. So the bottom line, don't say nothing disparaging. I'm saying I support him. That's all I can do. Now, am I going to go over that and get in kiss his ring and stuff like that? No, my price, what I want, and I'm not wavering from that. I wish him luck.
You got to give you an Afghanistan city, Colin.
Exactly that. You better give me like a third of that country. Then I'll consider it,
Yeah, give me a city or something.
Yeah, you know me. I'm not going to sell out for anything, So,
yeah.
That's what I say. Afghanistan or nothing, Simple as that. We got to come away with something out of this.
Well, the question is, was the French doing Burkina Faso? Was they doing them unjust?
No, of course not. The whole thing is this, that region right there is monetized by the French, and who backs up the French? The U.S. dollar. So
the country's name is Burkina Faso, not Burkina
Faso. Okay, technically.
My fault.
Hold up. The bottom line is this: that Sahel region right there is part of France, part of French monetary zone and whatnot. French borrowed billions of dollars to develop the area, extract stuff out of there and stuff like that. There's a lot of installations, gold, stuff like that. That has to be paid for. They got to be put. Another infrastructure is not free.
Well, how did French get it?
Dude, have you ever studied history? French took it.
Yeah, it was a colony of the French. Burkina Faso was a colony of the French.
That sounds kind of
that was one of the bloodiest. The Sahel was one of the most brutal campaigns. It affected Liberia because Liberia had a lot of refugees in the fight, the liberation point. Like a lot of rebels in Guinea and whatnot flooded into Liberia. Liberia was definitely involved. Liberia lost half its territory during that expansion of the French. French were brutal.
Samara Toure that came in from the
Samara Toure had sought refuge in Liberia. So the bottom line is it's not over yet. Trust me, it's not over. It's like this war. If this escalates, man, this could be Armageddon. You know,
It could be World War III,
I'm just
Colin.
saying
This
if
thing
it,
is still over to World War III, man.
well, worse than World War III, it could be Armageddon, the War of all war. All the world could be in this. Russia, all this, all the World War come and go to the other one. The whole world will be destroyed. Armageddon. So that's what you're looking at. You know.
well, if the fish took it and you know they're taking gold out of it, that sounds very unjust.
Well, it's like this is what it is, Big Black, right? If you basically say, if you say we want to mine gold, and remember something, that region right there was called the Empire of Gold. That's my next novel. It was a gold producing place in the world. Most of the world's gold came during the Middle Ages from that region right there. So it's rich in gold, you know, but modern gold mines and stuff like that was brought in by Europeans, right? And that's capital, right? When you basically put capital in there, they're gonna say, say it costs, let's say the whole mining operation costs $50 million. Okay, Burkina Faso, how much you got to put in? Nothing. But what can you bring to the table? Nothing. But we got the land. You can like this. So okay, we're gonna mine the gold. We're gonna make the profit. We're gonna take it out of the country, but we'll give you 10%, right? That's your thing, right? You say, well, I want more. Well, did you put 50% of the capital in the building? That's business. You know, no. Then basically you only got to get 10%. 10% is just 5%. A lot of times Ghana was as little as 2%, you know, at one time. 2%.
What if they said, no, you can't mine the gold? What would happen?
Well, then the bottom line, they'll go to somebody. Look, this is how it is, man. You know, if they didn't go to Burkina Faso, they could say, okay, we'll just take our business to Mali. The people who got the capital got the leverage, you know?
So,
the first countries
let me get this straight. So the French took over and colonized Burkina Faso.
No, this is hold up. The mining of started during independence, where they say, okay, we're going to create these governments that we got to negotiate with, right? And the government say, okay, we want this. They want infrastructure. Okay, we're going to actually give you this amount of money a year. And they basically, sometimes they give it a line of credit. You know, they use it as a line of credit in the French monetary zone. When this is what your currency is worth now. We'll give you more money to spend and stuff like that. Well, intricate ways they could do it to pay the government on the ground off, you know. But the bottom line, that was post-colonialism, independence, you know. But before independence, they didn't have to say anything. They just took it, mined it, and did everything. Right? When they colonized outright, they didn't have to pay anybody anything. They just exploited. But when they got independence, they said, okay, we got to renegotiate. This is what we're going to do. We're going to give you 10%, 5 to 10% of the whatever this is. Same thing they do with Nigeria with the oil. Nigerians get a little small percentage of the oil that's mined out of there, you know, because the bottom line, the equipment, the drilling platforms, all that stuff like that, logistics and everything, the transport is controlled by foreign international oil companies, you know.
So that got worked out. Sounds like that got worked out during decolonization, right? Like, you know, during the
during colonization, they didn't even do that. They just came and took the shit, you know.
No, I'm saying like that was like a deal for decolonization, right?
No. Africa has never been decolonized, bro. It's never been. That's still there, you know. Just that they just do it a different way, you know. It's basically do it a different way, you know. Africa's never been decolonized. Okay, has Mike Olawale gonna argue with me, tell me how great Nigerians are? Okay, Mr. Great, mighty Nigerian and whatnot. Tell us. Nigeria is so great. I admit it.
I didn't say anything, Carla. Why are you putting?
I know what you're gonna come at. Nigerians are great. You guys are better than the.
When did I ever say Nigeria?
Carla be preempting the arguments, man.
Well, you're better than us, Akanas. I get it, man.
No, I just want to know where you get your. I just want to know where you always get your facts from. I don't know, like you just a lot of things you say is like I'm like, okay, where is this guy getting his facts?
Look, I say the truth, man, Mike. You know.
So, okay, show me where did you get a fact?
Because I've known about this for years. I've known about your country.
Hold on now.
I know about this country while you were in diapers, man.
Where did you get the number that Nigeria gave 4%? Someone gives Nigeria 4%.
If they got, I'm being generous. I said 10%. I'm being generous.
Mike, don't listen to him. Tell him what's the share of the oil resources from BP and Shell in Nigeria.
100%. We
100%.
Nigeria. Hold on, Carla. We said Nigeria is a member of OPEC. You know what OPEC is?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, so
organization
oil
of all
producing
producing
states.
countries.
What I'm saying is this though.
Exactly. So
Hold on,
we
hold
sell
on,
out.
hold on, Mike,
Hold on. OPEC, Saudi Arabia tell who how much we have to produce. Saudi Arabia is the head of OPEC, right?
right. I know, but
So
hold on,
we
you
have
don't
nothing to
listen,
do with the
Mike.
British. So why are you
Mike, you're
telling us
not.
that our
Hold on, you're not
colonial
producing
master
it.
give us control our
It's the
oil
British.
and
It's the
give us
British
4%? What are you getting in your?
Mike,
Well, come
it's
on,
the
are you
British.
kidding me?
BP. Do you own BP? No.
No. Hold on. There are tens of service. BP is a service company. The number one
Look,
company. Hold on,
BP,
calm
British
down.
Petroleum.
Can you
Look,
let
I don't
people
see
talk?
no Nigerian petroleum
Carla,
gas.
that was
What Carla
before.
does
That
is
was
this:
before.
when Carla knows he's about to lose the
That
argument,
was from
he
the
start to
beginning of
talk.
Nigeria, where BP was getting a large share of the extract
They
from the
still
oil.
do, man.
But they
Hold on.
changed that. They
But
rectified it.
Shell, all that's still westernized, man. Come on.
Carla, what is BP doing in Nigeria? BP is the service company. They're all over the world.
Yeah, but the
BP is
bottom
not
line,
the only one
they're
there.
the ones. They're the ones
Can you
taking
let me
the
talk
oil
at
out of
least?
the ground, giving you some parts of it, whatnot.
Dude, just close your
Right.
mouth, man.
They're
Let people that
refining it.
know. Let people
They're
that.
distributing it all over the
Carla,
world.
give him a chance. Let's learn from him a little bit. Give him a chance to speak.
That's what Kevin. That's what he does. When he knows that you're about to make him look foolish, then you start to talk. You start over talk. Cut you off.
No, Mike. Come on, Mike. But I know, but Nigerians got their own reality, their ultimate
But why
reality.
did we even
at
go
least
to
let me tell
Nigeria,
you.
Carla? We were talking about something different. You attacking on
I don't,
Nigeria,
Mike.
and now we're
I knew
stuck on
that was
Nigeria.
coming. It
No,
was
I'm not even.
Nigerian.
It's not even a matter
Nigerian
of attack or no attack.
Nigerian
I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
let's talk about Mike.
Carla should
What
learn
was you
to.
coming in to talk about, Mike? You was coming in to talk about the topic tonight. Let's forget about Nigeria.
No, the guy just need
talk about
to.
Nigeria. Only thing that matters is Nigeria.
No, I don't mind him doing his attack, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna talk about, if you're gonna give numbers and talk about things, at least get your facts, man. Don't just push shit out of your ass and be feeding your.
Oh man, come on now.
That's what
a
you
host.
do.
Let's be respectful.
Kala will just pull information out of his ass and just feed it to his ignorant followers,
Oh man.
First of all,
what's your take on the topic of Traore, Mike? Let's
Nigerian
get your
oil
take.
is owned by the state. It's called NNPC. National Oil is owned by the Nigerian state.
Mike. Hold up. The just they give you is owned by the state, but the majority.
There is nothing in Nigeria controlled by any colonial fucking whatever the hell you talking about.
Well, Mike, listen though, right? BP and Shell are producing. They're the one that's really extracting the oil.
No, that's
and they
not
get
true.
a service fee for it, right?
No.
Carla.
If you go to Nigeria, there's no country. You will see.
Hold
on, Mike. Hold on.
Let me talk. That's the fucking problem.
Jonathan is my Nigerian expert. What do you say about this, Jonathan?
Carla, I haven't said anything though. Can I answer? What's his name's question? Exactly. In Nigeria, always owned by the states. Now, their service if you own a Elvis, if you own like a oil, let's say service company, you can apply for license to, pretty much do business, be an investor to service. So majority of the service company in Nigeria, even Nigerian indigenous oil companies.
When you say service, what do you mean? You mean
like
refining or extracting? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, extracting, exactly. So what you do is service. You get a contract to do an extraction and things like that. But what you're extracting belongs to the states. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the state. That's what all these companies do. All these.
So what is the fee? What is the fee that these service companies get from extracting the oil? What do you think it is?
Most major service company, if you go to Nigeria, you find different. Everyone does it. There's so many Nigerian oil companies, but the number one is NNPC, which is Nigerian owned, it's state owned. But other companies come, they just do their whatever fee. It's what you basically is what you negotiate. It's kind of like it's a contract, kind of like contract. So different.
So are they all doing this contract with an NNPC, or are they doing it with
NNPC,
private
exactly.
company?
Yeah. The NNPC, which is a state oil state-owned oil company, exactly. So if you go there, you find Total, you find Shell, you find even
Chevron. I know Chevron is there too.
Yeah, everyone is there everywhere, exactly. So it's you pretty much come, oil drilling companies, whatever. But whatever. The thing is, if you go on the Nigerian state website, they discuss it's right transparent how many million barrels we pull a day, crude we pull a day, how much we trade, we sell through OPEC. Now, how much money goes to the Federation account? You can see it. It's right there. It's a public information. So we know that.
Carla, so one second, Mike.
So Carla will come here and tell us that someone is taking our oil and giving us 4%.
To your point, where do you get that 10%, 20% number from?
He shit it out of his ass. That's what he did,
Okay, how about this? I'll bring the receipts and whatnot with Mike.
He says he's going to bring receipts. Go
I like
get
to see it.
It's transparent.
I hear that being thrown around, but I don't know
a day. And the money goes with
bottom line, you listen to these guys.
the money goes with Federation account. It's a public information of the
Back in
Nigerian.
the days, I thought Nigeria was gonna be the superpower. I said, man,
Nobody's saying that. Don't try to put word in people's mouths. If someone, I'm not saying
Mike,
Nigeria
what's
is
your
great. I
take
never
on
said that.
Traore, Mike? Let's hear your take on Traore in Burkina Faso. What's your take on that?
I don't want to get into all this. Kala is just I don't know, man.
You don't leave Kala alone.
No,
You
but
don't just
Traore,
come and try to focus and fight with Kala, man. Let's deviate from that conversation. What's your thought on Traore?
No, Traore is I think everybody should go behind that guy, man. Like he's an inspiration, you know. So everybody wish you all. That's what I call that's the kind of Pan-Africanism I support. Not the action, not the kind of Pan-African we just talk shit online. The actual Pan-African we support is like Traore, where they're actually acting. You understand? They're actually doing things, not like they talk. The guy's a young guy. He's younger than Kala. He's young enough to be Kala's grandson. You know, so those are the people that are actually doing things. No, you see what Traore is doing. He's standing. He's got balls. You know, he's doing things. So we should all like be behind that guy. You know, all of us. He's an inspiration because if that guy succeeds, then others will follow. Other people will be inspired to do the same thing. So he's doing the right thing. I like that guy. I'm 100% behind him.
Would you go to war against your own country for him?
He wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
I think, what kind of question is that? It's like, would you kill your mom for your girlfriend? What kind of question is that, Carl?
I would follow him.
Mike.
Who's that?
Mike, are you there?
Yeah.
St. James.
Oh, St. James.
Hey, Carla, before I get to that, right? I know the word I was using is, it has a lot of meaning to certain people in America, right? But I was referring to that particular guy when I used that word. So a lot of people get offended by it.
That was a call for, brother.
No. It's not. Shut up, man. Hey, bro. If it's Elvis talking, you better for 1 hour. Don't talk to me, Elvis. That's for 1 hour.
What did I do to you, bro?
I don't want Elvis to talk to me for 1 hour.
We had a fruitful conversation.
For 1 hour. No. I think you are an instigator. So just chill for 1 hour.
I'm an instigator. I was trying to bring peace between you and Jonathan.
Carla, when you came back, right? When you came back, I know you were listening to that conversation. When you came back, what did you say?
Oh no, wait a minute.
What Carla said?
I was when you guys were going at it, right? I was muted.
Yeah. When we were getting at it, right. When you came back, what did you say?
When I came back, all I heard was you guys were insulting each other. I heard somebody call.
No. Before they started, when you say you were agreeing with my my viewpoint, right?
Oh yeah, the point
about Nigeria. The fact that
the point about the I have to say this. The point about because I saw this in Nigeria, like Mike talked about Nigeria. In the 90s, there was this really young Nigerian guy who busted open like Bechtel. Bechtel, if you know what Bechtel is, they were involved in the Middle East and stuff like that. They're a logistics company like Halliburton, whatever like that. They tried to bribe the Nigerian government with like something like almost like $500 million, to get lucrative contracts with it. They bypassed all the protocol. That's when I learned like Nigeria actually has laws on the books, right?
Oh man, of course they do, Carla. What do you think it is? A jungle?
No, what I'm saying is so. My point I'm trying to make is the West, for the most part, don't friggin' obey laws and rules and programs when it comes to African countries. They just go.
They're not respecting anything. But these people are gullible. When you talk to them, they want to argue with you for 4 hours. I'm giving you another example. You know when these people were kicked out of Niger, you know where they went? Ivory Coast. You know where exactly when they were trying to go to Ivory Coast? On the northern part, facing Burkina Faso and Mali. That's the same thing they're trying to do because they don't want
there's no rest in that area. The United States is not going to relent if their national security is at risk, brother. Don't you understand America? You live in this country. You should understand it. They're not going to just give up and pack up and come home if their national security is at risk of terrorism. Come on, brother.
Elvis, right? He doesn't understand things. When I try to put things in perspective, right, he doesn't get it. This president, right? He run for 2 terms. His term was supposed to end in 2020. That's how you start civil war in Africa. His term was supposed to end in 2020. The president of Ivory Coast. The Americans know this guy is on his 3rd term. So a lot of people in Ivory Coast are already looking at it like it's not legit. So based on the things that they're doing, us in Burkina, we're already looking at it like, okay, and he's trying to run for a 4th term in October. We're already telling these people, okay, our Ivorians are telling us we're going to get rid of that guy. what America is doing, right? They're going to help trigger another situation in the Sahel. And we are telling them what you are doing is wrong. But Elvis, they don't get it. They sit here.
What is the United States doing right now to instigate issues
Okay,
in the Sahel?
the guy is not legit, right? He has 2 terms. And he's going on the 4th term. So do you imagine everything is signed with the United States? Do you think it's going to be valid? These people are looking at it. He's not legit already.
I'm a crew man.
They're looking at it. He's not legit already.
Babo is a crew man. I agree with him, but he changed the Constitution. You're talking about constitutionality. He changed the Constitution, brother. Go ahead, Colin. Go ahead.
Elvis, I'm saying talking. Let me speak, man. I'm gonna let you guys have it in a second.
Colin, I just came in. The guy was talking for 5 minutes, and now you want to harp on me?
Let me finish what I'm saying. A few years ago, when Nana Addo first got elected president in Ghana, I saw this pattern, right? He was about to sign an agreement, right, for $20 million, right, that would have given the United States permission to build a base in the middle of Ghana. And people were like, we thought Ghana was a Pan-African country, right? This was a couple of years before the year return, whatever. And basically what happened was they said the United States also will have access to any government building in Ghana. They would be able to go in and out, build a base. They're still doing it. You know,
Carla, where did you get this information?
Everybody knows about that. But
we don't know. We don't say everybody knows.
The internet. Everybody say
they
hell
say
no.
They sign a contract. They can go in and out of buildings whenever they like. What kind of contract is that?
Hold on.
Where did you read his contract?
That was it's St. James. That was the truth.
Where did you read his contract?
Because
you read it.
There was such a blowback as far as like in the black world, the Pan-African world. Nana Addo said no, we can't do this. They were going to give the United States full access to Ghana, like the Ghana didn't have any sovereignty. You know.
Yeah, I heard that.
I mean, that's ridiculousness that Africa is immune from having U.S. bases. There's a U.S. base in Turkey. There's a U.S. base in Japan. There's a U.S. base in South Korea. There's a U.S. base all over the world. Why do we think Africa is immune to having U.S. bases there if they agree to it?
I seriously doubt that a U.S. military personnel can walk through the Japanese government without clearance or nothing like that. That's what they were offering in Ghana.
Well, Carla, where did you get the? Where did you hear that they said they can just walk through the government? And
because that was a negotiation. I remember this.
Carla,
Did you hear?
What did you hear?
It was like this. Okay, you want me to
find making it up, man. You make up a lot of information.
Let me find video. Okay, let's find the video. Okay,
video who?
I'm gonna find the video.
Nice video. While you are finding the video,
contracts are done on videos.
While you are finding the video, Carla, right? If a president if a president already went through the term limit, right? Would you advise him to sign those kind of contract with foreign powers?
He redid the Constitution, right? I don't agree with Ouattara, but they changed their Constitution. Are you saying that he's an illegitimate
president? For him to run again? You have to change the Constitution.
He did it. I mean, the parliament. You're talking about process, right? You're talking about process in Niger. The parliament went along with it, and
we talk about Ivory Coast. You take him into Niger. So stay in Ivory Coast.
No, you are making that argument that if the president do it unilaterally is wrong. But I'm telling you, in this case, the president and the parliament did it, so it's legal under their constitution. It's legal.
And I'm telling you, this guy is running for it. He's running for. He's running on the third term right now.
I hear you. I don't agree with him.
Right,
and a lot of right to do it because he went through the right channel.
A lot of people within that country are already saying, prior to even doing that, they already see him. They don't see him as a legit president. They don't.
Okay,
you understand the politics.
So it could be
check this out.
An Air Force base.
I got a few videos on this.
It could be an Army or land base, but they haven't really specified what kind of military base it will be. But if you look at the dynamics of the area, which is Ghana and West Africa, it is highly likely that this will be an army base rather than a navy or an Air Force base. This is because, if you then consider that the US also has same type of bases around countries like Djibouti, the essence of having one in Ghana would be for them to continue to use the pretext of the global war on terror and the instability that is going on within Africa to then install more of their troops. And,
okay, now Dave, let me ask you, because again, people are really not comfortable with this story as it broke yesterday. Will such a military corporation expose Ghana to terrorism?
well, that is an issue which the government of Ghana has to consider. The question that you must ask is, can Ghana do the same? Can Ghana have a military base in the US? And I'm sure that is going to be a no. One of the reasons why the United States likes to have military bases in countries like in Africa is clearly an indication that there is a high threat of terrorist presence within the area. So that itself should ring a bell to the government of Ghana. Why is the US having that military base? And that tells you that the threat to terrorism is quite high. And as we know, wherever US bases have been, the threat of terrorism has never reduced. Instead, it has increased because the military kinetic strategy which the US uses increases terrorism within the area. So I would say that the presence of the US military base in Ghana would, in the contrary, instead of reducing any terrorism activities, would instead increase it, because, as you all know, the US is seen as the enemy number one for groups like Al Qaeda and ISIS.
What place?
So wherever the US is, it's like a fly.
Yeah, let him.
But I'm saying, but like I said,
Dial Pad AI has the answers your customers need.
Mike,
It won't make your jokes funny.
I remember this happened.
Come on.
Concerns and criticism are mounting over potential consequences.
Carla, where in that Ghana conversation do you talk about contract?
Hey, journalist, hang up. Are you dealing?
Before you play the second video, let's address the first one. Carla.
Are you dealing?
To have foreign military bases
along with Baba Jide
to enable America and France to redeploy their soldiers expelled from Mali, Burkina Faso, and the Niger Republic to Nigeria. Their major concern is about sovereignty and security.
They're about to take the leftovers,
political influence. But the chargé d'affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Abuja, David Green, denied such plans. Let's hear from him.
And this is all covert. The denials happened. There was
conversation. Carla, you say you're going to shoot me a video where this is causing
purpose it serves to educate on this
Mike is right in for your face.
We will continue our very strong security cooperation with the Nigerian security services, the Nigerian military, the Nigerian government, and that will always be in a spirit of partnership and respect for each other.
Thank you so much. But I said I could ask one final question
Sure.
this time around. US does a lot for Nigeria. What does Nigeria do for the US?
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, there's 500,000 Nigerian Americans in the United States, a diaspora that bonds our two countries very, very closely together and is an amazing conduit for cultural exchange of all kinds. The United States consumes a lot of Nigerian culture, literally, because Nigerian food is having a real moment, but movies, music.
When's the last time you ate in a Nigerian restaurant?
Oh my God!
Carla, don't
this
run
is
away.
diplomatic
The
speak, Carla.
main
Don't
reason
take it literally, man.
the main reason Carla wanted to play video was to show me evidence that
It's still Nigerian.
contract. Carla, you said
Carla, I
there
knew
was a
what you
contract
did
between the
there.
Ghanaian government.
One guy was saying he stopped the video, man. Come on, Carla.
Hold on. No,
You
that's
see what he does? This guy, man. You want to quickly shift it.
I want to find something shorter. I wasn't talking Nigeria.
First of all, no one discussed contract on video. So it doesn't exist. The contract you're talking about doesn't exist.
How would you feel if you
You
didn't
made
have
it
to
up,
worry
Carla.
about marketing your
That's so
Shopify
look,
store
bottom
ever
line is this,
again?
Mike.
We know that
You
tracking
made
have
it up.
your
Just
own
admit it.
military
You take up a lot of bullshit.
seller. You need to
Hold on. Why if Nigeria's supposed to be a superpower? What the
No,
hell
it
is
wasn't
the
about
United States?
Nigeria. Nobody's saying. No, you talking about Ghana. You said the Ghanaian government.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, okay. I was talking about that. But
And
let's talk
I
about
asked you for the
Nigeria.
contract. You say you're going to show me the contract in the video.
Yeah.
So you were lying then. So you were lying, Carla.
I'm showing the thing like this. Yes,
Let's
there
hear the
was.
video for a second, please. Carla, put the volume up.
He's played a bunch of videos trying to find a way to run away from
Check
this.
this out.
original.
The point I'm trying to make is the fact that this
No, there's no.
base that
You were
they
lying.
built,
There's no point.
Ghanaian public didn't even know about it, right? It was
Kala,
covered.
you were lying.
accident.
There was no
You know what
contract.
I'm saying? Right. I'm gonna watch the video, Mike.
Let's first of all,
What is you play Nigerian video?
in terms of reference of that
This is Ghana.
agreement.
It's a different video.
And as you can see on your screen there, it's a Ghana-US
check this out. Here it is right there. Unrestricted access to hosts of Ghanaian facilities. Wide range tax exemptions to the United States military.
Play the video. Let's hear the context.
U.S. military to use Ghana as a base for staging and deploying forces. Ghana would bear the costs and take responsibility.
Let's get it. Let him speak for themselves. Let's get the context of it.
It is right, yo. So remember what I just said? Was I telling the truth?
Let's
That's
hear
the
the
agreement
video.
right there. Unrestricted.
That's probably not the full agreement because I'm sure there was a benefit in it for Ghana
There
as
was
well.
no benefit to Ghana. You know what Ghana was going to get?
Let's hear them talk, man.
Ghana was going to get $2 million. That's it.
He's probably making up that bullshit.
I doubt it, Carter.
Let's read the comments. What kind of nonsense agreement? Look. What kind of nonsense?
Kala, forget the comments.
Kala, you're right. Kala, you're right. $500,000 was supposed to go to the refugee, the Liberian refugee in Ghana. 500,000. They were supposed to get some of that.
Ghana,
you failed to mention that.
10 years old child will not accept this agreement. Another
Kala,
comment. Slaving your own land. Mike, shut up. Slaving your land. Mike don't like anything else makes this.
No, I don't mind you presenting anything.
Well, Kala, there's a U.S. military base in Japan. The Japanese paid for
You
it.
guys know what I'm talking about?
U.S. military base in South Korea and they paid for it. Why? Because the U.S. is giving them protection.
Look, here comes Lewis. Here comes Lewis, right?
Oh, Lewis is coming back in?
Yeah, I'm gonna come back in on this one. He's talking about Ghana.
Lewis is he's like Candyman, man. If you talk about Ghana 3 times, he appears, man. Come on.
Right.
Hey, Lewis, you remember when they were trying to do this shit, right?
Yes. Right. Let me explain to you, brothers. This is how it works. Do you know who was behind that broadcast you just showed?
Oh. So this is the guy that feed Kala his information.
Right. No, listen. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
We hear you, Lewis. You're shouting.
Right. Listen, do you know?
I agree with you,
right. Let me explain to you how Ghana politics works.
Is he a member of the VAIU? Ghana?
Right. Listen to me. Right. Do you know who produced?
He's a member of the VAIU, right?
All right, man.
Hello, Kala.
You're done.
Kala.
All right, go ahead, Lewis. Talk.
Right. Do you know who produced that video?
Yeah,
that video was produced.
It's Joy TV, right? It's one of the biggest news station in Ghana.
Right. Do you know who owns that?
Who?
NDC member of the current administration. They own that station.
Oh man, so you're saying it's propaganda?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. Okay.
Listen.
This is what Ghana politics is about. Who's got the most money to pay for the most bullshit? And John Mahama is the richest man in Ghana. Propaganda, that's what he specializes in.
That's the brother to the president now, right?
Listen to me. He's the president now. He produced this in
I thought his brother's the billionaire, not him.
Right, listen. You know how much money he stole and took to Dubai?
But
this is the politics of Ghana.
Lewis, let's be honest. You are biased on this topic. You did support Nana Akufo-Addo heavily, so we can't just take your word for gospel.
Right, listen to me. Listen to me very carefully. That was produced in Nana Addo's first term because John Mahama was produced nothing but doomsday. When Nana Addo came in and he was about to put down his policies, he couldn't challenge Nana Addo in debate or anything like that. So what he done, he got his henchmen that he propped up, such as the Joy News people, and they pushed nothing but propaganda. That's why I was trying to tell the brother the other day when they were talking about pitching Burkina Faso leader with Nana Addo trying to say Nana Addo is this and this and that. Propaganda pushed by opposition parties. That's what they do in Ghana. John Mahama uses his money to push nothing but propaganda. Now,
we call Akufo was on video. Everybody saw it. He was on the video.
Listen to me.
The entire world saw it.
Listen to me. Brother, it's my turn to speak. Can I speak?
Go ahead, Lewis. You got the floor, brother.
Listen. Before Nana Addo came in, there was a big thing about LGBT, wherever coming in, so on. The opposition, which is now in power, talks about we're gonna do this. They made this law. They made this. That. Since they've been in power, have you heard anything about LGBT? Have they signed the law? Listen to me carefully. John Mahama uses the money he stole from Ghana before, okay, and pay off people like this guy producing this NDC propaganda crap just to brainwash people. That's what Ghana politics is about.
So Lewis, okay, clarify for us, Lewis. What was in the actual agreement? Since this was propagandized, what was in the actual agreement, if you know?
Right, the actual agreement was actually negotiated when John Mahama was in power before. When he got kicked out of power, then he pushed it when the agreement was about to come to fall, right, before Nana Addo could even get to really double check it. We've worked with US for years, if you don't know. In Ghana, it's like a part of a US thing. That's why a lot of the African Americans go there. When you check, we work in conjunction with the American for security. That's why Ghana's got the security it's got. We train our soldiers. Our soldiers are trained by British and America, same with Nigeria.
And Liberia.
Okay? But John Mahama, what he do, he pro-mad and make it look like, oh, he's a sellout because his dad was on the opposition party. So he pretends he's doing something for the people, but he doesn't. He gets into power and he empowers people like who run this radio station, this station. That's how John Mahama's power basis. He makes you rich if you're next to him. So don't fall for the propaganda crap.
So technically,
you didn't just oppose what was put on the screen. I don't know if you saw what they said on the screen. Tyler put something up there that said that Ghana was going to be responsible for the entire cost of the military base. They will have free rings to Ghanaian infrastructure throughout the country.
Do you know why? Listen to me. Do you know why they have so much details on it?
Because said you're lying, Lewis. Zongo said you're lying.
Come up, Zongo. Maybe Zongo has a different view. We want to hear from you.
America has bases all over the world, my friend. You negotiate with them.
Well, you know,
okay?
American bases.
Listen to me. Listen. If you negotiate with America, you can get a good deal from it. So what happened was that John Mahama, okay, I believe his desperation, right? If he didn't get back into power, he would have done a coup d'etat or something. Trust me, he's got the money to do it. That's why I don't like the man.
Louis, you go too far extreme. He was a politician, right? And in Africa, people with the largest pockets tend to win elections, right? He won the election, brother. Move on. Let's move on. He got one more term to serve and he's done.
You know why? Listen, do you know why John Mahama came back into power? He had no policies. You know how he came back into power? Infighting among the Addo people in the MPP. That's how he came back in. Ghanaians didn't vote for him.
Louis, this is all subjective, right? Based on your political view. He won the majority of the votes. He's the president. Let's move on.
Okay, no problem. He does propaganda. That's what he does. He steals money from Ghana.
All politician does propaganda. It's not unique to him, right?
Right. Sorry?
All politicians use some form of propaganda.
I know. I want my people to be aware of what's going on. Have any one of you heard of any policies for John Mahama?
Oh boy, here we go.
No,
we're not Ghanaians, man. We don't know anything about Ghana.
I gotta hear this.
Okay. All right. Let me just end it with this. Right. Let me just end it with this last bit. Okay. Somebody mentioned earlier when I was on that Burkina Faso said they've been overcharged for the using the port of Tema in Ghana. Do you know why? John Mahama's last 2 weeks in power, when Parliament had closed, last 2 weeks in power before Nana Addo came, he sold the port of Tema for $32 billion to a guy called John Belor, or whatever his name is. Go and look it up. He's the one determining the price now for Burkina Faso. And the hypocrite come back into power. Now he's fucking reaping what he sown. This is the dirtiness.
Everything is Muhammad's fault. Nothing is Nana Akufo's fault. We get it. We get it. That's the mic. That's the mic, Louis.
He was one of the best presidents we ever had. And I'm telling you, John.
We get it, bro. You love Nana. We get it. What does Nana have to say, Colin?
Okay, I'll say my bit.
Hey, Louis, let Zongo say his piece. I'm going to bed. Y'all can hang out here all night, kill each other.
Hey, man, see, Akufo-Addo and his party, they are one of the worst governments in the Ghanaian history, you know?
Man, quiet, bro.
Don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him, Louis. I know what's coming. Don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him, Louis. Let him finish.
The people from the north only vote for the northern people. That's why
interrupt him, Louis. Let him finish.
You only vote for Muslims and northern people. That's all.
Oh my God!
You never gonna
vote for Akufo. He was the best. Let's not go finish, man.
He was the best. Okay, he put us in the right trajectory. All right. John Mahama ain't got one policy. Tell me the policy of John Mahama. Tell me the policy of John Mahama.
Louis, let Zongo finish his point, brother. We heard you. Let us hear him too.
See, Mahama, what he did, even regarding the port situation, right? You know, like, because generally, like, the state institutions, they don't make no money, right? So what he did was just privatize it so they can be able to pay the debt and also be making
Bullshit.
profit.
Bullshit.
Can I finish, man?
He got
Without
kickback for it. He got the money back in the background. He
Bro,
got
we want to
kickback.
hear a different
He got
perspective.
kickback.
Relax.
He's bullshitting.
Just let him bullshit. Let us hear it. We'll be the judge of it.
But in any case, right? See, let me see the current election right now in Ghana. See, Akufo-Addo's party. So Ghana has 16 regions, right? And when they did a election, right? Guess their stronghold were Ashanti region and the Eastern region where I come from. It's mostly the Akan regions, where that's where they have most of the highest votes. You know, all the regions in Ghana voted for the NDC government. In any case, even in the past, most of their strongholds are actually Ashanti region. You know, you get what I'm saying? So what Lewis is coming here telling you guys, the foreigner.
So you're saying that not Kufuor's party is a Ashanti-based party?
No, it's like a Khan.
It's a Khan people. There's a strong base.
A Khan, okay, the bigger group party. It's a Khan party, right?
Yeah, but not all of them. But not all of them actually. Not all Akan people actually believe in that bull crap. You get what I'm saying? Akan people are very learned too. You know, some of them are in the current government, right? Even the finance minister right now is the Fanti.
Rubbish.
The vice president.
NDC hate Ashanti people. They don't
put
Ashanti people in position of power.
Oh, man.
They hate Ashantis. They just use them. That's all. They don't like Ashantis. That's
you're a Chim. You're not Ashanti, right?
Can I finish,
I'm an Ashanti. My mom is a Chim. So I'm in the heart of this MPP thing.
Yeah, so Akufo-Addo is an Achim man, you know, he come from.
Yeah, so that's my mom is a Chim.
So man, so you're not gonna be honest, man. You're gonna be a tribal.
What do you mean I'm not gonna be honest? I'm a Chim and Ashanti. So what's your problem?
You're being too emotional, brother. Let's get it.
John Mahama stole our money and took it to Dubai. Go and check the islands you see. They are owned. Some of them are owned by fucking John Mahama. Tell me where you got the money from.
Let me finish. All
the northern
is giving money to his brother.
The northern in Ghana send no chance, man. The people of the north send no chance.
He's a Doomsday president. He brought you Doomsday. Tell me about Doomsday.
Why do you say they stand no chance, brother?
Tell me about Doomsday.
Let's relax for a second. You said they stand no chance. The people in the north. Why do you say that?
No, it's like it's been there for like what, 3 months? How long it's been there?
Yeah,
who, the president?
What do you mean he was there for 6 years before?
He was the former president. He got reelected for 2 non-consecutive terms. This is his second term.
Right, but the second term has been there for like 2 months.
No, he's been there for like 5, 6 months.
already going ballistic.
Well, more than 4 months.
Listen, this is why Africa don't get nowhere. We select bad leaders. We select bad leaders and make bad choices.
But Lewis, they elected Akufo-Addo. That was, in your mind, that was a good choice, right?
Man, let me
very good choice. Listen,
right, they elected him Muhammad. Let's see how it plays out. It's only been 5 months. You got another 4 years to go.
That's the best thing to do. That's what I'm gonna do.
Elvis, let me finish.
Go ahead, man.
See, one of the most corrupt governments was the Akufo-Addo administration. See, when
you see that shit.
Lewis, you're not being fair to us, bro. Let him finish, man. Come on.
Oh, man. It was the
evidence. Where's the corruption?
You got to pull Lewis down, man. Put him down until Zongo's finished, man.
The Minister of Economy just fled the country.
So even today.
Listen, the economy, listen, go and check the economy now. All the policies of Akufo-Addo is protecting the company. 7.8%. We've grown 7.8%.
Just like put you down. I'm gonna let Zongo speak, and then I'm gonna let you back up, and you guys can go at it after I get off. I'm gonna go to bed. It's late.
Yeah, man.
You've been infected, Louis, with your character, man.
Yeah.
Got it from you.
See, let me tell you one thing. See, the Muhammad's party today, right? They represent the true representation of the Ghanaian populace, right? Everywhere you go in Ghana, like in the Volta region, the northern region, like man, Muhammad's the party is called NDC party. You don't have to be an account to be the presidential flag bearer. No, you just have to be competent. That's like because who's the founder? Rawlins, he was from the Volta region. Then who came? Then Atamils, he was from the western region. And Fanti Man. Then when he died, this guy came, Muhammad from the north. But if you look at the history of the the MPP, which is Akufo-Addo's government, there was mostly Akan people. They got to be an Akan person. But everybody among them, they believe an Akan, Ghana belongs to them. They have like something called GMI, we're taking our country. So they are nationalist people, you know? So lately, in the past, Mahama, what they didn't do properly was they didn't understand propaganda. So this MPP...
Quick question, Zango. What's the most popular ethnic group in Ghana? Is it the Akan people?
Yeah, Akan people, yeah.
Okay.
Not Ashanti, Akan. Not
Ashanti is a subgroup of the Akan people.
Yeah.
Ashanti is a subgroup of the Akan people. It's a larger group of the Akan.
You get what I'm saying?
Go ahead,
So
Zango.
they're all Akan.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I mean, they're all Akan people, but
there's slight variations
like,
in the culture and
except the airways, right? The old Ghana except the airways.
Yeah, they have airways, they have Dagomas from the north, they have Molis, they have Mosis, Kusasis. Man, there's a lot of tribes in the north that people don't know them. They just label them northerners, But there's a lot of them. If you hear their names, if they don't tell they have last names like Jakpa, Ayini. Man, they got a lot of a lot of names that if nobody tells you they are from Ghana, you're not gonna believe that. You get what I'm saying? But there's a lot of them over there, And Akufo-Addo, their party, they know how to do propaganda very, very, even during Nkrumah's time. In Nkrumah's time, Akufo-Addo's uncle, he was a CIA agent. He used to work with the U.S. government to overthrow Nkrumah. He was on a payroll of this thing. There's actually a book written about his uncle. And that's why when he came to power...
Wasn't his father killed?
Yeah.
His father was the one that helped overthrow Kwame Nkrumah, right?
I'm talking about his uncle. His uncle is called what is his name? Oh man, wait, listen. It's called JB Dankwa. So when Akufo-Addo came to power, he's snitching on Traore. It's obvious, man. It's part of their blood. They've been doing that.
Okay, now, there you go, Zongo. Now you're being travelers. Don't say it's part of their blood.
No, Zongo.
You can't be monolithic on a group of people.
Zongo. I had a conversation with your countrymen, right? I'm going to finish. I'm not going to try to cut you off.
But I'm trying to say that
was the video for everybody to see, right? Everybody saw the video, right? When Akufo was doing it, right? You saw the video, right?
Yeah,
so the entire world saw the video, right?
What'd you say? Everybody.
The entire world saw the video, right? What Akufo did, right?
Man, even Ghanaians that are against Akufo.
I had a conversation
with
Louis.
Do exactly?
He said that he didn't see the video. He
said
he didn't.
Exactly?
Louis is part of the establishment, the MPP party, man.
Yeah,
he's a party. He's a card-bearing member, man.
Don't be talking shit now that we drop Louis. We'll bring back Louis for you real quick.
Hey, folks, I'm going in back. Y'all try to be nice, man. Don't kill each other.
Louis is a card-bearing member. He's gonna come and say Mahama stole money.
I would love to hear this,
wait, Mahama has been in power. See, wait, Carla, let me finish. Mahama, when he left power for 8 years, he never left anywhere. He was in Ghana. He told them why they never arrest him if he bought some house in Dubai. It's propaganda, man. The MPP party, they know how to do propaganda.
So did you support Mahama's party in this election, Zongo?
Yeah, of course, man.
Of course, man. Okay.
Well, no, because the MPP, if your tribe is somewhere between the border of they don't see you. They don't see us.
Do they rig the election in Ghana? Do they rig the election there, or is it fair?
They attempted to do it, but they didn't. They didn't do. They attempted.
They said the who was it? The vice president wasn't very popular, right, with the people, so that's why he didn't win.
Yeah, the reason why he wasn't popular because he was the vice president of Akufo-Addo and he became the flag bearer, and people saw him as the reflection of Akufo-Addo. That man, Akufo-Addo is going to control this dumbass dude, man. You get what I'm saying? So nobody trusted it, and